Everyone, and welcome to the video. In this video, we're going to be building a full stack learning management system. This app will have two sides. There will be the user side as well as the admin side. On the user side, a user can come to the app and view the courses. They can also sign up, and all of this authentication is handled with Devise. So there's a login page here. There is a sign up page where they can sign up for a free account. There's also a confirmation page where they can resend confirmation instructions to their email in order to verify their email. And there's also a forgot password page. So we'll be setting up a full stack authentication system for both the user side of the app as well as the admin side of the app. So once the user has logged in, let's go ahead and log in here. Once the user has logged in, they can see which courses they've already started as well as the completion percentage of that course. So right now we just have this one course, the full stack e-commerce course. If we click on that, we're taken into the course overview page. On the course overview page, you can preview the first lesson of the course. You can come over here and click continue course to pick up where you left off. And you can also unlock the paid course by clicking here, which will take you to Stripe, where you can fill out a Stripe checkout and purchase the full course. Below the course is a description of the technologies that will be used in this course, as well as the course title and description. So let's go ahead and click on continue course. This will automatically take us to our next lesson that we have yet to complete. So as you can see here, we've completed the intro lesson. So it automatically took us to lesson 2. And then we can just click next lesson to progress to the next lesson in the course. So we can go ahead and watch this free lesson and then click mark as complete when we've completed it. This will take us to the next lesson, although in this case, the next lesson is actually a paid lesson. So we can see that we've been notified that we've completed the free course. And if we want to access the next lessons, we have to purchase the premium course. Once again, we can just click this unlock full course button to be taken to Stripe to purchase the full course. So that's basically it from the user side of the app. They can also manage their account over here and change their password. And this is all handled once again with Devise and sends out emails for confirmation, etc. So let's go ahead and go to the admin side of the app now. So if we just go to the admin side of the app and log in over here. Once we're logged in, we can see the admin dashboard. The admin dashboard just shows us a few quick stats, such as how many users have signed up over the past week, how many sales we've had, how many lessons have been completed, and the total amount of signups that we've had on our app. We can also see two graphs here, one that shows the completed lessons broken out by day, and another that shows the signups broken out by day. And this will show the last 7 days if there is enough data to fill out that date range. Below is a chart that will show how many our most popular courses. So it will show our 5 most popular courses, and that's just based on how many users have taken each course. Next, we can go to the courses page. So this is the admin courses index page that shows all the courses. Right now, there's just one course, and we could go ahead and edit this course, or we could create a new course. So if we click edit course, we're taken to the edit page, and these edit pages are using full tricks editors, and this means we can mark these up with bold text and italics text, etc. So I could go ahead and mark that as bold. If I want to do this is already a link tag, but I could also make it italics like that. And then there's other options here as well. So this is a full tricks WYSIWYG editor in order to make these descriptions rich text. So along with that, there's the Stripe price ID that we can set, and this just determines the price of the paid course. There are categories that we can add to these courses, and those will show up as the category tags in the course overview. And then we also have image uploads with active storage, where we can upload a cover image for the course. There's also another WYSIWYG editor right here, which is the premium course description that we can just add a description of what the user will get if they purchase the premium course. So we could go ahead and submit to save those changes here, and then we can get taken back to the index page. So we can also create a new course. It looks very similar to the edit page that we just did. We can just create a new course and submit it here. So let's go back here. Next, we can view lessons. So each course has multiple lessons. As you can see, this course has 3 lessons. 2 are free and 1 is a paid lesson. If we'd like, we can just create the new lesson and fill out this form in order to create a new lesson and upload the video content for that lesson here as well. So all the videos are also being handled by active storage and being saved to S3. So we'll learn all about that in the course and how to handle that as well. If we go back to this page right here, this is a drag and drop interface that we're using. So we've set up a stimulus controller and we're using stimulus and a little bit of JavaScript in order to make this work. And as you can see, if I want to switch these 2 lessons right here, I can just grab this lesson and drag it and drop it over here. And this is automatically saving. So if I refresh the page, we can see that that has been saved in our database. So let's go ahead and fix that. If we want to drag a lesson all the way to the front or all the way to the back, we can do that like so. So let's just make sure those are in the right order there. Next thing we can do is if we click on a lesson, we're just taken into the lesson view page. We can edit it or delete it if we'd like. So we can just click edit and that will take us to the edit page for this lesson. So let's go back to lessons here. Next thing I want to show off is this full site, the entire site, admin side, as well as the user side is fully mobile responsive. So if we do inspect here and then we make this a mobile view, we can see that this looks great in mobile as well as full desktop. So the the nav bar collapses into this expandable nav bar right here, and the page collapses and the UI looks good in mobile layout as well. So the entire website will be mobile responsive, and we'll learn how to build that along the way in this course. All right, so the final page on the admin side of the app is the users page, where we can view our users that have signed up for our app. This table will be paginated if there are enough records, so we don't have to worry about the query being too big or the table being too large. We can see all the users. We could destroy the user if we wanted to, or we could click a user in order to view them. So if we click this prod test 2 right here, we can go to the page to view this user's history. So we can see the user and we can see what courses they've started. So this user has started 1 course and they've completed 66% of it, and we can see if they've purchased the course or not. We can also choose to grant the user premium access to the course if we would like. So we could just click that button right here to grant access to this user, and they would be able to access the premium course. If we go back to the users table, we can also search. So we can just search for prod test 2, and that will just filter based off the emails that contain this string. So let's go ahead and clear that out. All right, so that's the full course, and we're going to be building this entire application, front end and back end, user side and admin facing side in this video. The technology we're going to be using to build this app, we're going to be using Rails 7, we're going to be using Tailwind CSS, we're going to be using Hotwire with Stimulus and Turbo, we're going to be using Postgres for our database, and we're also going to be using a few gems and libraries in order to make the drag and drop features of the website work. And then we're also going to deploy it on Render. So this is live right now. It's at railsrealm.com. So if you come to railsrealm.com, you can view the live site, and that's being hosted on Render. And we'll also learn how to do that and deploy it to Render in this course. So go ahead and grab a coffee or get a drink ready, because this is going to be a lot of fun to build this app, and then join me in the next lesson where we'll begin setting up our environment. Okay, so in this video, we're going to go ahead and set up the basic environment we're going to need to build our app. So go ahead and change directories into the folder where you want your app to live, and then let's go ahead and run the Rails new command in order to create our Rails application. So we can just do Rails new, and then you can name it whatever you want. So we're going to name it learning management, like that. And then we can go ahead and say --CSS Tailwind. So that will just make sure that Tailwind is automatically set up for our application. So we'll go ahead and hit enter, and that will create the basic scaffold for the Rails app and fetch all the gems that we need, as well as set up Tailwind. So let's wait for that to run and then start up our app. Okay, so that finished installing all our dependencies and creating the scaffold for our application. We can go ahead and cd into it. So we can just do cd into learning management and then run bin/dev to start up our dev server. Then if we come over to our browser and go to localhost 3000, we should see the Rails right here. Great. So that sets up Rails. Now let's go ahead and set up Font Awesome. So we're going to be using Font Awesome for icons in our app. So let's go ahead and make sure that we have that set up first. In order to do that, we need to go ahead and edit our gem file to add the Font Awesome gem. And then we need to modify our application CSS file to be a Sass file. So we can import that Font Awesome Sass into our CSS. So let's go ahead and just kill our server here and open up our editor. So I'll use NeoVim here, and then let's go into our gem file. So we can just search for our gem file, come down to the very bottom here and do gem, and we can do gem font awesome Sass, just like that. And then we can choose to make the version a little bit more defined, so we can just do 6.5.1 like that. So we'll save that, and then we can go ahead and run bundle install to go and fetch that Font Awesome gem. Great, so that installed the gem. Next thing we need to do is look for our application CSS file, so this file right here, and if we open that up, we're going to need to change this to an SCSS file, and then we're going to need to import the Font Awesome CSS just right here on line 17. So let's first rename it. So if we come out here, we can just do rename, and we can say application.css.scss, just like that, and then hit enter. So now this is an SCSS file, so we can use the SCSS syntax, and then we can just come down here and do import Font Awesome, just like that, and save that. So now we should be able to use our Font Awesome icons in our application. So we can go ahead and go to the main ERB page that we're seeing right here on the right side in our browser, and let's just add an icon to that page just to test that it's working. So okay, so after we've imported that Font Awesome into our application.css.scss file, it should be all set up, and we can go ahead and start using Font Awesome icons. The next thing we want to do is just set up our Tailwind color theme. So if we come into this Tailwind file that was generated for us, this Tailwind config file, we can go ahead and add our custom colors that we're going to be using in this tutorial. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I've gone ahead and provided a list of the colors we're going to be using. So go ahead and look for that file in the description and copy those colors, and then go ahead and paste them right under this extend object in the theme object. So I'm just pasting these colors that you can go ahead and copy yourself, and I'm pasting them right there, and then I'm going to save this file, and now we can go ahead and use any of these colors, and we can use them just like the built-in CSS colors by just saying, you know, text dash amaranth dash 50 or dash 100, etc. So we'll go ahead and save that file, and then we can start using those custom colors. And finally, the last thing we're going to do to make sure our environment is all set up is we're going to install the devise gem and then initialize that with two models. So our user model that will be our user facing side of the app, how they will sign in and authenticate with our system. And then we'll create an admin model for admins to log into the admin side of the app. So in order to do that, let's once again open up our gem file, come down to the bottom, and then do gem devise, and we can go ahead and pin a version to this as well. So we can go ahead and pin version 4.9 like this. Okay, so we'll save that, and then we can go ahead and run bundle install. So I just have my little terminal down here where I'm gonna stop my Rails server, and then I'll just run bundle install from the terminal just to go grab the devise gem. Okay, so now that we have the devise gem installed, we just need to initialize it. So we can do bin rails g devise install, and that will install the devise gem. And then we can go ahead and set up a couple other configuration options that we need to do in order to make this work locally. And finally, we can create our two models, our admin and our user model. Okay, so as you can see, let me just make this a little bigger. Our devise gem was successfully installed, and there are 4 bullet points here that just describe some extra configuration. So we're going to go ahead and set this up to make our mailer work locally. We're going to define our root URL to something so devise knows where to redirect our users to after they log in. And then we're going to set up flash messages in our layouts in order to make devices, notices, and alerts work properly. And then finally, we are going to customize the devise views, but we're going to wait to run that command until we actually are ready to go ahead and customize the styles for our login, sign up, reset password pages, etc. So for now, let's just do these 2 steps in order to get the basics of devise working. So we can copy this line right here, and then we can go into our development.rb file. So let me just make this a little bit smaller again, and then I will open up the development.rb file and come down somewhere inside this configure block and paste that line. So we can just paste that line right here, and that will set up everything that we need for devises mailer to work in our local environment. We'll also have to set up some configuration when we go to production to make sure that our mail server is working properly, but we'll wait until we deploy the app to set that up. So we can just go ahead and save that file. Next thing we need to do is go into our routes file, and just like it says down here, we need to have a root URL set up. So okay, so once we're in the Rails routes file, we can go ahead down here and uncomment this line that sets our root URL. And this is right now is going to the posts controller, and it's calling the index method, which doesn't exist in our app. So we can go ahead and change this. Let's just set this to courses. So we'll do courses index. So we don't have the courses controller set up right now, but we're going to go ahead and run a scaffold command just to set that up, so we can test that devise is working properly. So if we come back to our terminal, we can just do bin rails g, and we can create a scaffold. So we'll do generate a scaffold, and this will be called a course. And then we can give the course a few attributes. So we can say a course has a title, which is a string, and a description, which is a string. And we can come back later and add a migration to add more columns that we're going to need. But for now, let's just stick with these 2 just to make it simple. So if we run that command, we can see that it generates a bunch of files for us, including some views and a controller, as well as a model. So now we should have this courses controller defined. So if we look through the outputs here, we have a courses controller defined. And if we go into that controller, there should be an index method. So we can just look for the courses controller and go in there, and we can see that there is an index method defined that just loads all of our courses. So if we come back here, now this is valid because we have a courses controller with an index method. So that's going to be our root path. So if we save that, now devise knows where to redirect the user to after they've signed in. Okay, next thing we want to do is generate our models for devise. So let's come back to the terminal here, and we can just run bin rails g devise, and then we'll pass in our model name. So our first model name, we just want to be user, and that will be how users will log into our system. And then we want to do bin rails g admin, and or bin rails g devise admin, and that will be our admin model. So now we have a couple migrations that need to run. So we can just do bin rails db migrate, and that will create 3 tables for us. That'll create well, it'll create more than 3, but the main ones we want to worry about are it will create the admin table, the user table, and then the course table to match those models that we created. Okay, so if we restart our server now, we should have some routes for admins and for users to log in. So if you want to view routes, you can come to a URL that doesn't exist, and that will just open up a little page here in Rails that will show you what routes exist, and then you can just search for routes. So for example, we have this new admin session path, we have destroy admin session path, and then we have some user routes as well. So new user session path, destroy user session path, etc. So those are automatically set up by devise, and let's just make this a little bigger so you can see the paths. So you can see Rails will tell you that this is the helper that will redirect you to this path. So if we used this helper in a Rails ERB file, it would be equivalent to just going, having a link that would take us to /admins/signin, just like that. And then we can see what controller is being hit. So we can see there's a devise controller behind the scenes that is handling these requests. So we could go ahead and test this out right now. If we wanted to do /admins/sign up, we could do that. So if we just want to do that, that will take us to the admin path. And it looks like we have a subtle error here. So when we renamed our file, it looks like there was a duplicate. So we actually have two files, application.css files here. So we want to delete one of these. So let's go ahead and delete that application.css file. And so we just have the SCSS file because we don't need that that plain CSS file anymore. So once we do that, if we restart our server real quick, just to make sure everything's updated, now we should see the default devise sign up page. So this is where our admin could come sign up, and we'll actually disable this page pretty soon because we don't want admins to be able to sign up. That all needs to be handled through the Rails console, just so we're not having random people sign up as admins to our system. But the users sign up page is a valid page that we want to keep, and we can see that that exists right here. And then they can also click, they can also go to the sign in page if they already have an account, just to log in. So that's the basic setup for our app. In the next video, let's go ahead and configure more devise. So like I mentioned, let's remove those routes that we don't want for the admin, and then let's make sure that everything's working properly and we can sign in as a user, create an account as a user, and also sign in as an admin. And then we'll also want to set up some authorization on our admin controllers and our user controllers in order to make sure that people can't access protected content unless they're logged in. So that's what we're going to handle in the next lesson. So let's go ahead and start that right now. So in this lesson, let's start off with removing some routes for the admins. So if you notice, we can come over here and we can replace this with admins, and we can go to the admins sign in page. So this is great. We do want this page. However, we don't want admins to be able to sign up because we want to control that pretty strictly. So we don't want just anyone to be able to come sign up here as an admin. So we need to remove this route from our system. Okay, so let's go ahead and remove this route from our system so users can't come and sign up as admins and get access to our admin system without our permission. In order to do that, all we have to do is come to our routes file, and devise automatically set up these two devise for lines here. So it set up a devise for admins and a devise for users. And what we need to do here is come up to the admins line, and we need to skip a couple of routes. So we can just say skip, and we'll do registrations. So that removes the ability for users to sign in or sign up, excuse me. So that would remove this page right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and close that and save it. And now if we come back here and refresh the page, this route no longer exists. So this can't be accessed and it can't be used to sign up to our app. Okay, so next thing we need to do after we've skipped registrations for admins, so that blocks the user from signing up as an admin. Now let's go ahead and define our root path for our admin. So if we just come down here, we can say authenticated admin user do, and then inside this block we can say root is to, and this is the controller and method that it's going to use as our root path. So we'll say admin, and then we'll say the index is the root action we want to use, and we can just say as admin root, and this as admin root, that's what controls what the name of the helper is that's created. So we can use an admin_root helper in our views, and that will automatically redirect to this path right here. Okay, so one other issue is the admin controller doesn't exist. Neither does the index action inside that controller. So let's go ahead and create that. If we just go out to the controllers directory, so we go into our app directory, go into controllers, then we can just make an admin controller.rb, and we'll call it admin controller, and then we'll have it inherit from the application controller like that, and then we'll give it a index method, and we'll go ahead and save that file. Next thing we want to do is just create a simple view just so we can test that everything's working properly. So if we come into our views directory, then we can create an admin folder. So we can just create an admin folder here. We can do admin and go in here and then create an index.html.erb file. And inside of here, we can just do admin index for now, just to test that everything is working correctly. Okay, so now we have an admin's view and an admin controller, as well as that route that tells Devise where to route our admin users to after they log in. Now let's go ahead and set up just one more route in order to have a /admin route available that will take them to the home page. So we can just do get admin like that and have it take them to the admin index page like that. And that just gives us the ability to come up here and do /admin, and then that will take us to that admin index page that we just created. So that's great. One issue is we're not logged in right now and we're able to access this admin page. So we want to block that. If we go back to our controller, so if we search for admin controller, all we have to do is come right here and we can use a Devise before action to just authenticate that it's an admin. So we can say before action authenticate admin, and that will just check that we are logged in as an admin before we can access this page. So if I refresh this page, okay, so we ran into one unexpected error here, and it's saying that this registration path doesn't exist. That's because we removed that registration from the Devise setup in our routes file, but we forgot to remove it from our admin model. So all we have to do is open up our admin model, and where Devise sets all these modules up, we can just come to this registerable module and we can just delete that, just like that. So now if we save that file and refresh this page, attempting to go to the admin route when we're not logged in, it'll then redirect us to the sign-in page instead of the sign-up page. So now that works properly. So if anyone tries to access our admin side of the website without being logged in, they'll just be redirected to the admin sign-in page, and they'll either be able to sign in and access or they won't. So let's go ahead and test if we can log in as an admin. I'm going to come down here to the terminal, and I'm just going to enter the Rails console by doing bin Rails C like that. This enters us into a Rails console where we can type Ruby commands or interact with our models. So then I can just say admin.create, just like this, and then we can say email admin@example.com, give it a password, and give it a, I think we need password confirm as well. Oh no, okay, cool, so we're good. Okay, so now we can restart our Rails server with bin dev, and then we can come over here and type in our admin@example.com email and the password, and then we can attempt to log in. And that logs us in and takes us to the admin root path, which we defined as admin. So now we can, we can go back to the home page here, and then if we want to, we can go to the admin side of the website and we can access that because we're logged in now. So we have our basic admin authentication and authorization set up. So an admin can come log into the website, and then they can access the special admin pages of our website, and regular users will be blocked from accessing those pages. Now let's move on to the user-facing side. So we'll come back and we'll flesh out the admin side of the app later. I just wanted to get that authentication set up right away. But let's go to the regular user-facing side of the app for now. And let's work on this index page. So the index page is just going to be a list of courses that we have available for the user. And the user can click on a course to view the course, watch the first lesson, and then they'll need to sign in. They'll need to create an account and log in order to access the free course. And then they'll need to purchase the course to access the paid lessons, if there are any paid lessons in the course. So the first thing, let's just follow that path kind of linearly. So let's just create this index page and display a couple of courses right here, just so we can have a starting point for the user app. So let's go ahead and open this index file. So if we just search for course index, this is the HTML ERB file that is being displayed right here. And so we can go ahead and delete this H1. We don't want that. And then we can refresh. So now we have a new course button. We don't want our users to be able to create new courses. That's only for admins. So we don't need that either. So we can actually just get rid of that entire div right there. And then we can refresh the page. So this is rendering all of our courses right here. So we have a variable called courses, and it's just rendering all those courses. And so let's go ahead and create some courses just so we have some data to work with. So I'll come down here in my terminal, and once again, we'll go into the Rails console by just doing bin Rails C. And then we can just say 1 to 10. So we'll create 10 courses each do, and we'll use the index as the course name, and then we can just say course dot create, and we'll say the title is course I, just like that, and the description is course I. Okay, so we're going to create 10 courses just like that. And so if we refresh this page after we start our server back up, so we'll do bin dev. If we refresh this page, we should see 10 courses, and it will be using the course template to display each course. So it's just going to be showing the title and the description, just like that. Okay, so we want to modify this into a nicer format. We want a card to be displayed for every course with an image, with the course image, and we don't want to have the user be able to edit the course, and then we'll just make the card clickable instead of having a button that will take the user to the course. So in order to do that, we can just edit this course html.erb. So any file with an underscore in front of it that's in the view directory is a template. It's a reusable component, kind of like in React or Vue, where it can be used in other templates by calling it like we saw in this index file by just saying render and then passing in either a model that will Rails will dynamically know which template to use, or you can specifically say what template. So you could specifically say shared / navbar, for example, if there was a navbar component or template in the shared folder. So that's just how that works. So we know that there's a course template right here that is being used to display this course. So first thing we want to do is just get rid of these actions here. We don't need any of those. So we can just delete all those. Let's refresh the page so we can see that taking effect over here. So we know we're editing the correct template. And then all we want to do is create a card that will display an image, the course title, and then be clickable, and it will take us to the course page. So we don't need the description, so we can get rid of that. So let's start building out the front end for our cards that we want to show. So we'll come over here. We need this DOM ID This just helps with some of the Hotwire stuff, so we need to leave that there. And then we can just add some classes to this outer div. So let's give this class a max width of small, and let's make it rounded on the bottom, and then overflow hidden, shadow, we'll do a large shadow here. And then when we hover, we want the background to be Voodoo 100. And remember, we set up those custom Tailwind styles in our Tailwind configuration file, so we have access to those and we can just use them just like this by just calling them by name. Cool, so that will kind of be our outer container for the course. Next thing we want to do is add a link. So let's actually get rid of this inner content, and we can add a link. So we can say link to course, and then we'll give that a class of flex call, and we'll make it full height. Okay, and then we want to make this link have a do block because we want to wrap our entire card in this link that's going to be clickable. Okay, so then inside of here we can say if, well, we haven't set up our active storage for now, so let's just add a placeholder image tag, and then we'll come back in the next lesson and set up our courses so they can have images attached to them that are actually stored in S3 or stored locally in our dev environment. But for now, let's just have it be a placeholder image. So what we can do is we can just say image tag, and then we can use this nice service here that has a bunch of placeholder images available to us, and we can make this size 100, and then we can just save that. So this course will just have a placeholder image for now. Next thing we can do is we can make an inner div here, and this will contain the course title. So let's give this some classes, we'll give it some padding, make it flex call, and then justify between and have it grow like that. Then inside of here, we'll just do another div right here. And inside of there, we'll have another div that we will give flex. We'll center the items here, and then we'll justify the content between, and we'll make the font bold, text extra large, and we'll give it a little bit of margin on the bottom. Okay. Finally, inside that div, we can actually display the course title. So we'll just say course.title like this. Okay. Now we'll come back later and add some additional items to these cards just to show the user what percentage of the course they've completed, if the course is completed or not. But we don't have that set up yet on the back end, so for now let's just leave it simple. So we have the course title. Okay, so below this div right here, we just want to add the author of the course. So I'm just going to hard code it because there's just one author on my website, but you could make this dynamic and you could just have a property on the course, just like we displayed the title here. You could just have that be course.author. Instead of having it hard coded, but I'm just going to hard code it for now. So that's the author right here. That's me. Okay, and then below that, we want to do another div, and we'll actually just put if the course is has paid content or not. So when we set up the course, we made it really simple. We just added a title and a description, but we're going to add some more columns. So for now, let's just add it hard coded, but we'll come back and fix that later. So we'll say the class is text medium, font is light, like that. So this is a p tag, and inside here, we're eventually going to have it be course.paid. You know, we're going to check if it's paid, and if it's paid, we'll show something like premium content. Otherwise, we'll just say this course is free, completely free. There's no paid content. But for now, the course.paid column doesn't exist. So let's just hard code this course as being free. Let's just say all of them are free, just like that. We'll come back and fix all this later. This is just to get the basic styling down. Okay, that's about it. So let's go ahead and save that and make sure we don't have any syntax errors. And great, it looks pretty good. So we have our courses here. We could probably go ahead and bump this up just to make it look a little nicer, because that image is kind of being stretched out there. So that looks a little nicer. Okay, and as you can see, it collapsed into a column like this. But at larger sizes, we want it to be a row. We want it to be a row where the courses are next to each other side by side instead of stacked one on top of the other. So in order to do that, we can just go ahead and go out to the index file. So we can say course index. We can come in here and we can modify this div that's containing all the courses to make sure that that's a flex container and that's going to be displaying our courses properly. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Okay, so we'll leave that min width full, and then we'll just add flex wrap, justify, center, gap 14, and add some padding onto the bottom. And this should make it so our courses are side by side like this. If I make this window a little bit bigger, as soon as there's enough space, we'll get another column added just like this. And then if I shrink it even smaller, eventually there will just be one course. So this is going to be nice and mobile responsive for our users. And each course, you can see we can hover and it will highlight with that voodoo color that we added to our Tailwind configuration file. And then if I click on a course, it should take us to the course page to display that course, more information about it, and watch the first video. So if we click that, it'll take us to this /courses/ID. In this case, the ID is 1, and we can see the course. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to go ahead and edit this course show page. So let's go ahead and get into that now. So before we can move too much farther forward, let's just take a slight step back and set up the active storage for our courses. So we want to be able to upload a cover image that will be displayed on the index page instead of this placeholder. And then when we click on a course, we also want to be able to set up videos for the lessons of the course. So for both of those, we'll need active storage set up. So let's go ahead and configure that now. So first thing you need to know is we're going to need a library called libvips. This library right here, so you can come to their GitHub page at github.com/libvips/libvips, and then you're going to need to install that for your system. So we're going to be using this for image transformations, so to basically adjust the size of images that we upload. So you're going to need that to be installed on your system. So go ahead and find the install instructions for your system and install this. Next thing we're going to need is FFmpeg, and FFmpeg is going to be used for our video previews that we're going to be displaying to the user before they click on the video. So you're going to need to install this. So come to ffmpeg.org, just this URL right here, and then go ahead and download FFmpeg for your system. Whatever system you're using, whether it's Windows or Mac or Linux, go ahead and install FFmpeg. So once you have both of those installed, then we're ready to move forward with the active storage installation. Great. So in order to set up active storage, let's go to our gem file. We need to uncomment a gem. So search for image processing, and Rails by default, it already has this gem defined. It's just commented out. So we can just uncomment that line and save it. Then we can come down into our terminal and just run bundle install. That will just go install that image processing gem. And we need that in order to make variants of our images. So in order to make different sized images to be displayed on our website in different areas. Cool. So now that we have that, we can come down to our terminal once again, and we can do bin rails active_storage, and then we can do install. And that will install and set up the migrations and everything that we need for active storage. So once those migrations have been copied over, then we can go ahead and just migrate our database to add those active storage tables. So as you can see, it creates a few tables here. So it creates this active storage variants, active storage attachments, and this active storage blobs table. So you don't need to know too much about those tables. Just know that those are the backend that allows active storage to work the way it does. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and do some configuration for our active storage. So if we open up this storage.rb file, so search for storage.yml, it's actually a YAML file, we can see we have two configurations defined, one for test and one for local. They both do similar things. They just store the files in our local file system. And then we have some other ones down here that are commented out. So we're going to leave these commented out for now, but when we go to deploy the app to production, we are going to save our images and videos in Amazon's S3 service. So we'll uncomment this when that time comes, and we'll set up our access key and secret access key in order to make it so our images have, or we have permissions, our app has permissions to save those files in S3. But we're just going to leave these commented out for now. So everything looks good. So we can now go ahead and set up our, well, let's just do one more check. In development.rb, if we search for active storage, we can see that it is using the local. So that's perfect. So that's all we needed. So once we are sure that it's using local here, now we can go ahead and use active storage in our models. So in order to do that, we can open up our course model. Okay, so now that we have active storage set up, we can go ahead and use it in our model. So we can say has one attached, and then we can give it a name. In this case, we'll just call it image, and we'll say attachable like that. And then we can say attachable dot variant thumb resize to limit 100, 100. And then we can go ahead and close out that do block. So that just defines an image for our course that we can upload to and we can access in our views as well. Great. So let's go ahead and swap out these images, these placeholder images, for actual course images. So if we go back to our index page for the course, so we can just go to index, go to the course index page. Up here, we're just rendering all of our courses. So if we go to our course, component, up here we're just showing this one image tag. But now we can replace this with a check to see if the course has an uploaded image, and if it doesn't, we can fall back to that placeholder image. So let's go ahead and do that now. So all we have to do is just say if course.image.present, then we want to display the image. Otherwise, we'll just display this placeholder tag here, just like that. And then inside of this if block, we can just say equals image tag course.image class wfull rounded top, just like that. Cool. So if we refresh the page, we shouldn't see a change because all of the courses are missing an image. So they should all just fall back to that placeholder image still. But let's just double check that that's working properly. Yep, so cool. So they're still showing all of their placeholder images. But for example, if I was to go update the image for this course right here, in order to have this course.image be present, it should display that image. So you can do that from the Rails console. Before we have any UI set up, we can just enter into the Rails console and we can grab that course. So I can say C equals course.first. So that's going to be this course right here. And then I can say c.image, and we can just check that is not present. So if we just do c.image.present, we can see that it's false. So we can go ahead and attach an image to this and then refresh the page and just verify that that image is being displayed correctly. Okay, so in order to attach a file to this course, we can just say c.image.attach, and then we can give it IO. So we can just say IO file.open and then give it a path to the file. So let's just do users downloads /rails ecom.png, just like that, and then close that out, and that will attach. Oh, we forgot the file name, so we also have to give it a file name, just like this, and I'll just call this rails ecom.png, and then we can go ahead and close that out and hit enter, and that will attach that image to that course. So as you can see, it saves it in the active storage blob table, and then it associates it with the course. So if we refresh this page, if we go ahead and start the dev server and then refresh the page, we should see that first course has an image and it should display it, and then the other courses are falling back to those placeholder images. Great. So it looks like our active storage integration is working well now. So now let's go ahead and start working on the show page, and so we can display the more about the course information. So let's do that. And then started working on the show page for the course. If we come back over to the live version of the site, we can see what we want the show page to look like. We want to show the first lesson of the course so the user can preview it and see if they want to take the course. We want to show a description of the course, including the technologies that will be used, the course title, how many lessons are in the course, and a description of the course. And then we want these two info boxes, one to click where they can start the course, and another where they can click to unlock the course if the course has paid content. We come back to our dev site, we can start working on creating that page. Let's open up our course show page and remove the render course. We don't want that. We're just using the course template to render the courses on the index page, but on the show page, we don't need to use it. We also don't need a link to edit the course or destroy the course, so we can go ahead and remove those two and save this page. So if we refresh the page, all we have now is a back button that takes us back to the index page. We can come down and set up a couple divs in order to make sure that our page layout looks correct. So first thing we want to do is we want to remove this max width off of the div, and then we want to make this a flex column. So we can do flex call, and at large sizes we want to make it a flex row, and then we'll just give it some padding on the bottom. We'll make this inner div flex as well. We'll make this inner div full width, so we'll do width full. First thing we want to do is display a video that will be the first lessons video for the course, but we don't have lessons yet, so we can go ahead and set that up right now. So let's go ahead and create the lesson scaffold. So we can just do bin rails g scaffold, then the name of our model, so we want it to be lesson, and then we'll add a few properties. A lesson will have a title, which is a string. It'll have a description, which is a text, and then it will also have a column called paid, which is a Boolean. We use this paid tag to signal to our system if the lesson should be free or if the user needs to purchase the course before they can watch the lesson. And finally, we want to connect the lesson to a course. So we can say course, and that references. That will set up the foreign key column to the course. Hit enter on that, and we'll create the views for the lessons as well as the model and the lesson controller. Great. Now let's open up that model and make sure everything looks good. So we'll open up the lesson model, and we can see that it already has the belongs to course set up for us. So now let's just go to the course and set up the has many relationship. So if we open up the course file, we can say has many lessons and save that. That will let us access the lessons variable on a course object, and that will go load all the courses that belong to that, or load all the lessons that belong to that course. So now if we come back to our template, we can access all the lessons. So we can just say if course.lessons.any, so if this course has any lessons, and if the course's first lesson has a video, then what we want to do is just display that video. So we can use a Rails helper called a video tag, and then just pass in that first lessons video. And then we want to make sure there are controls on it, and we'll just give it a little bit of styling as well. Okay. So we can close out that tag. Now you might notice one thing is we haven't defined videos on lessons yet. So we can do that in a very similar way that we defined an image on a course. So where we're using this has one attached, if we just come to the lesson, we can define a similar active storage attachment, but instead of it being an image, it will be a video. So we'll name it video, and we don't need to have the attachable. Great. So now we can attach video files to lessons, and they will have an attribute called video where we can access those files. So if we go back to our view template, now when we are accessing the first lessons video, that should be present if it is attached to the lesson. Great. Let's refresh the page. We should see that, we'll restart the server here. We should see nothing because our course doesn't have any lessons yet, and those lessons also don't have any videos, even if we did have a lesson. So we forgot to run our migration. Let's run that as well. So we'll just do bin rails db migrate, and then restart our server and refresh the page. And it looks like we have a slight syntax error here. So we're saying if course.lessons.any and course.lessons.first.video.present. Okay. So this is an equal, we're using the %equal here, which we definitely don't want to do. That is going to be, when you use %equal in Ruby templates or ERB templates, this actually displays the content on the screen. So we can get rid of that and save it. And that fixes our error for us. So now we're not seeing the video because this course doesn't have any lessons, and also the lesson needs to have a video as well. So we can go ahead and just set that up through the Rails console. So if we come into the Rails console, we can do bin rails c, and then we can load this course. We can say c equals course.find1 to load that course, and then we can say c.lessons, and this will be empty. And then we can create a new lesson. So we'll just say c.lessons.create, and we'll give it a title, lesson 1, description, lesson 1, and then we can save that. So let's just go ahead and create that lesson, and then we'll get a handle on it by saying c.lessons.first, and then we want to go ahead and attach a video to this lesson. So in order to attach a video, we can use the active record method called attach. So we can just say l.video.attach. Inside this method, we can attach it by using IO. So we can just say IO, and then we can open a file. So I'll just say file.open, and then we need to pass a path to this file. So let's pass a path to the file. So we can just say users, my name, movies, and then I have a test file here that we can use, but you can just use any short video file to test that this video upload is working. So we'll do that, and then we just need to name the file. So we'll give it a file name of test upload vid mp4, like that. Okay. So if we run that, that will upload the video to this first lesson, so it will be available on our front end here. If we refresh this page after we start our server, so let's go ahead and start our server, we should see that video being displayed. Okay, and it looks like we need to make this plural, so we'll make that plural and refresh. And now we get our video. So if there are no lessons in the course, or if the first lesson video isn't present, this video tag will be omitted. Otherwise, it'll be displayed just like this. And we can click on the video to begin playing. All right. Next thing we need to do, if we look at our template over here, is we need to create this description section. We are going to use these categories as well to display which technologies each course uses, and then we'll display the title and the description as well as how many lessons are available in the course. All right, so let's work on that. So right below this video that we just created, we can create another div. We'll give this div a border, some padding, and make it rounded. Inside of this, we'll create another div that is a flex div. So we'll say flex. We want to justify start, and we'll put the items in the center, and then we'll make it flex wrap, and we'll make it take up the full width. Give it a little bit of margin there. Close that out. Inside of this div, this is where we will be displaying our categories. So we'll be displaying these categories right here, such as what technologies this course is using. We don't have the concept of categories yet, so let's go ahead and run a migration to create those categories. If we come to our terminal, we can just run bin rails g model category. Notice we're using the model. We're not going to be setting up a UI to add categories to the database. We're going to have to do that through the Rails console. So you could add a user interface for the admins to add categories if you'd like, but it doesn't happen very often that you need to add categories. You can just add all the categories that you think you might need up front, and then just select those when creating your course. So I'm going to omit that from this course, but if you'd like, you can create a full scaffold right here and create some UI for adding categories, but I'm just going to create the model just to keep it simple. So that's why we're using that, and then we'll give it one property, which is the name, which is just a string, and then we'll create that model. That'll create the model class for us, as well as a migration and a couple tests. Now if we run that migration, we can create that table. Then we can come into our Rails console and create some categories. So I can just say category.create, and then we'll give it a name, Rails 7, and then we'll create another category called Tailwind, and another category for Hotwire. And finally, let's make one more category we'll make another category for Postgres, and then another category for Stripe. So you can add as many categories as you'd like, depending on what technologies you plan on using, but let's just create those 5 for now. Okay, so once we have those created, we can associate a couple to our courses. So in order to do that, we'll need a joins table. So we can create a joins table by running another migration. So if we just go ahead and clear this out, we can do bin rails g migration, and then we can name our migration. So we'll name this create categories courses, and this will just create a migration file for us. And then we can go ahead and open up this file and set up the columns that we want in this table. So let's go ahead and do that. Make this a little bit smaller here, and then open up the create categories courses. We can see that it's creating a table called categories courses. This is a naming convention in Rails. If you're doing a joins table, we like to name them with both of the model names or both of the entity names being plural, and then you just alphabetize them. So in this case, categories comes before courses, so we're calling it categories courses. Great. Then all we have to do is create 2 columns, one for a category ID and one for a course ID. So let's go ahead and do that now. We can do that is we can just say t.belongs to category, and then t.belongs to course. All right, so we'll save that file and then run the migration with bin rails db migrate, and that will set up our joins table. That way we can connect one category to many courses, and we can connect one course to many categories. Great. So now that we have that, we'll have to add two things to two different models. So first we need to go to the course model, and we need to tell the course model that it now has categories associated with it. So in order to do that, we can use a concept called has and belongs to many, and we can just say has and belongs to many categories. So that will set up the association for the course, and then we just have to do a similar thing with the category model. So if we come to the category model, we can just say has and belongs to many courses. So has and belongs to many courses. Okay, so now that we've set that up, we should have everything available to query the categories that this course belongs to and display them to the user. But first we just need to create a few or associate a few categories with this course. So let's go into the Rails console one more time, grab the course that we're working with, and then let's create a few, or let's associate a few categories to it. Okay, so we can say cat1 equals category.first, and let's just say c.categories categories.push cat1, and then we'll just do c.save like that. So now if we reload the course, so we'll do c.reload, and we query its categories, we should have one category. So categories, and we can see that it has one category that's that Rails 7. So let's actually just go ahead and add a couple more categories. We can say cat2 category dot find last dot last. Okay, and then we can go ahead and push that into the categories array and save it. We forgot to change this, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so we have a duplicate here. So let's go ahead and just say c.categories.destroy all. So we've deleted all of the categories, and then let's just re-push those two categories back in. So c.categories, and we can see that it's empty, and then we're just going to go ahead and run these commands. So we'll push in the second category, and then we'll push in the first category, and then we'll just do c.save. Okay. Finally, we're ready to go back to our course show page and start adding the logic to display these categories. So how we want to do that is just a for loop that loops over all of the categories and displays them as little tabs, just like we can see on the live site here. We can just open up a template tag and say course.categories.each do category, and close that out. And then inside of here, we can just create a div for each category, and we can give it some classes. So let's make the background Amaranth 100, text Amaranth 800, text small, font semi-bold, give it some margin, give it some padding, and make it rounded. And then inside the div, we just want to display the category's name and close that div out. Great. Restart our dev server here. And now we can see our categories are being properly displayed in our description. Next thing we want to do is just get a count of how many lessons this course has, just so the user can see that before they decide to take the course. So we'll come back to here and we'll add that right below our categories. That's very simple. We can just come below this div right here and just put a span. Inside this span, we can just put the count of the lessons. So we can say course.lessons.count and close that span. Great. So here are our lessons count. Let's just go ahead and add a little description of what that number is. So let's just say lessons like that and refresh. So now we can see that this course has 1 lessons. we can use a Rails feature here where we can say if the course only has one lesson, we don't want this lessons to be plural. We just want it to be singular. So we can use a nice Rails helper here to help us make that happen. Okay, so in order to do that, we can just use a helper called pluralize. So we can just say we want this to be lesson and then .pluralize, and we'll pass in the lesson count. So we'll just say @course.lessons.count, just like that. And that should change the word lesson to lessons if there are more than one lessons. Otherwise, it'll just be lesson. So if we refresh this, we should get one lesson. If we were to add another lesson, so we can actually just go ahead and do that now. So we can create a new lesson for the course. So we can say c.lessons.create, title, lesson 2, description, lesson 2, and we'll give it a video, but we'll attach that after. So first let's just create that, and then we can just say L equals lesson.last, and we'll attach a video to it. So we can just say L.video.attach IO, and then we do file.open, and we can use my test video one more time. So say /users movies test vid upload for file name vid upload mp4, and we'll need to close out that file.open. Okay. Oops. So this file is actually called test upload vid. Let me just fix that and run it. Okay, so now we have two lessons. So if I refresh this page after starting the server, we should see that word is pluralized now. So it says two lessons. Cool. So that's just, Rails provides a lot of handy things like that that you can use to make your front end just a little bit more user friendly. Great. Next thing we want to add is the title and description. Right below our span here, we can add an h1 tag, and this will be the title of the lesson. We'll give it a class text 2XL, and we'll make the font bold, and then we'll just put the course title inside of there. And below that, we'll put a paragraph tag, which will be the course description. So this will be gray 500, margin top is 2, and then we'll just put the course description, just like that, and save it. So if I come back to our dev site and refresh the page, we see the course title and the course description right below. So that's everything we need for this description box. Next, let's work on this sidebar. So this is technically a sidebar, but when the screen is too small, it collapses to be below the description content. But if I make this window a little bigger, we can see what it looks like at bigger screen sizes. We can see that it's normally over here off to the right side of the video. And then when it gets too small to fit there, it just pops down right below. So we're calling it a nav bar or a sidebar. So let's go ahead and work on this section next. Okay, so if we come right below this div that we created to house the description and categories, we can create another div, and then inside of that div, we are going to render our sidebar, and we're going to break it out into a component because it's going to get a little bit big. There's some logic in this sidebar that we need to use to display different things. So we're going to break it out into our own component just to make it a little bit simpler to use. And actually, we can go ahead and get rid of this back to courses link. We're not going to need that. Okay, so then next thing we need to do is actually create that template. So if we come out to the folder that's housing our show page, we can just create it right here. So we can create a file called sidebar underscore sidebar dot html dot erb. And then I can just for demonstration purposes, just put sidebar here just so we can see it and save that. If we refresh the page, we should no longer get that error, and we can see that we're rendering our sidebar template right below our description here. Awesome. So now let's go ahead and start working on our sidebar. First thing we need to do is let's just set up a containing div, and this will just be kind of the root level of the component, and that'll be flex call, and large we'll just do some padding below it like that. Inside we'll do another div, and we'll say class equals margin top 6, large, we don't want any margin, and then we'll justify center items center and width full, just like that. Close that out. Inside of that div we'll do another div with a class, we'll call it a card, and we'll do background white rounded. Inside of that div we'll do another div, and we'll just make this background of white rounded large, and we'll give it a shadow, overflow hidden, and width full, just like that. Inside of that div we'll do a final div where we will set the background to amaranth, so we'll do background amaranth 500 and p4, and then inside of that div we'll just do an h2, and we'll make the text white 50, text extra large and bold, and this is where we'll just say start learning. So this will be the card where they can click a button inside of it in order to be taken to the lessons index page for the course. Okay, right below this div we want to add another div, and then we can just give it some padding here like that. This div is going to house our text and the button where they can click to be taken to the course index page. So there's going to be some logic in this component to check if the user's signed in, and depending if they're signed in or not, there will be a different button displayed. If they're not signed in, they need to sign in order to access the course. So clicking on the button will take them to the sign-in page. If they are signed in, it will just take them directly to the course. So let's go ahead and set that up. So what we can do is we can just have an if statement that says if the user is signed in, and that's just a helper method that Devise gives us, so it's really handy. So we'll basically have this if-else statement. If the user signed in, we'll display something. If they are not signed in, we'll display something else. So if the user is signed in, first we want to check if, well, let's just make this really simple for now, and we can come back later and make it a little bit more dynamic. So let's just say we'll create a p tag, and we'll give it a couple classes. We'll say text gray 700, text base, and give it some margin. Inside this p tag, let's just say start the course and begin learning all about the world of web dev. Okay. Then below that p tag, we just want to add a button that they can click to start the course. So right below that, we'll just add a link. So we'll say link to, and we'll label it start course, and this will be our course lesson path, and we'll pass in the course, and we'll just pass in the first lesson. So we'll just have them get put on the first lesson every time, and we'll come back and make this logic a little more dynamic, but for now let's just keep it simple. Let's give it a background on hover, text white 50, font bold, give it some padding, rounded, and then we'll just set some focus properties as well. Okay, Now if we refresh the page, we should see this card over here, and it says Start Learning, and then it should have a button called labeled Start Course if the user was signed in. So we're not currently signed in, so that's not being displayed. So we can add to this else block here, and then we can view the content, how it would look to a user that wasn't logged in. So let's do that. So if we come down into this else block, we can say, we can just actually copy these two properties and then just change some of the content. So inside the p tag, instead of saying start the course, we'll say sign up for free today and start exploring the endless possibilities. So we'll save that. And then instead of linking to the course, they won't have access to the course, so we'll have to link them to the sign up page. And we can do that by just using one of Devise's routes that they have set up for us, which is just the new user registration path, just like that. And then the styling and everything else can remain the same. So when we refresh that, we can see that we have a button here and we have our text that's telling them to go sign up before they can take the class. So it looks like the background cover or color is a little bit bad. It looks like I just misspelled that right here, and I think that is also misspelled up here. So let's just go ahead and fix that. Revolver. Okay, so that should show up a little nicer now. Cool. So now we have this button here, and if I am a user on this page and I've watched the first lesson, it sounds like a good lesson, and I want to take the rest of the course, I can go ahead and click this to be taken to the sign-in page or the sign-up page, and I can create my free account, and then it will just redirect me back to this page where I can click the button to go ahead and start watching the full course. Great. Next thing we want to do is we want to add a section very similar to this, except for it's just going to be describing the premium content that is available for this course, and it will have a link to take the user to Stripe where they can check out and purchase the full course. So it's going to be very, very similar to this. So we can kind of copy this entire div down to right here and go ahead and paste that just right below. Okay, so once we have that, we can go ahead and modify some of the things inside of it. Okay, so not all courses are going to have paid content. So first thing we want to do is check if the course has paid content. If it doesn't, there's no need to display a link for them to go purchase the course because there is no paid content. So in order to do that, we can just say if course.paid, then we want to show the paid section. Otherwise, we can just completely ignore it. So we'll wrap the entire thing in this. One thing we need to note is if we look at our schema, on how our schema is currently set up, a course doesn't have that paid column, so we need to make a migration in order to add that to our table. So let's go ahead and do that now. And actually, we can add a few more columns just while we're at it, just to make sure everything's set up correctly for our course. Okay, so let's go ahead and run a command to create a migration. So we'll do bin rails g migration add, and so we're going to add paid and Stripe. Well, we'll just say add more calls to course. That'll be our migration name. We'll go ahead and open up that migration. What we want to do is we want to add 3 extra columns to our course table. We want to add a paid column that signals if this course has any paid content. We want to add a Stripe price ID. We're going to be using this in the future when we set the price of our course. And then we want to add a premium description. And this is the description that will be put in the card that the user can read to see what benefits they'll get from purchasing the premium course. So in order to do that, we can just update the table. Okay, so in order to add the columns, we can come into this change method and we can just say add column. Then we can give it a table name. So we want to add it to the courses table, and the column name will be paid, and that will be a Boolean. Then we want to add a second column also to courses. This will be called a Stripe price ID, and that will just be a string. And then finally, we'll add our last column, which will be the premium description column. So we'll say courses and premium description, and that will just be text. Great. So if we save that, we can then come and run our migration to bin rails db migrate, and that will add those 3 columns. If we come over to our schema and find our courses table, we can see that we now have these 3 extra columns added to our courses table. Great. If we come back to our show page for the course and then go into the sidebar, we can now see that we have a column called paid that we can access. Great. So let's continue on with setting up the course, the paid content little card for our course. So inside this if statement, we'll set up a div, and that div will have a little margin on the top. We'll make it flex, justify center, items center, and make it full width. Inside of that div, we'll have another div, which will have a background of white, rounded, large, give it a shadow, overflow hidden, and width full. Okay. Inside of that div, we'll add another div, and we'll make it background is amaranth 500 and P4, just like that. And then once again, we'll add our header here. So we'll just add an H2 with a text of white 50, text of 2XL, and font bold. And then we'll just say get more content. Okay. Right below this div, we want to add the body of the card. So we can go ahead and add that here. Another div where we can say the padding is 4. Okay. Inside of this is where we'll put our body content. So once again, we want to check if the user is signed in. So we'll just say if user signed in, else, and then end. Okay. So in the signed in section, we just want to say, we'll do a paragraph tag with a class equal to text gray 700, text base, and margin bottom 4. And then inside this p tag, we can just ask the user to purchase the course. So we can say unlock more content by purchasing the full course. And then below this, we can add a link to go purchase the course. So we'll go ahead and add a form tag that will take us to a checkouts path, which doesn't exist yet. So in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to set up our Stripe checkouts. So for now, let's just put a placeholder here that we can go ahead and update in a later lesson. So we'll just put a button, and we'll have this button say unlock full course. Okay. And then let's just give it a couple styles here. Revolver 600 and hover BG revolver 700, text white 50, make it bold, give it some padding, okay, save that, and if we refresh this, we won't see that because we're not logged in, but that'll be showed to the user if they are logged in. Okay, and this course also doesn't have any paid content, which is why we're not seeing the second card here. If we want, we can just go to our Rails console again, and we can set this course to have paid content. Okay, now we should see that. restart our server here, and we should see the second card here, because now this course is marked as having paid content, so we should see that. Great. Let's just go ahead and add a little bit of margin to the top just to make sure that this course has a little separation between the other card. Okay, so finally what we need to do is just add to this else section. So we can go ahead and just copy these, and we'll put it right here, and then we'll change this to sign up for free today and start exploring the endless possibilities. Okay, and we can just make this a link to sign up just like we did above here. So we can just go ahead and copy that, put that right here, and then get rid of this button. Okay, let's make sure everything is aligned and refresh the page. And now we have our two cards right here. Great. Okay, so in the next video, let's just finish up a couple styling things on this page, and then we can jump into the course lessons page where we will display all of the lessons for the course. If we come to the live site and we click on continue course, we can see what that's going to look like. So we want to have a menu of the lessons that are in the course right here, and then we want to show each video for the lessons right here. If we expand it a little bit more, we can see what it looks like at desktop sizes. We'll have that nav bar over to the side, the course or the lesson video, the lesson description, and then a few buttons to unlock the premium course or to go to the next lesson if we want to do that. So let's work on that in the next video. So in order to fix this styling issue right here, it looks like we just forgot to close out a couple of div tags. So if we come down to line 19 in our sidebar.html.erb file, we can just close out those divs. So we'll add one closing div tag and two closing div tags right there. And then let's format that file and save it. And then if we refresh the page, we can see that that margin is now taking effect. So the cards are being separated nicely like that. Great. And let's just double check that it looks good at bigger screen sizes. So when we come to this size, it should pop over to the right side and be over here. So let's go ahead and set that up, and we'll do that on the course show page. So let's go to the course show page. So course show. Okay. So in order to do that, we can just come up to the top here, and we can make this a flex call. So we can just say flex call, and then at large screen sizes, we'll just make it flex, and we'll make it flex row. And then let's add a little bit of padding to the bottom here and save that. So now at medium screen sizes or below, we get this column layout where everything's stacked on top of each other. And if we make it just a little bit bigger okay, so, and we accidentally added some styles to the wrong div, so we can get rid of this padding bottom, large flex row, flex call, and just leave it with MX auto and with full. So we just want to make sure that we have these flex classes on the outermost div. We accidentally had them on this inner div right here. So let's go ahead and fix that and refresh the page. And we should see that at medium or below screen sizes, we get everything stacked on top of each other nicely like this. And then if we make the screen just a little bigger, things should pop over to the right side. In order to fix the issue where our sidebar is not popping over at larger screen sizes, all we have to do is come up here to line 1 and fix a little error. So it said large flow row, and we just want to change that to large flex row, just like this. So that will fix that issue. And then if we refresh the page, at medium and below screen sizes, everything is stacked on top of each other like that. And then at large screen sizes, these two content cards pop over to the right side of the video, just like that. So that'll look nice at both of those screen sizes. Great. So we've fixed the couple of styling issues on the course show page. So now let's go and set up the course lessons page. So if we click on sign up and then we log in and we come back to this page, this button should then say watch course or continue course. And once we click on that button, it should take us to the course's lesson index page. So let's go ahead and log in first. If we come to the users sign up page, we want to do one thing to the user before we sign up. So let's go ahead and open up the user RB file, and we want to add one extra devise module to this user model. It's called confirmable. So that will make it so when we sign up as a user, an email will be sent out to the user that they need to click on to confirm their email, and that's just to guarantee that they have access to that email that they're using to sign up with. So if we just add that confirmable module right here to devise, make our user model confirmable, all we have to do is add this confirmable module to our user class right here. Then we have to create a migration. So let's go ahead and create a migration in our terminal down here. So we can do bin rails g migration, and we can call it add confirmable to user, just like that. Once that's run, we can go ahead and edit that. So if we search for add confirmable, we need to add a few columns that devise needs in order to make a model confirmable. So first we need to add a column, and these are all going to be added to the users table, and we'll say confirmation token, and that's a string. Then we need to add another column to the user table, and that will be confirmed at, and that's going to be a date time. So that'll be a date time. Then we need to add another column to the users table called confirmation sent at, and that'll also be a date time. And then last column we need to add is just called unconfirmed email, and that's a string. Cool. So we added those 4 columns. Now let's just run the migration. Bin rails db migrate. Once that runs and those 4 columns have been added, we can go back to our model class and make sure that we have that confirmable module added. Now if we refresh, so let's start our server up again and refresh this page. Now if we sign up, so let's do test2@example.com, password, and if we click sign up here, we should get a confirmation email sent out. So we get a notification that says a confirmation link has been sent to your email address. Please follow the link to activate your account. So in the dev environment, it's easy to get this email. All you have to do is look in your Rails terminal that's running your web server, and if you scroll up, you can see the email that was sent out here. So we can see this email right here that was sent out, and in production this would actually be delivered, but in local it's just being printed out like this. So we can just copy this URL that includes our confirmation token and then paste it into our browser here. That will confirm our email, and then we can just log in at this point with our email and password. Okay, so now I'm logged in as a user. So if I come to this course, that button, and instead of saying sign up, it should say continue course or start course in order to take us to the lessons of the course so we can actually start watching it. So let's click on that, and we need to fix one error. So we're using a method that doesn't exist. It's called first lesson, and we just assumed that that existed on our course, but it actually doesn't. So let's go ahead and add that. So let's shrink this down a little bit and go to course. Now we want to have this helper method that basically just returns the first lesson of the course if it exists. So we can just make it a method down here, and we can just say def first lesson, and then we can add self.lessons.order. So we want to order them by their position, and then grab the first one. Now our lessons don't have positions, so we'll have to make a migration to add that model or that column to the model. So if we go to the schema file, let's just check our lessons table. You can see that this table doesn't have a position column, and we'll need that to determine which lesson comes first, and also that will help us order our lessons when we build our drag and drop interface. So let's go ahead and add a migration to add that position column to the lessons. So we can do bin rails g migration, and then add position to lessons. And then once that migration is created, we can go ahead and open that up, add position to lessons. And then in here, we can just add a position column. Okay, so we can just do add column. We're adding it to the lessons table, and the name of the column is position. And then the data type is just going to be an integer, just like that. So we can save that and then come down here and run bin rails db migrate, and that will add the position column to our table. So if we open our schema and come to lessons, we can now see that we have this position column that is an integer defined right here. Great. Now that we have that, we can come back to our lesson file, and we can go ahead and, our course file, and we'll be able to use that position to order the lessons. And then we'll just take the first lesson. So this method will now return the first lesson. So if we refresh the page here, after we start our server, and if we refresh the page, we get past that error. So now we are just getting an error right here where it says undefined method course lesson path. Let's just go ahead and make sure that this helper exists. So if we just come to like a route that doesn't exist, we can search for course lesson like that, and it looks like that doesn't exist. So in order to add that, we can go to our routes file, and we can see that our resources of lessons are added on the root level of our route, and that was just added by default when we ran the scaffolding. But we actually want this to be nested inside of a course, because all lessons have a context of what course they're in. So in order to do that, we can just open up a do block for the course, and then we can paste our lesson resource inside of that do block. So now there will be a path that includes a course ID in the URL as well as a lesson ID, and that will make sure that that route works properly. So if we save that and we go back to this page and we go ahead and refresh, that should work. So now we get the course, now we're on the course show page, and because we're logged in, this button no longer tells us to log in, it tells us to start the course. So if we click this, it should take us to /courses/1 and then /lessons. So it should take us to the lessons index page. Actually, it should take us to the first lesson of the course. So if we click on that, we do get the first lesson of the course. So we get the course that we're under, and then we also get the lesson that we're under for that course. Great. So now we just need to fix a couple of errors that are on this page. Because we moved the lessons inside of the courses, it messed up some of our routing and some of our helper methods. So we just have to go ahead and fix a bunch of those. So let's first just open up this show page for the lesson. So we can just do lesson show, and then we can find this edit lesson. So actually, we don't want any of these links because the user shouldn't be able to edit or destroy this lesson at all. And so we'll go ahead and just remove those completely, and then that should get rid of that error. This is actually not needed either, so we can go ahead and delete that and refresh, and now we can see the lesson right here. So we'll start building this page out in the next video, and just a reminder, what we want it to look like is we just want it to look like this, where there is a video at the top of the screen, and that's the content for the lesson. And then below it is a description and title for the lesson, and then we have this nav bar that lets us navigate throughout the course, and it should also look good on desktop like this, where it pops over here. So that's what we're going to be building in the next lesson, and we'll start working on this lesson show page. So first thing we want to do is just display the lesson video at the top of the page. So let's just come down in here, and we can get rid of this lesson render. We're not going to be using that. We're just going to be customizing this page independently without using the components. So we can get rid of that. We can leave our notice, so that can give us notifications easily from device, or if we have other notifications that come back from our controllers. And then below this, we can just go ahead and display the video. So we can just do lesson.video.present. So if there is a video for this lesson, then we can just display a video tag with the lesson's video. And we'll configure it a little bit to not have autoplay on, and we'll have the controls be true, and then we'll just give it a class of rounded, just like that. Otherwise, if there's no video present for this lesson, we'll just display no video available. And there should always be a video for lessons, but just in case something goes wrong, that will be our backup that we'll display. All right, so let's refresh this page, and now we just get the video at the top of the page. Next thing we want to do, if we jump over to the live site, is we just want to add a little box down here with the lesson title and description. So we can go ahead and set that up. If we come right below this video tag, we can go ahead and add a div. So we'll just do div, and we'll give it a class of, we'll give it some margin, and then we'll give it a border and some padding, and then make it rounded. So this will be our container where we'll hold the lesson title and description. So then in an H1 tag, we can just add a text to Excel, font semi-bold, and we can have this just be the lesson.title, just like that. Close out the H1 tag, and then right below it we can put the description. So we'll say text gray 700, just like that, and then we will put the lesson.description right there, and close out that p tag, just like that. If we refresh this page, we should see the lesson title and description right here. Cool. Next thing we want to do is we can add a couple of buttons down here. So normally if you're on the first lesson, or if you're on a lesson where there's a next lesson that's unlocked for you, it should say next lesson, and you can click that button to take you to the next lesson. If you've completed this lesson already, there should be a little badge here that says that you've completed it, but we haven't set up any of our user tracking features yet. So let's just go ahead and set up the next button, or the next lesson button for now, and then we'll come back and once we set up all of the user tracking features of the website, we'll come back and add this complete tag and some other features to make this behave a little better. But for now, let's just add that next button. So below this div, we can just create another div, and we'll make it a class of margin top 6. Well, actually, let's just make it margin Y 6 and large margin bottom 0, like that. Close that out. And inside of that div, we can say we're going to have some extra code here that checks if the user has already completed the lesson, etc. But for now, there's not much we need to check. So let's just add a link to mark as complete. So that'll just be link to mark as complete. And then this goes to our course lesson path, and we can pass in the course and the lesson, just like that. And then we'll give it some data. So because we're using Turbo, we want to make sure that we change the method here to put. So we can change the method by using that Turbo method property right there. And then we'll add a class just to give it a little bit of styling. So we'll do Amaranth 500 rounded hover. We'll do background Amaranth 600, and text is white 50. And then we'll just give it a little bit of padding here. Okay, so if we refresh the page on the dev site, we should get that button. And it looks like this course lesson path doesn't exist, and that's because we're passing in a nil course. So let's just make sure that that variable is defined. If we go to our lesson controller, we can see that the course isn't being set in the show method. So that's easy enough. We can just set a variable, and it'll be equal to the lesson dot course, just like that. So if we refresh this page, that course variable should be defined now, so we get rid of that error. So we just have to make sure we use the instance variable by using the @ sign. So now that error is no longer present. Cool. So now we have this button where we can mark it as complete. And actually, we don't want that to be amaranth. We want it to be a green color. So let's go back to our show page, and let's change it to be a green color right here. So this will be green, and this will also be green, like that. Great. So now that should be a green button, and we can click it, and that will send a put request to our course controller, and then, our lesson controller, and then we can mark this lesson as complete for the user. So let's handle that right now. So let's just go ahead and test that and make sure it works. So if I click this mark as complete button, it should hit my server with a put request to the lessons controller. So let's just go ahead and test that. And it looks like everything worked, except for we want to modify that controller just to mark it as complete. So let's just go ahead to the lessons controller one more time. And this is the endpoint that's being hit right here, this update. And so let's go ahead and modify this to just mark the course as complete. So how we can do that is, let's just go ahead and get rid of all of this here. So because this is the user-facing side of the app, we don't want them to have the ability to destroy, update, or create a course at all. All of that logic is going to be handled in a separate controller that's specific to the admin side of the app. So we want to delete all of that code that was inside of the update method, and instead we want to replace it with code that all it does is update that completed Boolean on the lesson to true. So first thing we can do is come back and fill out this method with more details. But for now, we just want to remove the ability from this controller for any action to be taken that we don't want the user to be able to do. So we can delete all the code inside these methods just to make sure. So we're going to come back and complete the logic that will allow us to mark a course or a lesson as complete. But for now, let's just go ahead and lock down this controller. So we don't want our users to be able to see an index of lessons. We just want the show method. We don't want them to be able to create a new lesson or edit a lesson or update a lesson or destroy a lesson. So we can delete all of these. We do want the def update method, but for now we're just going to leave it empty and not do anything for now. So let's just leave it like that. And the reason we want to delete those is because this is the user-facing lesson controller, and we don't want to allow a user to modify or create lessons in any way. That should only be available for admins. So that's why we're just removing all of those right there. And then we can just shrink that down to show an update. Okay. So that should be good. We can also get rid of this lesson params. We won't need that, and save that file, refresh the page, and we should still be good. So we'll come back and work on the functionality for this button later. But for now, let's just go ahead and continue working on the UI side of this app. So we can go ahead and work on the sidebar. And the sidebar is actually beneath when it's at smaller screen sizes, but it will become a sidebar at bigger screen sizes. So let's go ahead and work on that component next. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go back to the lesson show page, and right underneath our mark is complete div, we want to set up the sidebar. So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, we can just create a div, and we'll actually do it outside of this div. So just before the closing div, we want to create a new div where we'll hold our sidebar. So we'll say div class equals sidebar container large min width 60 and large margin right 4, large overflow y, scroll, close that out, and then inside of there we will just render a component or a template that we're going to be naming sidebar, and we'll pass we won't pass anything in for now except for the course, but we're going to be passing some other data into this component later. But for now, let's just pass the course in. Okay, so if we refresh the page, we should get an error because that template doesn't exist. And so all we have to do is come out to the folder that we're currently in, and we can create a new template, so underscore sidebar.html.erb. So this will be the sidebar specifically for the lessons page. And so inside that component, we can just add something real quick just to make sure that everything is working properly. So we'll just say sidebar, refresh, and we should see our sidebar being rendered underneath here, which it looks like we are not seeing. Oh, yes, we are. Okay, so it's up here. And that's perfect because we want it to be on the side there at those screen sizes. And we'll fix that layout stuff later. Okay, so let's go ahead and start adding content to our sidebar. Let's get rid of that div and replace it with a new div. And let's have it be with full. Then what we want to do is loop over all the lessons in the course, and let's make sure they're ordered by position. Okay, so we'll loop over every lesson in the course and we'll display some content. So first thing, if the lesson is paid, we want to display it a little differently. So let's just check if it's paid. And for now, we don't have any information about if a user has purchased a course or not. So we are going to come back later and provide that information to this component. And then we can check if the user has purchased this lesson already. But for now, let's just check if the lesson is paid. Okay, and then we can end this right here. Okay, so if it's a paid lesson, we want to show a little lock icon and make it so the user can't access the lesson. So let's just add a div, class border, give it some padding, make sure when we hover, we give it a gray color. Okay. Inside that div, we'll just add another div just as a little container for our icon. And then here we'll use that font awesome library that we set up in a previous lesson. And we'll use the lock icon. And then we'll just give that a little bit of styling as well. Okay. And then after the lock icon, we'll display a span. Let's just make the font light on this span, and it'll just display the lesson title. So we'll just do lesson.title as the content of that span, like that. Okay, so that's what we're going to display if the lesson is a paid lesson. If it's not a paid lesson, we are going to display something very similar, but just a little different. So we'll make a new div in here, or actually we want this whole thing to be a link. So we'll make a link to, and then we'll do course lesson path, and we'll do the course and the lesson just like that, and that. And then inside of there, we'll make a div with some class of border, padding 6, make sure when we hover, we make it gray. And we want to just check if the lesson is the current lesson. So if we're currently on this lesson, we want to highlight it so the user knows where they are in the course, and we can do that by just checking if the lesson ID is equal to the lesson ID that's in the current loop. And then we'll give it a background color of Amaranth 100 if it is the current lesson. Otherwise, we'll give it just an empty string there. So we can close that out. So that's our div right there. And then inside of that div, we can add the lesson name. So for now, let's just add a span, font light, and then the value of the span is just going to be the lesson.title, just like that. Okay, so let's refresh this page, and we can see that we now have 2 lessons for this course, and when we hover them, they turn to gray, and the lesson we're currently on is highlighted in that amaranth color. So if I click lesson 2, it moves us to lesson 2, and this lesson is now highlighted. If I refresh the page, it's going to maintain that highlight, and we can just navigate back and forth between lessons like that. Cool. Let's work on a little bit more styling for this page. So we want to have a little gap in between these two, and then also we want to make sure that at small screen sizes this pops underneath and displays nicely like right there. So let's work on that next. So let's go back to the lesson show page and fix some of the styling there. If we come up to the top of this page, this very top level div, let's go ahead and modify this so it looks nicer. So let's delete everything in here and start from scratch. So we can do flex, and then we can do flex call. At large, we want to do flex row reverse, and we want to do width full, justify start, and then at large sizes, we want to do justify end, like that. And then let's give it a little bit of padding. All right. And okay, and then we want to add a inner div. So this inner div right here, we want to remove this class from it. And then we want to add another div that just contains the notice. So we can add a div that contains the notice, just like this, just by wrapping it in a blank div. And then the lesson tag looks good. Okay, so that should be good. So let's refresh the page and just check. So yeah, at small screen sizes, we get the lesson menu below all the other content. And then if we make this screen size a little bigger, at larger sizes, it should pop over to the left side right there and just be right there with a little gap. So that's looking pretty good. We're going to go ahead and call that good for now. Once we set up our user tracking and allow the user to actually purchase the course, we'll have to come back and modify some of this. We need to track what lessons they've already completed, and then we also need to track if they've purchased the course or not, and use that information to allow them to access a paid only lesson. So if there was a third lesson right here that was paid, it would have a lock symbol next to it, and the user would only be able to access it if they had purchased the course. So we can see what that looks like over here, where there's 2 lessons that are free, they can access them, they've completed them, so they have a completed check next to them, and then there's a third lesson that they can't access, and they'll need to purchase the course in order to access that lesson. But for now, this looks pretty good for the page. So in the next lesson, let's just go ahead and set up our user-facing navigation bar, a global navigation bar. So it should just have our logo up here. It should have a link to the courses index page where they can come view all the courses on the site, and then it should have a sign out button if they're signed in, or a sign in button if they're signed out. If they're signed in, they should also have a little user icon that they can come to and view who they're signed in as and change their password if they would like. So let's go ahead and work on this nav bar in the next. Started on the nav bar for the user facing side of the app. Let's open up the application layout, and right above this yield tag and the main container, we can add our nav bar. So we'll just put it in a div with a width of full, and then we'll render it and we'll make it a template. So we'll just say render, and we'll store it in a folder called shared, and then the file name will be navbar, and we'll save that. So now if we refresh the page, we will see an error because that file doesn't exist. So let's go create that file. We can go back into the templates directory or the views directory, and we can create a folder called shared. Then we can go into that folder and create a file called _navbar.html.erb. And inside of there, we'll once again just put navbar just so we can check that everything is hooked up correctly, and we'll refresh that page and we can see our navbar is being displayed right here at the top of the page. So this template is used for every single view in our application right now. And so we don't need to add it to every view. It's just going to be at the top of the screen on every page. So for example, if we go back to the course page, it will still be up there. And if we go to the main home page, it will also still be up there. So that's why layouts are really nice. You can just put the code once and it will flow across your entire application. Cool. So let's delete that and get started on the real navbar. First thing we want to do is we can use a header tag right here. We want to make this navbar responsive. So in mobile sizes, we want it to collapse down. And then on desktop sizes, we want it to be laid out like this. So on desktop sizes, it'll just be laid out horizontally like this. and then when it gets small enough, it'll collapse down into a menu that pops out, and we can open and close it like that. So in order to set that up, we need to hide this section of the nav bar if we're at smaller screen sizes. So we can just make it hidden by default, and then once the screen size is smaller or larger than that, we can basically just set it to flex, so that will show it, and we'll make it width of full. We'll justify it, all the content center, make the items center, and then give it some gray text, and give it some padding as well. Okay, so we have this basic header component, and we're going to fill that with content. Right below it, we'll have another header, and this will be our header that gets shown at smaller screen sizes. But we'll set that up later. But we will have two headers, one that's hidden at large screen sizes, and one that's hidden at small screen sizes. So let's work on the big one first. Okay, so inside of this header, we'll add a div. We'll add a class of container, mx auto, flex, justify between, items center, just like that. Okay, so inside this container, we want to go ahead and add another div and make it flex, just like that. And then inside that div, we can finally make one last div, and this is where we'll put our links. So the link right here will just be to take us to the courses index page. So we'll just say link to courses, and we set that as the root path of our app, so we can use that helper right there by just saying root path. And then we'll just go ahead and give it a couple styles. 100, hover, text, white, 50, rounded, py2, and px4. And then we can go ahead and close that tag. Okay, so that's our first link. Right below that, so right below this flex div that we set up, we can create another div. And inside of there, we can add a link to our root path again, but this time it will be our logo. So we'll say link to root path, and then we can open up a do block and put inside of that do block a image tag. So we can just say image tag logo.png, and then we'll give it a class of h12. So if you don't have the logo, you can go to the GitHub and download it, and it's just going to be in the assets image directory, and that lets us use any image in that assets image directory can just be referenced just like this, and that will show up. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and put the file called logo.png that you can find on the GitHub, or you can just use your own logo or image that you have available, and go ahead and put that into /assets/images directory, and then that should work for you. Below the logo, we just want to add another section for a couple more links. So let's go ahead and add that. We can just add another div, and this one will be flex. Inside of that div, we can add a check if the user is signed in. So we'll say if the user is signed in, we want to display a couple of links. Otherwise, we'll display some different links. So inside of the check if the user is signed in, we just want to add a link to sign out. So we can just say sign out, and that will go to the destroy user session path. And once again, these helpers are just set up automatically for us with devise. And then we just want to make sure we're using turbo, so we just want to set the method to delete. So we do that by setting the turbo underscore method on the data property to delete, just like that. Then we want to add some classes. So we'll say hover bg amaranth 500 and hover text white 50 rounded, and then give it some padding and close that out. Okay, if the user is signed in, we also want to show a user icon that they can click on to view some information about their account. So we'll say link to, and we'll use an icon from our Font Awesome library. This will be user circle, just like that. And then we want to link it to the user or edit user registration path, and the class will be similar to the class we had above. So hover bg amaranth 500 hover text white 50, and rounded, and the padding as well. Okay, so those will be the links that are displayed if the user is logged in. If the user is not logged in, we want to just display one link, and that will just be a link for them to sign in. So we'll just say sign in, new user session path, and once again, very similar to the classes we have above. White 50, rounded, py2, px4, close that out. Okay, let's go ahead and just make sure this is looking okay. So if we refresh the page, we can see our courses button over here that takes us to the index page, the logo that takes us to the index page as well, the sign out, which will sign us out of the app, and a user icon that will take us to the edit user registration page where they can change some of their information. So we'll go ahead and fix all this stuff later. In future videos, we're going to come in and restyle all the devise templates so they look nicer, but right now it's just showing the default unstyled devise page. So let's go back here. So it's looking pretty good. It looks like this text is not white, so let's go ahead and fix that. If we come up here, when we hover, the text should be white 50, so it looks like we just have a small error with using an underscore instead of a dash here. So we'll save that, and now it looks good when we hover over it. The sign out button looks good, and we can test that out if we want. Let's just go ahead and add a confirm to that because we don't want users to sign out on accident. So we can go ahead and add a confirm to that, and we can just do that in the data. And it's the similar syntax where we do turbo underscore confirm, and then we just give it a message that we want to show the user. So we can just say turbo underscore confirm, and then we can just say, are you sure? And that way when they click the button, it won't automatically log them out. They'll have to click OK. All right. So now we have that set up. That's looking pretty good. The only problem is it's not going to look good at small screen sizes. So at large screen sizes, it looks pretty good. It's just laid out up at the top here. But if we shrink this smaller, it's not going to work because we are hiding it. So we need to add, at smaller screen sizes, we need to add a nav bar that behaves like this, where it's collapsible. So let's add that now. Okay. So how we can do that is we're hiding this entire header component or header element at larger screen sizes. So right below it, we can just create another header, and this header will be shown at small screen sizes. And how we can do this is we can just have a controller that will handle with a little bit of JavaScript opening and closing that, and then we can also just set this to be hidden at small screen sizes. So let's go ahead and add the class first, and we can do the controller in a second. So we'll do bg amaranth 500 small hidden with full with some padding, text white 50. Okay, then inside of this we can add a div with a class of flex, justify between, items center. Inside of this div we can add another div, and then we can start adding some links. So inside of here we can just say link to root path, and inside of that we can add an image. So this will be our same image tag logo.png, class h12, close that out. Then outside of this div we can create another div for some for the bars and the X that will be used to open and close the menu. So we can say div class equals p4, and inside of there we can put a button with an ID of bars, and then we'll add a data action here, which is a stimulus syntax that will allow us to target this with JavaScript, but let's come back and do that in a second. So for now we'll just say the type is a button, class is with full, flex, justify end, and then items center. Okay, so we'll close out that button tag, and then inside of there we'll use an icon as our button text. So we'll just do fa solid and bars. This will display a hamburger bar menu that the user can use to open this up. And then we can just go ahead and basically copy that button and then change this from bars to just an X like that. And that should be good. And then we also want to change this ID to close instead of bars. Okay. And then we also want to just add hidden on here so it's hidden by default, because we only want one of these buttons to be displayed depending on if the menu is opened or closed. Okay, great. Next, below this div, so below the div that we set up here, we can just open up another div like that. And this div is going to contain our links. So we'll give it an ID of mobile links, class equals hidden, border top 2, border amaranth 400 flex call with full, and justify center, as well as items center. Okay, so this is going to be hidden by default, and this is the actual menu that will be open and closed when we click on those buttons that we created above. All right, so we'll create a div, just give it some margin top, and then inside of here we'll put our link to the courses. So we'll say link to courses, and this just goes to our root path. $700 rounded, and then give it some padding. Okay, so that will be our link to our courses. And then once again, we need to display different links depending on if the user is signed in or not. So we could just go up here and copy this block right here down to the end, and go ahead and paste that right below here. So we can just paste that right in here. All right, let's make sure everything is formatted. So now we have this block twice in our code, once in the desktop menu and once in the mobile menu. This, once again, it just checks if the user is signed in. If they are, we show a sign out button, and we show a link to their user information page. Otherwise, we just show a sign out button or a sign in button. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh this page, and nothing, you can see that when we get to smaller screen sizes, we replace our header with that mobile header, just like that. Although the one thing is, nothing happens when we click on this hamburger menu, because we haven't set up any JavaScript to handle these click events. And we can do that with stimulus. So let's go ahead and set up our first stimulus controller and then attach it to this component and then use it to open and close the mobile menu. In order to create a stimulus controller, let's come into our console here. We can just use a generator. So we can do bin-rails g stimulus, and then we can give it a name. So we're going to call this our navbar controller. So we'll just say navbar, and that will go ahead and create this one file, the navbar controller. First thing we want to do is hook that controller up to this div. So if we come back up to our div that contains our mobile header, so actually we named it header. So come up to this second header that is our mobile header, and we'll attach it. And you can attach a controller to an element by just saying data controller and then giving it the name of the controller. So it's navbar. Okay, so now we have this navbar controller attached to this header element. Then we need to come down to these buttons and attach the data actions. So we can just say data action equals click navbar toggle, just like that. So the syntax for this is you just say data action, then you give it the action you want to listen to. So this can be, click or input or a certain key being pressed, and then you give it the controller and the method name on the controller separated by a hashtag, just like this. So this will call the toggle method on the navbar controller when this button is clicked. Then we can come down here and say data action equals click, and we'll just do the same thing. We'll just toggle the menu when this button is clicked as well. All right, that should be everything we need to do on the HTML side. So now we just have to go and implement this toggle method on the navbar controller. So let's search for that. If we search for navbar and then go to the navbar underscore controller, and let me just make this a little smaller and restart the server so we can test it in a second. So it just comes as a default controller with just an empty connect method. So we can go ahead and edit this now. So we can delete the connect method, we don't need that. And then we can add our toggle method. Inside of the toggle method, we just need to get the element that we want to toggle. So we can do that with document.get element by ID. And then we can pass in the ID. So we named it mobile links like this. And then we also need to get the element for the bar. So we can just do document.get element by ID and pass in the ID, which is bars. And then we also need the element for the closing X. So we can just say document.get element by ID again, and we named it close. Cool. So now we have access to those 3 elements, and all we want to do is toggle the class on these from hidden. So on all of these elements, we just want to toggle their hidden class. So we can say element.classList.toggle hidden, and then we want to say bar L. So we'll do bar L, and let's actually name it bars. So we'll come up here and do bars. So we'll do bars L dot class list dot toggle hidden, and then finally we'll do close L dot class list dot toggle hidden. Okay, so that's just going to hide or show all those 3 elements. So that should be everything we need to do. If we come back over here and we click on this bars menu, it should open up our menu. So it looks like we have a small bug here. So let's just go ahead and open up our console and check and make sure everything is working properly. So it says invoking action, click navbar toggle, and it says cannot access property class list. Okay, so we forgot to, okay, so this L is null. So we must have either misspelled or made a small mistake in our HTML because it's not finding an element with an ID of mobile links. So let's go ahead and go back to that page and make sure that we named it mobile links. And sure enough, we actually did an underscore instead of a dash. So if we just change that to a dash, now it should be able to find that element. If we refresh the page and we click here, we can see that it's opening up our menu now. And then if we click again, it's going to be closing it. And if we go ahead and go back to desktop size, our menu is still working up here. And then we go back to mobile and it switches to that mobile view, and everything is looking pretty good. So that's the basic setup for the user-facing side of the app. Let's go ahead and set up some of the devise pages. So let's customize the styling for the sign in, the sign up, and various other devise pages in the next lesson. So let's go ahead and start styling some of our devise pages. The first page we want to style is this users/sign in. This is just the page where a user can sign in. So let's go ahead and click our logout button here. And now that we're signed out, we should be able to go to that page. So users/sign in. Okay, so this is just the default devise styling, and we don't really have access to style these pages yet, but we can fix that really easily with just a simple devise command. So if you notice, we don't really have any devise templates in our app. So we just have to run a command that will go ahead and move those from the devise engine into our app, and then we can go ahead and customize those. So let's go ahead and run that command now. All right, so if we come into our terminal over here, all we have to do in order to get the devise views in our app is just run bin rails g devise :views. And that will just move all of the views from the engine where we don't have access to them into our app. So you notice that it created a bunch of files. All of these are nested in the app views devise folder. And then it also created a bunch of mailers for us as well. Great. So now if we search for this registrations new, this is the template that corresponds to the user sign in page. We can go ahead and start editing that. So let's open that up. So we can do devise registrations new, and this is the form that we want to start editing. So let me move this down a little bit and restart the server. Okay. So first thing we want to do is we want to just customize the layout. We want to move some of this stuff below so it looks a little nicer, customize these input boxes, and then make the button more obvious and make it actually look like a button. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm just going to basically start from scratch here. We do have quite a few things that we are going to use, but it's probably just going to be easier to start from scratch. So if we come up here, we can just remove everything from this login page. At the top here, we'll add a div and we'll make it with full, we'll make it flex and a flex column, and then we'll justify start and items center. So that'll just be our containing div for this form that we're going to create. We'll create another div just to separate out a couple of things where it'll be flex, medium, the width will be 1/2, and then justify center, add some padding here, items center, and make the background white. Okay, and then finally in this form, in this div, we can actually make the form again. So we'll do a form for, and then resource as resource name. URL is just going to be the registration path with the resource name passed in. And then we can just give it a class here and do, and then we can use the form variable. Okay, so let's close that out. All right, so inside of the form, let's render any error messages that are returned from the server. So we can just render this shared devise template, which is the error messages template, and then we can just pass in the resource that will have the error on it, just like that. Below that, let's just add an H1 to tell the user what page they're on. So we can do text gray, 800, font bold, text 2XL, give it some margin, and we can just say we are on the sign up page. Okay. Then we'll add a div that will contain some of our inputs. So we'll make this flex, items center, border 2, padding Y, padding X, rounded, and give it some margin. All right, and so inside of this, we can start creating some of our inputs. So we're going to use an SVG and a path in order to draw some icons inside of the inputs. So if you notice, we have these lock icons inside of our password inputs, and then we also have, if we go to our, if we sign out and go to our sign in page, we also have an email input, like an @ symbol. So we can just look at that on the live site just to see what that's going to look like. Okay, so we also have this @ symbol right here and then a lock icon. So we want those. These are going to be SVGs that are nested inside of our inputs. So in order to do that, we are going to use a path with that actually draws these elements, and that would take a long time to type out. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it in, and then I'll make these SVGs available either in the GitHub or in a comment below, so you can just go ahead and paste these in as well, because that would just take a long time to type out this entire path right here. So go ahead, and if you want, you can just pause the video and copy this, or you can go to the GitHub or down below, and it should be available for you to copy and paste in as well. But once you have that, you should be able to follow along with everything else. So right below that, we're going to create a email field. So we'll do f.email field email, and then we'll give it a class. We'll do padding to the left, outline none, border none, border transparent, focus, border transparent, focus, ring 0, placeholder. Oh, let's close that out. Placeholder is email address, autocomplete is email, and then autofocus, because this is our first field, we want this to be true. Okay, great. So from this point on, we can pretty much just copy and paste like the field styling, and then just change the stroke in the middle. So I'll provide another SVG that looks like this lock icon. So this one was for the email address, and this one, the next one that you can copy, will be for the lock. And you can always just omit these if you don't want them. If you're just if you don't want to go through the trouble of getting these, you can always just omit those, and then your form will just not have these, but it'll work totally fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that and refresh the page just to make sure things are looking okay. So we are actually editing the sign up. That's my bad. So if we actually just go to the sign up page, this is what we were editing. We were editing the sign up page. That other page, the sign in page, is actually at the sessions new template. Like you can see right here, the sessions new template. So actually go to the users/sign up route, and that will take us, and that will render this view that we've been editing. Okay, so it looks like we have a little error here. Let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so it looks like if we scroll down on this page, you can see a better description of the error. So it looks like it's saying that there's a do where it expected a closing parenthesis. And so we can come up to line 3 here and just close out this form 4 tag. So we can just close that out right there, and then that should fix our error. And now we can see the input that we set up and the H1. Great. So we just need to add a password field now where they can input their password, and then a password confirmation field, and then the submit button. So let's go ahead and do that. If we come and we can just copy this div and basically just paste it right below. So we'll just paste another div right below, and then we have to swap out a few things. So I am going to provide another SVG for you to copy. So you can just copy that, and we can swap that out. So I'm going to paste that new SVG right there and delete the old one. So this will be a lock icon that will be used for the password fields. And then we can go ahead and change this email field to a password field. So we go down here and just say password field, change this to password, and then change our placeholder to password, and autocomplete to new-password, and remove this autofocus. Oh, and it looks like we had a spelling mistake on that as well. So let's go fix that. Autofocus. Okay. And I think that's everything we need to change here. And then we can go ahead and just copy this one more time and use it as the confirm password input. So we can copy this div, paste it right below, and this time we have to just change a couple things. We just need to change this to password confirmation, and then we need to change the placeholder to confirm password, and that should be good to go. So let's go ahead and refresh. So now we have our 3 inputs, 1 for their email and 2 for their password, where they need to match in order to successfully sign up. Great. Now let's go ahead and add the submit button. So if we come out right before this end right here, just after the div, we can go ahead and add a submit button. So we can just go ahead and say equals f.submit sign up, and then we'll go ahead and give it some styling. With full background amaranth 600, hover background amaranth 700, margin top 4, padding, and all the standard button styles that we always use. Semi-bold, okay. So there's our button tag, and let's just refresh the page, make sure we got that in the right place. Cool, so that's just right below. That looks good. And then the final thing we want to do is we want to add some links for the user to, if they already have an account, to go to the sign in page, or go to the page where they can get a new password confirmation sent to their email, etc. So that those are just in a shared devise template called links. So we can just come right below this and just do a div. Let's just give it a little bit of space on the top here. And then inside that div, we can render that component. So we can just say render devise shared links, like that. Cool. So now we have these links over here. Oh, it looks like we want these to be below this sign up. So let's make sure that we have our styles correct here. Okay. So we just want this to be inside of the end. So we just had it one too low. So we want that to be inside, so it gets that flex from the form there. So if we refresh, those should move below. Awesome. So now the user can come and they can enter their email, their password, and confirm their password and click sign up. If they want, they can click this and that will just take them to the login page, or they can click didn't receive confirmation instructions, and then they can type in their email and we'll send out a new email for them to click and confirm their email. So if we go back here, let's just test it and make sure everything is still working properly. So if I want to sign up with a new email, so I can do test10@example.com. Okay, so you can just type in a password and hit sign up, and it looks like it worked. So we get our notification that a confirmation has been sent, and if we look in our terminal, we should be able to get that link with the confirmation token in order for us to access our account. So we should be able to just copy this and paste this into the URL, and then we can sign in with test10@example and put in the password, and we can sign in successfully. Great. So that looks like it works. We'll sign out and we'll go back to that page. So we'll go back to users/sign up. Cool. So that's the sign up page. That looks pretty good. Let's just check on bigger sizes. It looks good. Smaller sizes, it still looks pretty good. Okay, so I think that's good for us for now. Next page, let's work on that sign-in page that we were looking at before. So if we come here, the template we actually want to use to edit this is the sessions template. So we can look up the sessions/new, and this is the template that will modify this page. So once again, we can basically just get rid of everything on this page, and we can actually just use what we have on the registration page to make our lives a little quicker. So if we look for that registrations new, and we can just basically copy everything here and then go back to this page and paste it, and then we can remove the confirmation div, or the div with the confirmation field, because once they've signed up, they don't need to confirm their password. So we can just remove that, and then we can just double check that everything is going to work. So this is no longer the registration path. This is the session path. So we can just go ahead and change that. So let's just delete registration here and replace it with session. Okay, and everything else should work. There's another thing we do want to add, but let's just make sure that this basic field works first. Okay, great. So, and we have our links here. We have a sign up that will take us to the sign up page. Click login to go back to the login page. And then we just need to fix that H1 to say sign in instead of sign up. There we go. Okay, so now those work properly. And let's just say login actually. Login, just to make it easier to distinguish between the two. Okay, great. Now, one thing we do want to add is a remember me checkbox. So if the user logs in and then they close the page and come back, they'll have to log in again unless they click this remember me button, and then the tokens will be stored in their local storage more persistently. So if they close the browser and come back, they'll still be logged in, and they won't have to sign in again unless they sign out. Or they clear their browser history or something like that. So let's go ahead and add that to this page. So we can add that right below this last input field. So we can just add another div here. Well, first let's just check if they if the rememberable module is available. So we can just say if devise mapping.rememberable. And this is just checking if we've enabled the rememberable module, which we have, so this should show up. And then we'll say a div equals margin top 4, margin left 2, and then inside this div, we'll just add a checkbox, so f.checkbox, and we'll say remember me, class rounded, and then below that, we'll add a label. So we'll just f.label, remember me, class text gray 400, text small, font bold, and close that out. Okay, so that should be the last thing we need to do, and that just adds this remember me checkbox that we can go ahead and check. So let's test that we can sign in still. So we can do test10 at example.com, just like we did last time. Enter the password. We'll select this remember me box and then click sign up. And we need to change the sign up to say sign in as well. So let's go ahead and do that. But that looks like it works correctly. So let's sign out so we can access that page again. Okay, so we just need to change the text on this button here. So if we come down, this will just be log in instead of sign up. So we'll do log in like that. Okay, so everything is looking good. Now let's go ahead and work on a few of the other pages. So far we've done the sign up page and the login page. And now we have these other two pages. So there's the forgot password page where they can get instructions to reset their password sent to their email. And then there's this confirmation instructions or resend confirmation instructions page where they can get a new confirmation email if for some reason they waited too long and the previous one had expired. So let's work on this forgot password first. So we can find that in the password and then the edit page. So this will be the forgot password. Okay, so we can find that in this password new template. So if we just come to our views and look for this devise, so we can do password new. This is the template that controls this page. So we can see here it says forgot your password, and then over here we're on that page and it says forgot your password. So this is the page the user would come to resend the password or to send the email to reset their password. Okay, so let's go ahead and edit this page as well. So once again, we can kind of reuse what we've already done. All these fields are going to look pretty similar. So if we do come back to that page we were just working on and we just copy this entire div, we can go to our password new and we can just paste this right here, and then we can delete everything above it and save that. And now we can just go ahead and modify some of these variables. So we don't want it to go to the session path anymore. We want to go to the password path like that. And then we want to just basically remove all of these divs except for one. We just need the one email input, so we can remove these password fields below, and we can also remove this rememberable checkbox that we had set up. And then we can go ahead and change this submit button to say reset. So let's change that to reset, and that should be good. So let's just change this autocomplete. Okay, yep, so that looks good. So let's refresh the page. Okay, and then we need to change our H1 to just say something like reset password. Okay, so let's refresh and just check that that's looking okay. So we got reset password, we have the email address input, reset button, and then we also have these other links that will take us back to the other pages. Cool. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Let's just go ahead and test it just to make sure we wired everything up correctly. So we can just do test10 at example.com and click reset. And we should get an email here, and we can just view that in our console. So we can see this is the email that would be sent out right here, just letting them know that someone requested a link to change their password. And if we come and we copy this, we should be able to change our password. Cool, and that just takes us to our change password page. So let's go ahead and work on this page next. So this would be the edit page for the passwords. So if we open up our edit templates, we can do password edit. This is the template that we'll use to change your password. Once again, let's just go ahead and copy and reuse a bunch of the code that we've used previously. So let's go back to this. Actually, let's go back to one of the templates that has a password field, so we can get those. Password icons and everything. So let's go back to maybe this one and just copy that, and then let's open our password edit again, and we can just paste this at the bottom and then remove all the code that was there previously. And now we just need to update the path once again. So let's update this to the password path, and then we also have to use a different method here. So this is edit password path like that, or excuse me, it's still going to be password path, so we can just change this to password path, but then we just have to make the method different. So we need to say HTML method, and we'll make the method put like that. So that just tells us that we want to hit the edit action on our controller instead of the post action or the create action. Okay, so that looks good. And then we just need to change some of these fields. So we don't want the email fields. We can just get rid of that. So that's just this entire div down to here. And then we do want our password reset field. So we want this to be the new password. So we'll just say new password. And then we want to say confirm new password as well. So we'll come down to the next, we'll get rid of this rememberable, and then we'll just copy this div and then replace the placeholder with a new password, confirm new password, like that. Okay, and that looks good. So we have new password as autocomplete, new password as autocomplete, and then let's just put autofocus on this first one here. So we can just do autofocus is true. Okay, let's refresh and make sure that that's looking okay. Cool, so we need to update our H1 to reset password, like that. And then we need to reset or change our button text to reset password as well. Reset password. Okay. So now we have the new password input and the confirm password input, and that's looking good. One last thing we need is we need the reset token to be valid, because we only want people who have actually received the email with the reset token inside of it. And we can see up here that reset token is a query param on our URL. So we need this in our form, and we need to submit it to our server, so our server knows that this is coming from a registered user. It's coming from a legit user. So in order to do that, we need to add one more field into the form, and we can just do it right below this render where we're rendering our error message. And that's just going to be a hidden field. So we'll say f.hidden field, and then we'll say reset password token, and that will go ahead and grab that token from the URL and make sure that that's sent along with our submit to the server, so that everything will be handled properly. All right, so once we have that, we should be good. And let's just call this change your password instead, like that. And then let's refresh and test it out and make sure that it works. So let's just update our password and hit enter. And now it says your password has been changed. You are now signed in. If we were to sign out, let's just test that we can use that new password to sign in. So we'll do test10 at example.com. And then I'm typing in the new password now, and it looked like it worked. So that works great. Cool. Let's sign out again. And then if we go to the didn't receive confirmation instructions, that should be the last devise template that we need to customize for everything to look nice. So let's go and open that up. So if we open confirmations, and then this would be this template right here, this new template, we can edit this. So all we need on here is an email field, and then a submit button. So once again, let's go to another template and just copy what we need from there. So if we go back to like our registrations template, we can go ahead and grab that, and then we can go back to our confirmations template and paste this below, get rid of everything above, and then we can start editing this. Right, so this path is actually going to be the confirmation path. So we'll change that, and we want to change this to resend confirmation instructions, like that. And then we only need an email field, so let's get rid of these password fields. So we can start from this div all the way down to this div. Those are our two password fields. We can just delete those. And then we can change our button text to say resend. And if we come up, we can then, yeah, so that should be everything we need. If we refresh the page, we just have an email input, resend confirmation instructions, and then they can resend. We do need to add one check to our, or one change to our email field here. So everything looks good except for we want to provide a value to this field. So let's go ahead and do that. So we can just say value, and we'll say resource.pending reconfirmation. So if they already have a pending reconfirmation, we can just do this unconfirmed email. Otherwise, we can do resource.email like that. Okay, and that should be everything we need to do. Oh, looks like we have a syntax error here, so we can fix that and refresh, and now everything looks good. Okay, yeah, so that looks good. So if we want to resend confirmation instructions, so for example, we already confirmed our email, so we should get an error back if we try to resend confirmation instructions for test 10 at example.com. This should give us an error because we've already confirmed this email. So it does send back an error message, and it says that this email was already confirmed, so just try signing in. But for example, if we went to the sign up page and we created a new email, so let's do test 11 at example.com. So let's say we signed up, it sent the confirmation link, so we can see in our email or in our terminal that the user would have received this email right here. But if we don't click this link, if we don't paste this link into the URL and we never confirm our email, and then some time goes by and maybe this confirmation token expires, then we can come back to this didn't receive confirmation instructions, and we can put in our email. So we can do test 11 at example.com and hit resend, and that should work properly. And now we can see in our terminal over here that it sent a new email with a new confirmation token that we can use. So we can go ahead and copy this and use it to confirm our email. And then once our email is confirmed, we're allowed to sign in like this. And that works successfully. Great. So that's everything we need to customize on the device side of things. If you'd like, you can customize the email templates. We're just going to leave them basic as they are, but they're really easy to customize. You can just come in and open the mailers. So if you search for devise and then mailer, you can see all these templates right here for the emails. So we have the reset password confirmation instructions, unlock email change, etc. So those are really easy to edit. You can just come in here and put your HTML that you'd like here. But we're going to leave them. They're fine as they are, just being pretty simple templates. All right, so that's everything for the devise side of things. We will come back and tweak one other page, but we're going to leave that until we add our user management stuff up here in the nav bar. So we'll do that later. But for now, I think we should go ahead and start adding some user tracking. So for example, if I sign in right here as test 10 at example.com. So if I'm signed in here as a user, I can click here and I can change my password. So we're going to style this. Well, actually, let's just go ahead and finish this out. So let's style this as well while we're at it. So we'll search for the template that corresponds to this devise path. So this is the devise registrations edit page. So this is the edit user page here. So we just want to go ahead and update these to match the styling as well. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so let's go grab the fields like we've been doing from another page. So if we do the sessions, well, we'll need the confirmation. So let's do the registrations. So we'll do a new registration page. We'll grab that, go back, paste this at the bottom, and then we can go ahead and delete all of that and save it. So we do want the email field, we want the password field, and then we want a confirmation field, and then the current password field. So we'll need them to enter this just to confirm that they know their current password so they can change it. So we'll just have to add one more field, one more password field, basically. So let's go ahead and copy this div at the bottom here and paste it. And this will be their current password. So we can just have this one be current password. So we'll do current password, and then placeholder will be current password, and then we can change this to current password, just like that. So that takes care of that. Up here, this will be the confirmation password. So this is already looking good. So this is already the confirmed password. And then up here is the new password. So we can just change this to new password. So we can do new password and autocomplete new password. And then that looks good. And oh, we have to change this. Oh, password confirmation, current password. Okay. So all that looks good. Let's refresh the page and just see what we're working with here. So we have our email, new password, confirm password, and current password. And then we can change the button and the H1 text. So the H1 text, we can just have it say, edit user. And then right below, we can have an H2 where we can just say signed in as, make it bold, and then we can just display the current user's email address, just like that. H2, let's close that out. All right, so that just says edit user, and then we can say we're currently signed in as. Let's add a little bit of spacing to that H2. Okay, cool, so that looks good. And then we can edit the button as well. Come down here and just say update. Okay, and that looks like everything we want on this page. Let's add a notification of the minimum password length just above here. So if we come right below our render, let's go ahead and pull these out of the form actually. So we can go ahead and put these just right below this div. Make sure that looks okay. Actually, yeah, so let's just come right below this render, or actually right above this div, and we can add some devise stuff. So if devise mapping dot confirmable and resource dot pending reconfirmation. Okay, so if those two things are true, we just want to display this little warning here. So currently waiting confirmation for resource.unconfirmed email. So we'll just have that as a notification if they're trying to access this page when their email is waiting to be confirmed. And then below that, we'll add a warning about the minimum password length. So we'll say at minimum password length, and this is just all configured and set up in devise. So we just have access to this in our templates for free, basically. Let's add a break, and then we can just say at minimum password length characters minimum. Okay, so that will just display this 6 characters minimum, and let's just make sure that this is actually above the correct input. So we don't want it above the email, we want it above this new password field, so that would just be right there. Okay, great. So now they can come and they can add their email here, and then they can change their password, confirm their password, and update it. So let's just go ahead and test that out. So we just want to do test10 at example.com. We can put in a new password. So I'm putting in a new password here, and then I can put in my old password and hit update. And we have updated our password. So let's go ahead and sign out and make sure that that new password works. So we can do test10 at example.com, put in my new password, and we get signed in. Cool. So those are all the devise pages that we need to edit. And now we can move on to user tracking. So what we want to do is when we're on this course page, if I've started a course, we want to see a little progress bar here, and we want to track how much of this course the user has completed. We also want to be able to, if I click on this course, we want to be able to understand whether the user has already started the course. And so we can change this text of the button and the text here to instead say, from saying start course to saying like continue course or pick up where you left off. And then we also want to be able to track what lesson they're on and automatically jump them straight to that lesson. So if they had already completed lesson 1, we want that button when it's clicked to jump them to lesson 2. And then we want to show which lessons have been completed with a little green check mark here, just so we can track the user's progress. So in order to facilitate that, we're going to have to create a few new models to track user completion of lessons, and then we'll have to go ahead and modify these views to look at those completed lessons and track what lesson the user is currently on. So in the next lesson, let's go ahead and start working on that. Let's go ahead and create let's create a model to track our user lesson progress. We can come into our terminal and run bin rails g, and then we just want to create a model. So we can do a model, and this model is called lesson users. So we can just say lesson user. And now this is going to have a couple of properties. So it's going to have a lesson ID. So it's going to have a lesson, and that references. And then it's going to have a user, and that references like that. And then it's also going to have a completed property, which is a Boolean. And then it's going to get those date time columns by default. So that's all we need. So let's just hit enter on that, and that'll create the model and the migration. Let's just go check out the migration real quick, make sure it looks good. So this is going to create a table called lesson users with a lesson column that references the lesson table, and a user ID column that references the user, and then a completed Boolean. Great, so we can go ahead and run that migration now. So we'll do bin rails db migrate. Then we can go modify a few of our model files. So we can modify our lesson model so it knows about lesson users. So we can go ahead and come down below this belongs to course, and we can add a has many. So you can do has many lesson users dependent, and let's just say destroy. And then we can also go into our user file, and we can add has many lesson users there as well. So right below this devise, we can just say has many lesson users like that. Okay, so now if we have a logged in user, we can call user.lessonUsers, and that will grab all of the users in our database, or all the lesson users in our database that belong to this user. Okay, so now we just have to create a lesson user record whenever a user views a course, and then we have to update its completed status to complete whenever they click this mark as complete button. So let's go ahead and handle that now. So how we can do that is whenever this page is loaded, so this page is loaded when we call the show page for this lesson, we want to create a lesson user record for the user if one doesn't already exist. So we can go ahead and open the lesson controller like that. And now in this show, this is the method that's being hit when we're loading this lesson. We can just add a little bit more logic in order to set up that lesson user for the user. Okay, so what we want to do is in this update method here, we want to set this up so that when they click mark is complete, that hits this update method, and then this update method handles creating a lesson user record and marking it as completed. So we can come in here and we can say lesson user equals lesson user dot find or create by user, and this will just be the current user, and then lesson will be at lesson that we've set up down here. All right, so that'll be the lesson user. Then we just want to update the completed property on that. So we'll say updated completed true. Okay, so that will take care of updating and creating a record for this user that signals that they've completed the lesson that they've clicked the mark as complete button on. And then next thing we want to do is after the user clicks this button, we just want to progress them to the next lesson straight away. So in order to do that, we have to get which lesson is next. So we can just say next lesson equals course dot lessons dot where, and then we can say position is greater than the lesson dot position, so the current lesson's position. Order those by position, and then just take the first one. So that'll be the next lesson in the course. If there is a next lesson, because they could be on the last lesson, and there wouldn't be a next lesson. So let's just make sure that that next lesson is available. So let's say if next lesson, else we can do something else. But if there is a next lesson, we can just go ahead and redirect them to that. So we can just say redirect to course lesson path course next lesson, and we'll have to set up access to this course variable. We actually don't have access to that course variable, but we can set it. So we can just come down here and say def set course, and then we can say course equals course.find params course ID, like that. So that will just run before as a before action, and then we can just come up here and make sure that that runs. So we can say before action set course, like that. Okay, so that will make sure that we have this at course variable defined, and then we can go ahead and use that. So that'll redirect us to the next lesson if there is one. If there's not a next lesson, we can just redirect them back to the course show page. So redirect to course path and course, like that. Cool. And we also want to give them a notice just saying why we redirected them to that page. So we can just say you've completed the course. Cool. All right, and we will come back and modify this a little bit more when we set up payment for the premium course. But for now, let's just leave it like this. All right, so if we go back to our lesson show page, let's just make sure this button is hooked up correctly. So let's just search for lesson show and find that button. So that's actually going to be right here, that link. So mark as complete, and we can see that that's going to the course lesson path, and it's used the put method, which will make it hit our update action. So it should be already set up correctly. So let's go ahead and just test it out. So if we come over here and we're signed in, we're on the first lesson, we can click mark as complete. Okay, so it looks like it's prematurely moving us. So let's just go back to the lesson controller and make sure our logic is okay here. So we're creating a lesson user, we're updating it to true, and then we're getting the next lesson. So we're saying course.lessons where position is greater than our current lesson's position, order by position and first. So that should be taking us here. So this next lesson is not defined for some reason. So let's go ahead and jump into our Rails console just to do a little testing. We can do bin dev, and then we can grab this course, which is the first course. So we can do bin Rails C. Okay, and then let's grab this course.find one, and then we can just say c.lessons.where position is greater than 1. So that should be our lessons position.order position.first. Okay, so that doesn't return any lessons. So let's just make sure that everything looks good on the data side of things. So if we just do c.lessons, we can look at all the lessons, and we can see that we have the first lesson here where the position is nil. Okay, so that's why these lessons have a nil position. So we want to go ahead and just modify those so the positions are set. So let's say L1 equals c.lessons.first, and we can say L1.position equals 1, L1.save, and then L2 equals c.lessons.last, and L2.position equals 2, equals 2, and L2.save. Now if we do c.lessons, we should see those have positions defined. Okay, so that brings up a good point as well. We want to add some checking in our model to make sure that when a lesson is created and saved or updated, that it has a position It always has a position, and there are no duplicate positions, etc. So we can go ahead and work on that in a later lesson. But for now, let's just modify the data manually just so we can test that what we're working on right now works. Let's go and restart the server. Now, if I click mark as complete, it should transition me to lesson 2 here, which it does. Great. And then if I was to click this, it should transition me back to the course show page, and it should notify me that I've completed the course. Nice. So it looks like everything is good. And if we come back to this page, now what we want to do is we want to mark these and signal that we've completed these lessons already. So let's do that. So if we go to the sidebar, so if we look for sidebar and look at the lesson sidebar, and then we can come down here and we want to pass in some data into this template, and so it can use it to basically set the styling and set an icon in this div if the lesson has been completed. So we need to pass that into the show component. So let's go to the lessons controller, and up here in show, we want to say completed lessons equals current user.lesson users.where completed is true, and then we'll just pluck the IDs from those. So we'll just pluck the lesson ID from that. Okay, so now we have access to that in our template. So if we go back to our lesson show page, we have access to that at completed lessons, and we can pass that into the sidebar here. So we could just say completed lessons, and that's at completed lessons. So now all we're doing is just passing that data down into our template. So if we go back to our sidebar, now we should have access to that completed lesson variable, and we can use that. So if we come down here, before we were just displaying all of these the same, but now let's do something a little different. So let's go in here and say if completed lessons dot include lesson.id. So if the current lesson is included in our completed lessons, then let's show an icon, and let's make it a check with a circle, and then let's make it let's give it some margin and then make it green like that. Otherwise we'll just display nothing, and then we'll end that. So now if we refresh this page, we should see oh, looks like we had a subtle error here. Undefined method, lesson users. Okay, so let's go back to our lesson controller. So we should have access to that lessons users. Let's just double check what we named that on the user. Lesson user. Okay, so we need to have this be lesson users, and now that should be good to go. Okay. So actually we wanted it to be called lesson users, and then we just need to modify that here. So lesson users, so that should be singular. Save that, refresh, and now we get everything. Cool. So now we can see that these two lessons have been marked as complete. Let's go ahead and add a new lesson to this course, just so we can see that a lesson that hasn't been completed does not have that check mark. So let's load the course, and then let's create a new lesson. So we can just say L equals lesson dot create title lesson 3, description lesson 3, and then we have to set the course, so we'll say course ID is 1. Okay, cool. So now if we refresh this page, this course should have 3 lessons. So we'll refresh, and we can see it has 3 lessons. We forgot to add the position to that lesson, so it's being shown as the first lesson, which is fine. All we really wanted to show was that because the user hadn't marked this lesson as complete, it doesn't have a check mark next to it. If we go to this lesson and mark it as complete, and then we come back to the course, we can see that the lesson now has a check mark next to it. Cool, so that's everything we need for that. If we come back here, now we want to modify it so this no longer says start course, because the user's already completed this course. So we would like this button to say something like restart course or watch again or something like that. And then if the user hasn't started it, we can have it say start course. And if the user is in the middle of the course but they haven't yet completed it, we can have this button say continue course. So we can use the logic, we can use this completed lessons variable that we have here. Something similar, we can use that on this course show page in order to check that. So let's do that. So let's get started on modifying this component right here to be dynamic, depending on if the user has started this course or finished this course. So we can first open up the course controller, and inside of the show method, we want to add a few variables that we're going to be using in order to determine if the user has started this course or not. So we can go ahead and add a completed lessons variable, and this will be all the lessons that the current user has completed. So we'll say current user lesson users dot joins lesson, and then where completed is true and the lesson has a course of the current course that we're on, like that. And then once we have those records, we just want to pluck off the lesson ID, just like that. Okay, so that's our completed lessons variable. That'll give us all the IDs of the lessons that have been completed for this course. And then we can do, okay, so that's all we need for now. So let's go ahead and save that and then open up our sidebar for our courses. So this sidebar right here. And now we're going to add another section to these if statements in order to modify what the text says and what the button does, depending on if the user has completed the course or not. Okay, so inside of this first div up at the top here, where we have this user sign in check, right below this, we first want to check if they've completed the course or not. So we'll say if completed lessons.any. So if they have any completed lessons, that means they have started the course. Else, we'll do what we normally do. So we can just grab everything that we were normally doing and put it in this else section. So we'll just grab this p tag all the way down to where we close off this end tag right here. And then we can put that inside of this else block. And then let's just format that. Okay, so then we can put everything else inside of this else block. So we can grab this down to here and put that right there. So if they haven't completed any lessons, that means they haven't started the course. So we can just show them this text that says start the course and then a link to start the course, which takes them to the first lesson. If the user is not signed in, it's still just going to show them some text explaining that they need to sign in before they can view the course, and then a link to sign up for their website. If they have completed lessons, so if we are inside this new if block we added, then we want to check another thing. So then we want to check if the completed lessons.count is equal to the course lesson count. If it is, that means they've completed the entire course. Otherwise, they've just started the course, or they haven't completed it yet, so we can show them something else. So if they have completed all the lessons in the course, then we can just say you've completed the course, and then we can have the button take them back to the first lesson, and we can just tell them that they can watch the course again if they like to. So let's put a p tag. We can just copy one from down here because we're going to use the same styling. So we'll put that p tag in here, and then we'll change the text to say you have completed this course, congrats. Okay, then below this we want to put watch again, so we can just go ahead and grab this link right here that takes them to the first lesson, and we can come up here and paste it right there, and then we can go ahead and format that, and that will just take them to the first lesson. Okay, and then we can change this instead of saying start course, we can say watch again. All right, let's give that a save and just check that that's working so far. So if we click on start course, have already completed this course. So all 3 lessons have been completed. So this button should say watch again, but it looks like it's saying start course. So let's just double check our logic here and see what could be going wrong. So we're getting completed lessons if there are any completed lessons, which there should be. And then if the completed lessons.count equals course.lessons.count, we should be doing this. So we put it in the else block on accident. So we can just grab that and move it up 1 right there. Okay, so that should be working properly now. And then another thing is this is completed lesson, and this needs to be completed lessons. So if we fix that error as well, we should get what we want. So we're seeing watch again, you've completed this course, congrats. And if we click this, it takes us to the first lesson in the course. If we go back to a course we haven't started yet, so if we click watch again, it takes us to the first lesson, and that's because we've already completed the course. So it's basically just letting us watch it again if we'd like, starting from the first lesson. So if we go into our terminal, let's go ahead and just delete all the user lesson records for our user, and that way, so let's go ahead and sign out and log in as a new user that doesn't have any completed courses, and then we can check the other states there. And sign up as a new user real quick. Okay, and then let's grab our confirmation link from the terminal right there. Get that whole token, and then we can sign in. Okay, and once we've signed in, we can come back to this course and notice that it now says start course because we have not completed any lessons. If we click on that, it takes us to the first lesson. If we go back, it still says start course. It takes us to the first lesson again. And now if we mark that lesson as complete, it should transition us to the next lesson. And it looks like our logic here is working, except for we haven't filled in this else block. So let's go ahead and fill in this else block. This is what will be displayed if the user has completed at least 1 lesson, but they haven't completed all the lessons in a course. So we can go ahead and copy this and then just change some of the text and change the link destination as well. So inside of this else block, what we want the paragraph to say is continue the course and pick up where you left off, just like that. And then our link, we will have say continue course, just like that. Okay, so now we get that being displayed when we've completed at least 1 lesson but haven't completed all the lessons in the course. And we had a little issue with when we clicked the complete lesson button, it took us back to the page because our indexes are just a little messed up with these lessons. Like this lesson is lesson 3 and it's the first lesson, and we didn't update the indexes. So we can go ahead and fix that now just so we can test it properly. So we'll do bin rails console, and then we'll grab the course, and then we'll grab the lessons, and then we can go ahead and make sure the position is properly set for all of these lessons. So you can see that our position for lesson 3 is nil. So we need to just get that lesson and set its position properly. So we can say C, or we can say lesson dot last, and we can set that to the lesson, and then we can just say lesson dot position. So currently it's nil, and we can just set it to 3 like that, and then save it. And that way these lessons will be in the proper order. And then we can restart our server. And now those lessons are in the proper order. So if I come back to lesson 1, well, actually, let's go back to the course page. So this should take me to the first lesson, and it does. And then I can mark it as complete, and it takes me to the second lesson automatically. If I go back to the course page, we can see it says continue course, and this should take me to lesson 2. Which it looks like it's not, so we forgot to update this link. So this link right here should not take us to the first lesson, it should take us to the next lesson. So we want to replace that with next lesson. So we can do next lesson, and we can pass in the current user like that. And then we need to make that method. So on the course model, we want to make a method called next lesson that takes in a current user and determines what their next lesson is. So let's go ahead and do that now. So we'll go to course.rb and we can just create a new method below here called next lesson that takes in a current user, and then we can determine what their next lesson is. So let's go ahead and create that now. So what this is going to do is if the current user is blank, then we don't know what the next lesson will be, so let's just return the first lesson. So we can just return the first lesson like that. Otherwise, let's get their completed lessons. So we'll get the current user's completed lessons. So we'll do the lesson users and includes lesson and then where they're completed like that. And also where the lesson, the course ID is equal to this course. So those are all their completed lessons for this course. And then we'll see if they have any started lessons. And these would be lessons that they've started but have not completed. So there's a record that exists in our database, but its completed column is not set to true. So this would be where completed is false. And then we also want to scope it to where the course ID is equal to this course. So we'll do self.id just like that. And then we'll order these by position. Okay, so if there are any started lessons, we just want to return that lesson, like the first one. So we'll just do lessons.any. So if there are any started lessons, we can just go ahead and return that first one, like that. Otherwise, we want to get the lessons from the started lessons. Not completed lessons.pluck, and then we'll get off the ID from these lessons and order them by position. And then finally, if there are any lessons, we can just return the first one. So we'll just return lessons.first. Otherwise, we'll just return the first lesson of the course as a default. So we'll just do self.lessons.order position.first like that. So that's our method. Let me make this a little smaller so we can see the whole thing. So this is our new method that we just created, next lesson, and that will just take in a current user and determine what their next lesson is based off of these lesson user records that we have stored in our database. So that should work properly now. If we refresh over here and come back to the course show page, this should now take us to lesson 2. If we click on that, which it does, and then we can mark that as complete. And once we do that, it will take us back to the index page, and then we can go ahead and click watch again, and that should take us back to the first lesson. Cool. So it looks like all the functionality that we want for this section is working properly. So in the next section, let's go ahead and come back out to our course index page, and let's add a little indicator to our courses to tell the user, what percentage they've completed of the course, and that way they can use this to keep track of which courses they've started and which ones they've finished, and their progress in the course. So if we come over here to the live Rails app, we can go ahead and view what that's going to look like. Okay, so if we come into the live site here, we can just see what this is going to look like. So I've signed in as a user, and if I click on this course, and if I go ahead and click start course, and then let's say I complete this first lesson, so I say mark is complete, that'll move me to the second lesson. And then if I go back to the course index page, there is a little progress bar down here that is showing I've completed 33% of the course. If I go back and I complete the remainder of the course, then it should tell me, well, I can't complete the entire course because one of the lessons is locked to me. But if I complete the next lesson and then we go back, we should see that progress bar has been incremented up. And so that's what we're going to implement next. So let's go back to the dev site and get that started. All right, so first thing we want to do is we want to create a checkouts controller, and this controller is going to be responsible for handling our interactions with Stripe. So let's go ahead and create that. If we just come down to our terminal, and we can do bin rails g controller, and then we can say checkouts and hit enter, and that will just create our controller for checkouts. So we can see that we have this checkouts controller now. And then we can restart our server, and let's go ahead and open that up. Checkouts controller. And inside of here, we want to add a before action. Okay, and then inside of here, we want to add a before action to just authenticate the user to make sure that only authorized users can call this controller. Then we'll need to set up a method called create. So we'll just create that. And what this is going to do is when this method is hit, it's going to contact Stripe via their API. It's going to generate a URL, and then we're going to pass that URL back to the front end, and we're going to actually have the front end redirect to that URL. And so that's going to then redirect the user to Stripe, where they can fill in their payment details, and then once they're done, they can submit, and that will redirect them back to our website. So that's what's going to happen. In order to do that, we'll need to set up some Stripe credentials as well as the Stripe gem so we can contact Stripe. Okay, so let's go ahead and add that gem. If we just open up our gem file and come down to the bottom here, and then we can add a gem just below here. We can just say gem Stripe. Okay, and then let's make sure we're using a similar version. So we can do 10.3 like that. And then we can come down into our terminal and just run bundle install, and that will go ahead and fetch all the gems, and we should install the Stripe gem. Cool. So now that we have that installed, we want to set up a few credentials. So we're going to need the Stripe secret key in order to call the Stripe API and be authorized. So in order to add that, you can run a command in your terminal that will open up the Rails credential encrypted credential file, and then you can edit it and then save it, and that will just be stored in the repo. And so let's go ahead and do that. So we can just run visual equals, and then you can put whatever you want here. I'm using NeoVim, so I'm putting NVim like that. And then we can say bin rails credentials :edit, and that will open up our credentials file. So let's go ahead and open that up. So inside of here, we can see the secret key base that Rails are automatically set up for us. And then we can add other variables. Like you can see, there's an example here set up with how we would configure AWS. So for us, we want to set up a new Stripe root level key. So we can say Stripe, and then inside of that key, we can add our secret key. So we'll just say secret key, and then we can paste our secret key right here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to go get my secret key from Stripe. If you haven't done that, it's pretty easy. Go to stripe.com and sign up for an account. And then in the developers section, you can view your secret keys. You can create new ones, and you can just copy it straight from there and paste it in here. Once you have it pasted, you can just do :WQ, and that writes and quits the file, and that saves everything, and then you'll be able to access those. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, and then we'll pick up off in the next video. Okay, so as you can see, I configured my credential file, and then I saved it, and the file was encrypted and saved right here, and then I just restarted my server. So now we should have access to that Stripe secret key, and we can use that in our controller or wherever else we need to interact with Stripe. So if we open up our checkouts controller again, let's come up here inside of the class, but outside of the method, and then we can just add our Stripe secret key. So we can say Stripe secret key equals rails.application.credentials.dig, and then we can say Stripe secret key. And these parameters that we're passing into dig, these just match the layout that we added in that YAML file, that credential YAML file. So we named the root one Stripe, and then inside of it we added a secret key parameter. So that will get our secret key from the credentials file. And then we need to configure the Stripe gem that we installed to use that key. So we can say API key equals Stripe secret key. And we automatically have access to this via auto loading, and all we had to do was install the gem. Then inside of the create method, we can now start implementing that. So first thing we need to do is we need to get the course. So we'll find the course from the course ID param that we're going to be passing into this route. And that's just so we know which course the user would like to purchase. Next thing we need to do is create a session via Stripe. So we can say Stripe checkout session.create. And then inside of this, we can pass in some configuration details. So the mode we want to use is payment. The price, so we'll do line items like this. So we'll set up line items, and we'll just have one item, and that will just represent the course. So just like that. And then inside of that, we can add the price. So the price will be the course.stripe price ID. And the quantity will always just be 1. We only want them to purchase 1 of each course. So if you notice, if we go to our schema file and our courses, we added that Stripe price ID a while ago, but we haven't used it yet. So just make sure that you have that column. If you forgot to add it, you can just go ahead and add it. It's just a string column called Stripe price ID, but we did that in a previous lesson, so that should already be set up for you. Okay, so let's go back to our controller, make this a little bit smaller here. And so that's going to set up which item we want to buy. And then we just need to configure a few other things here. So let's close that out correctly. There we go. And then we'll say the success URL. So if they successfully purchase the course, we want to redirect them to the base URL and plus the courses. So we just want to send them back to the course page that they were on when they clicked that button. So we can just do that. If they cancel payment, we just want to send them back to that URL as well. So we can just do courses and then course ID like that. Okay. Next is automatic tax. We want that to be enabled. So Stripe will automatically calculate the tax and charge them tax. And then we want to add the customer email. So this will just autofill their email, make it a bit easier for them to fill out the form, and also for us to track which customer is purchasing this. And then we need to add metadata. So we just want to add the course ID in the metadata. That way, when our webhook gets hit later on, we'll be able to tell which course this user purchased and then grant them access to that course. Okay, finally, what we want to do is just redirect them to the session URL. So we'll say session.url and then allow other host true, and that will just get around some like CORS errors that Rails might throw if we don't add that. Cool, so that's everything we need for this endpoint. Once again, all it really does is configure Stripe with our API key, creates a checkout session with a bunch of different parameters, and then redirects the user to that Stripe checkout page. All right, so now we want to hook up this unlock full course button to call this controller. So we can go ahead and do that. Let's just check our routes first. So in our routes, we should have a checkout. Okay, so we just want to make sure that we have our route set up for this endpoint. So we can just come down here and do resources and do checkouts and then only create. So we just want the create method for now. So that will be, that will set up the correct routes for us. Cool, so now that we have that route set up, we can come to our course index page, or our course show page actually, and go into the sidebar for that, and then find the button that says unlock full course. And instead of just being a button that does nothing, we'll replace it with a call to that controller that we just made, or that action on the controller. So in order to do that, first let's just delete that, and then we want to put in a form tag. We need to do this because we have to submit a post request. So we'll do a form tag to the checkouts path, and with this course in the URL. The method we want to use is post, and then let's just give this just a little bit of margin on the top and close out that form tag. All right, so inside that form tag, we want to have a hidden field tag, and this is the course ID that we want to pass along. So we'll say course.id, and then we also want a hidden field tag, and this will be the Stripe email, and that will just be the current user's email, like that. And then we'll make up a submit button that will trigger this form. So we'll say button tag unlock full course, and then we'll give it some styles. So we'll do background revolver 600 and hover background revolver 700, text white 50, font bold, and then give it some padding and some rounded, focus outline none, focus shadow outline with full, transition ease in out, and duration 150, like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and refresh and make sure that everything is looking good. So when I click this, it should trigger that action in the checkout controller and then redirect us to Stripe. So let's just check that that works. Okay, so our before action, we're saying before auction, so that's just a spelling mistake. So let's go back and fix that. So if we come up here, we can just change this to action, and that should fix it. And then we can click, let's go back and click this button again. So we'll do unlock full course. And it looks like we have a spelling mistake down here as well. So line items is misspelled, and cancel URL is missing an L. All right, so let's save those and try once again. Cool. So now we're getting an error because this course doesn't have a valid Stripe price ID. So let's go ahead and set that. So if we go into our Rails console and get this course, so we can do C equals course.find 1 and then course.stripe price ID, we can see that that's nil. Okay, so let's go ahead and walk through how to create a Stripe price ID. So let's log into Stripe over here. We just do stripe.com, and then we can log in. All right, so once you're logged into Stripe, make sure that this test mode is selected so that you're not using live data. And then you can come over here to your product catalog. You can search for that up here if you need to. You just search for like product catalog, and then you can come and create a product. So you can click on that, and then you can just give it a name. So you could just name it like course 1, give it a description if you want. This is course 1. You can upload an image, etc. But really what we want is the pricing information. So we'll come down here, standard pricing, include tax, and then you can just set the price. So let's set this for like $19.99, and it's a one-time payment. And then we can just go ahead and save this product. So once we have a product created, we can go ahead and come down here, and it created this price object for us as well, and we can just copy this price ID. So once we have this price ID, we can come over here and just do c.stripe price ID equals, and then paste that right there, and c.save. So now this course has a Stripe price ID that connects it to this product and this price in our Stripe system. So if we come back here and we refresh the page, we should be able to now complete the Stripe checkout and get redirected to that page. So let's just refresh this page here, and if we click on unlock full course, that should take us to the Stripe checkout page, and it has all of our information pre-filled that we have in our system. So our email is already there, the price of the product and the description of the product, and then the user can just go in and fill out the Stripe page, the Stripe checkout information. So if you haven't used Stripe before, this is the Stripe test card. So it's just 4.2 all the way across. You can use anything, any date in the future as the expiration date, anything for the CVC, and then any name as well. Then you can enter the billing address. It'll just like auto-complete, and you can select an address, and then you can click pay. So let's go ahead and do that and test that it redirects back to our product page. So that would basically pay Stripe, which goes into our account, and then it redirects the user back to our website and back to the right course that they were on when they clicked unlock full course. So that's one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is that we need to now grant the user access to this course in our system. And in order to be able to do that, we need a way for Stripe to talk to us and tell us that the user successfully completed that payment. And in order to do that, we need to set up webhooks. So in the next video, let's set up our webhook controller that Stripe will talk to tell us of different events that have happened in the Stripe system. And then we'll listen to a specific checkout completed event, and we'll use that event, and inside of a handler for that event, we will create a record in our system that tells us that this user has access to the premium course content. So let's handle that in the next. Let's start setting up our webhooks controller. Once again, we can run bin rails g controller and webhooks controller. Hit enter, and that will create our webhooks controller. Then we can go ahead and open that up and start developing. So let's open up our webhooks controller. Inside of here, we want to skip forgery protection. So that just allows this to be called from a cross-origin website, and we're going to skip that protection check, which is fine because we are going to check that the call is coming from Stripe by validating that a token matches the token that we have in our system. So that's totally fine. And then we'll have a method just called Stripe. This will handle our Stripe webhooks. So we can say Stripe secret key equals rails.application.credentials.dig Stripe secret key. And this is just exactly what we did last time. We've already set this up in our credentials file, and then we'll just set up the Stripe gem to use that key. So we'll say API key equals Stripe secret key. So that lets us talk to Stripe. Then we want to get the payload off the body, so we can just say request.body.read. So Stripe will be hitting this endpoint, and they'll be including some data in the body. So we'll get that. We want to get the header value. This comes off the environment variable called HTTP Stripe signature, like that. So that's the signature for that Stripe sends us. Then we want to get the endpoint secret. So this is our webhook secret that we will set up in Stripe and add to our credentials file, just like we did the secret key. So this will come from rails.application.credentials.dig, and once again it will be nested under Stripe, but this time it will be called webhook secret. So once again, you're going to have to go into your credentials file by doing visual equals your editor, whatever you use, and then bin rails credentials :edit, right? So just hit enter on this command. I'm not going to do it because I have my credentials in there now, but you'll hit enter. That will open up the file, and then you'll go ahead and just add a new key value, on the key being webhook secret, and then your webhook secret you'll get from Stripe. So if you come over to Stripe and just go to this developers section right here, then you come over to webhooks and you can add an endpoint, and then that will just be where you'll get your webhook secret. So yeah, you'll just come over here and hit add endpoint, and then you can create a new endpoint URL that Stripe will hit with webhooks, and they'll give you a webhook secret in their UI that you can just copy and paste. So go ahead and do that, and then your endpoint secret will be set up correctly. Okay, so once you have that secret set up in your credentials file, we can just load it in to this variable called endpoint secret. Then what we need to do is, first off, we'll set our event to nil. Okay, so first thing we can do is just start a begin rescue block. So we'll say begin event equals Stripe webhook.construct event, and we'll pass in the payload, the signature header, and that secret that we set up. Secret, just like that. And if we run into an error, that means either the secret was bad or something else was bad, so we don't want to actually handle this. So first we can just do rescue JSON parser error. So that's just if something was bad with the payload, and then we'll return a status of a 400 and then just return. The next thing we want to rescue is a Stripe signature verification error. So this means that the signature was invalid, and either we have a signature saved incorrectly in our system, or a bad actor is trying to hit this endpoint that is not Stripe. So let's just put webhook signature verification failed, and then we can return a 400 just like that. Okay, so if we don't run into any of these rescue blocks, that means that we were able to successfully extract the event from the payload. So underneath these rescue blocks, we can just have a case statement, and we can look at the event's type. So we can say event.type, and then the first thing we want to check is the session completed. So when checkout.session.completed, then we want to handle that checkout being completed. So we're going to add a few other events, but for now let's just focus on this one, and then we'll actually add an else block that will just be a default that will catch everything else that we haven't handled, and we can just say puts unhandled event type, and then we can just print out the event type, and that way we can tell what events we're missing, and we can choose to add handlers for those later if we'd like. Finally, all we have to do is just render a 200, so we can just return that, so that Stripe knows this webhook was successful. Okay, cool. Then we're going to add the bulk of our logic inside this case statement for the checkout session completed event type. All right, so first thing we want to do is extract the session object from the events data. So we can just do that and save it into a variable. Then we'll want to get the full session, and this is because we want that metadata that's stored in the session, and we don't have access to that. So we just need to call Stripe's API with this session ID in order to get all the data that we need for this session. So let's just go ahead and do that. So we can pass in the session ID, and then we want to tell it to expand the line items, just like that. Okay, so that will get us the full session. Then what we want to do, once we have that full session, we can extract the line items from it. So full session dot line items. Once we have those line items, we can just go ahead and let's just print some data out, just so for debugging purposes we can see what's going on. So we'll print out the session, and then we'll print out the line items like this. Line items. And then below here we'll extract the course ID from that metadata that we set. So we'll do session.metadata.course ID, and then course equals course.find, and we'll pass in the course ID. Cool. So at this point, what we want to do is find the user. So we'll say user equals user.findBy, and we're using their email. So we'll do session.customer email. And then what we want to do is we want to create a new model in our system that we haven't created yet called a course user. So let's just pretend that model exists. We'll say course user.create course user like that. And what this model is going to do is this just is going to keep track of which courses a user has purchased. So if there's a record in our database for a course and a user, that means that user has purchased that course, and we can show them all the premium content. And if they don't have a record for this course in our system, then they haven't purchased the course yet. So it's just kind of an easy way to keep track of that. So let's go ahead and create that model. So we can just run a bin railsg model, and we'll call it course user, and then we'll give it just two properties. So we'll call it course, and that references, and then user, and that references user. So we'll do references like that. Then we can hit enter and that will create the model. Let's just go ahead and check that looks good. So we can look at the migration. So we can do create course users and check that out. So that's creating a course users table, and that's creating two columns, one with course and one with user. So those will reference those two columns. Cool. Then we can run the migration. So bin rails db migrate. So that ran the migration. And then what we want to do is add a has many relationship to users and courses. So we can come to the user file and just say has many course users. And we can also go to the course model, and up at the top here we can say has many course users, like that. So then those relationships will be set up. All right, then we can look at the model. So we can look at the course user model, and we can notice that it already has the belongs to set up for us. So everything should be good to go now. If we go back to our Stripe controller, now this line will make a little bit more sense, and we actually have a model called course user that we can create, passing in which course and which user this model belongs to. Okay, so in order to test our webhook locally, we have to use this local Stripe listener. So if you come to the Stripe docs and then search for this local listener section, you can see how to set it up, and it's pretty simple. So all you do is you go to the webhooks page, and then you add a local listener and follow the steps there. So let's go to the webhooks page, and as you can see, I already have one set up. But you can click add local event listener, and then you'll have to download the Stripe CLI. So that's really easy. Just click this link here and follow the instructions to install the Stripe CLI. So whatever system you're on, they have instructions here on how to do it. So just follow those instructions and then log into your Stripe account by just doing Stripe login after you've installed the CLI. Once you've installed the Stripe CLI and logged into the account, then you can just come back and continue on here. So all you have to do is run stripe listen --/2 and then localhost 3000 /webhook. So I have that running in a terminal right here. So as you can see, I just ran stripe listen --/2 localhost 3000 /webhook. And because I have the Stripe CLI installed, this stripe command is available on my system. So when I hit enter, all that does is it just creates a Stripe listener, and it gives us this webhook secret. So you'll need to copy this webhook secret here and put that in your credentials file just like you did previously. Make sure you put it at the correct key, which is the Stripe key, and then nested inside of that is webhook_secret. So just go ahead and paste that credential in to your credential file and then save it. So leave this running. I'm just going to move it off to another screen, but this is going to be running in the background, and this is what lets Stripe talk to our local system. Cool. So now that we have that, we can trigger webhook events. We could do that with the Stripe CLI, but we're not going to because we already have our entire system set up, so we can actually just test it with our front end. So once you have that running, you have that Stripe listener running, we'll come and we'll test it. So we'll come over here and we'll click unlock full course, make sure your server's running. That'll take us to Stripe, and we'll check out. Okay, and then once I click pay, that should trigger our webhook. So if I click pay, it'll redirect me back to the website. And now we can come over here and look in our terminal, and we should get a webhook. We should get a few webhooks hitting our system. So let's just make sure that we're getting those. So we can see that there was a post to /webhook, and that was there was no route. So it looks like we forgot to set up our route. So that's no problem. We can just come over here and we can open up the routes file, and then we can add a post. So we can say post /webhook, and that goes to webhooks, and then it goes to the Stripe method. So just like that. That's all we need to set up in order for us to have a properly configured route for Stripe to hit. So just make sure you have that, and then let's save the file and try it one more time. So if we come back to unlock full course and complete our checkout again, this time Stripe should be able to successfully hit our webhook method. Okay, and then click pay. So now let's just check our webhook controller was able to be successfully hit. And it looks like it was. So if we scroll up, we actually get hit with quite a few webhooks, but most of them we're just ignoring. So for example, this payment intent created webhook, we just ignored. But this is the webhook that we want to worry about. So this is the checkout session completed. And you can see we're printing out this session right here, which has a bunch of information, including the customer email and some metadata. And then below that, we're printing out the line items that we fetched. And then you can see that what we did was we loaded the course, loaded the user, and then we created a course user record like this, and that was successful. So now this user should have a record in the system that says they purchased this course. So let's go ahead and check that. If we open up our console and load this course, so we can say c equals course.find1, and then we can say c.course users. We can see that there's one course user in here. So one user has purchased this course, and we can see that the user was user ID 6, which is the user we're logged in as. Great, so now we can use this data that's in our database to actually modify this. So if a user already purchased the course, we no longer want to display this button because they've already purchased the course. So instead we just want to say, congrats, you've purchased the course. And then we also want to allow them access to any premium content. So if this lesson had premium content, which it doesn't, but we can add that to test with, we would want to basically allow them access to all that premium content. So let's go ahead and do that in the next couple lessons. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a paid lesson for this course just so we can test that we can grant access to users who have purchased the full course. So if we come to this course and come in here, we can see that it currently just has 3 lessons and they're all free. So they can be accessed whether the user has purchased the course or not. And so let's go into our console. So we'll do bin rails c, and then we'll create a new lesson for this course. So first let's load the course. And then let's create a lesson. So we can just do c.lessons.create, and we want the title to be lesson 4 premium, and description will be lesson 4 with premium content. And then we want the position to be 4, so that it's the 4th lesson. So let's go ahead and create that. And if we refresh the page, oh, we forgot one thing. We want to make it paid. So let's go ahead and get that lesson again. So L equals lesson.last, L.paid. We can see it's nil, so we want to set that to true, and we'll save that. Okay, so now if we refresh the page, let's restart our server. And if we refresh, we should see this 4th lesson that is currently locked to us, so we can't access it. And it has this little lock icon signaling that it's a premium lesson. So this user has already purchased the course. They have a record in the database signaling that they have access to this course, so they should be able to access this lesson. So let's go ahead and implement the code and change this page to make sure that they can access this lesson. So let's go ahead and open up the sidebar. So we can do sidebar, and for the lessons. Okay, so basically in this component, let's come up here to line 9 or to line 3, and let's add to this if statement. So if this lesson is a paid lesson and the user has not paid for course, and we're going to set this variable up later. Right now this variable doesn't exist, but we're gonna pipe this into the component later. So if that's true, if both of those are true, then we're going to show this lock icon, and we're going to not allow the user to click this button. Otherwise, we'll just display the link and let them click it. So now it's time for us to set this variable up. So we need to set this up and pass it into the component. So if we go back to the show for the lesson, so we search for lesson show and open up that template, and then we come down to where we're rendering the sidebar. We now have to pass in another variable here into the sidebar so it can have access to that variable. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, so we'll just name it paid for course. That's what we named it inside of the component. So we'll do paid for course, and this will be the instance variable paid for course, like that. Now we need to make sure that this variable is available in our controller to be used. So let's save that, and then let's go into the controller. So we'll do the lesson controller, and we'll add that variable to the show action. Okay, so inside of this show action, we can just come right below here, and we can say paid for course equals current user dot course users dot where course dot exists. So all we're doing is we're checking that this current user has a course user record for the course, and if they do, then we'll allow them access to the full course. If not, then they can only access the free course. So if we refresh the page, as long as we don't have an error, we should see there that they have access to this lesson right here. So let's just double check and see if we if this user might not have one of those course user records created. Okay, so it looks like this user that we're signed in as doesn't have access to the course, so let's just go ahead and make sure that we have access to that. So if we click on this course and we come down and do unlock full course to be taken to Stripe, let's just fill this out one more time just to make sure that they have access to the course. Okay, so we'll fill that out. Now we should see our webhooks being hit over here, and then they should get granted access to the course. So now if we come back to the course, they should have access to this. So it looks like that maybe our variable isn't being routed through our components properly. So let's just check it right here. So we do have paid for course. And let's just check that this is properly set. Okay. And so let's refresh this page and just look in our console for that variable and see what it's being returned as. So it looks like in the controller, it is being set to true, so that's good. And so let's just check our views and make sure we're passing that in correctly. So if we go to our lesson show, we are saying paid for course and paid for course. So this should be passing true into this sidebar component. And then inside the sidebar component, we are checking for paid for course, and that should be true. So it shouldn't go into this if statement. It should instead go to this else statement. So let's debug this and see why that's not working. Okay, so I might have just not saved this file. So I just resaved this file, and now we got the proper behavior. So as you can see, this user now has access to this premium lesson, and they can click on it and be taken to this lesson page. There's no video available for it right now, but you can see the description changing when they click on it. So now they can access the full course. They can mark it as complete, watch again, they can come back and access any of the lessons. So that is basically what we need to do to gate our premium content. We can just demonstrate real quick if I sign in as another user. So if I just do sign up test15 example.com, and then if we grab our email link from up here, okay, so if we grab this link and sign in, we can just verify that if I go to this course, I can see that I can't access that lesson. So I can't access that lesson until I purchase the course. So great. That's everything we need to do to gate our lessons. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to mark these courses as paid if they have any paid content. So notice that this course right here has at least one lesson that is locked behind the paid premium features. So we want to make sure that we display that out here. So let's just modify that real quick. If we come over to our index page for the courses, so if we do course index, and then if we look for our courses template right here, so if we go to that course.html.erb, wherever we're saying free, so we just want to make this an if statement that checks if the course has paid content or not. Okay, so how we can do that is we can just come in here and we can just say if the course has paid content, and we can use a ternary for this, so course.paid premium content. Otherwise, we want to just say free. And then we can also utilize our user unlocked course variable right here. So just above the name, we can just add if the course is unlocked or not. So we can add a div. So let's close this tag out like that. Okay, so just below the title, we can say if user unlocked course dot include, or if user unlocked courses and dot include course dot ID, then we can just show the user that they've unlocked the course. So we can do it with a span here, and we'll add some margin to it, make the text white, extra small, add some padding. Okay, and then we can just say that they've unlocked this course. Cool. So now we just have to make sure this variable is available in this template. So let's go ahead and set that up in the controller and pass it into this component. So if we go back to the index page, so we'll go to the course index and come down here. Now we can pass in another variable called user unlocked courses, and that will just be user unlocked courses. And then we can go to the controller. So we'll go to the course controller and we'll set up that variable for the index page. So we can just set that up right here. Okay, so we'll come right below and say user unlocked courses equals current user and course users, and then just pluck off the course ID for all of those courses. Great. So now if we refresh the page, we can see that this course is being marked as having premium content, and all these other courses are marked as being free. These are just the test courses we created, so don't worry too much about those. But this one right here is being marked as premium, and then this course should have a little span that says that we've unlocked this course if we go ahead and purchase it. So let's go back and unlock the full course, and then check that we get that little icon displaying that we have purchased the full course. All right, so we just purchased the course via Stripe. So now if we come back out here, we can see that we've unlocked this course, and it has premium content, and we can access all of the lessons down here. Great. So that's about it for the user-facing side of the app. In the next video, let's get started on the admin side of the app. Next thing we need to do is we need to block access to the lesson via the controller unless the user has purchased the course. So if you notice on our course lesson page, we can not click on one of these buttons and go to the lesson. But if we do come to this lesson 3 and we click mark as complete, we can transition to the lesson via that way. So we need a way in our controller to block access. That way, no matter what happens on our front end, or if someone tries to access this URL directly by just typing in the next lesson up here, they won't be able to access the lesson. So let's go ahead and add that safety logic to our controller, and so we can protect our premium content behind so we can protect the premium content for only users that have purchased the course. So let's open up the lesson controller and open up the app controller's lessons controller right here. And then when we go to show the lesson, so we're already checking if the user has paid for the course right here. So we can use that in order to deny or grant them access to the course. Okay, so how we can do that is we can come up here and we can use a before action. So we can just say before action check paid, like that. And then we can come down here into our private method section and we can create that method. So we'll call it check paid, like that. And this will say if lesson.paid. So if they're trying to access a paid lesson and the current user dot course users dot where course ID is equal to the params course ID that is passed in. So if they haven't purchased the course, then we basically want to redirect them back to the same page. So we'll say if lesson.previous lesson, we just want to redirect them back to the previous lesson like this. So we can just say redirect to course lesson path course lesson dot previous lesson, and then we'll provide a notice that says you must purchase the full course to access the next lesson, like that. Otherwise, if there is no previous lesson, we can just redirect them to the course path, and we'll provide a similar notice. We'll just say you must purchase the full course to access the next lesson. Okay, so what this method will do is it will run before any of our methods here, and if they haven't purchased the course, we will basically redirect them to the previous lesson that they have access to, or we will redirect them to the course page. So let's test that out and make sure that that protects our premium content. Okay, so it looks like there was no previous lesson. So this is a method we were assuming existed on the lesson, but we need to go create that. So we can open up lesson and we can create a method called previous lesson, like that. And this will just be a nice convenience method for us to use. So this will just be course.lessons .where position is greater than, position is less than the position of this lesson. And we can order by position and then just take the last one. And then while we're at it, let's also make a next lesson. So we'll make a next lesson method, which we can use later. And this will be course.lessons.where position is greater than position of the lesson we're using. And then we'll order those by the position and just grab the first one. Cool. So now that previous lesson method exists. So basically, if I'm on lesson 3 right here, on the front end, I obviously can't click. But if I'm on lesson 3 and I click mark as complete, it won't allow me to go to the next lesson, and it will redirect me to the previous lesson and say I must purchase the full course to access the next lesson. So that's helping us block there. If I type in a URL, so if I type in the URL 4, it does the same thing. And if I try to go to 5, it also does the same thing. Cool. So basically what we've done so far in this video is we've blocked access to lessons that are not, we've blocked access to premium lessons if the user hasn't purchased. Before we were just blocking it on the front end, but there was a little bug and we were allowed to access it in a specific way, and they could have also just typed in the URL here, but now we're blocking it on the controller level, so there's no way for them to access the premium content without purchasing. Let's actually fix one little styling thing before we jump into the admin side of the app. You can notice that there's a huge amount of space between our nav bar and our content down here. So let's go ahead and fix that just to make it look a little nicer. So if we go into our layout component, so this application layout, we can see on our container we have this margin top 28, and that seems to be a little obsessive. That seems to be a little excessive. So let's go ahead and shrink that down just a little bit, maybe down to 6. And that might make things look a little better. Yeah, so that looks a little better. So let's just get rid of that margin, and then we can make sure that everything still looks good at different screen sizes. If we go down to the small screen size, things are still looking good, and our nav bar is still working okay. And then let's just double check some of the other pages. So that looks pretty good, and this page is still looking good. If we go and we start the course, come to the lessons page, that's looking good. And if we shrink this down, that's also still looking pretty good. Cool. So I just wanted to fix that before we moved on to the admin side of the app. So let's go ahead and start on the admin side of the app. So let's do a quick review of what we're going to be working on the admin side of the app. So I'm on the live railsrealm.com website, and I'm logged into the admin section. So I'm just up at /admin here. And let's just do a quick walkthrough. So once again, we're going to be creating this dashboard here. So this is the admin dashboard where they can come and view a couple of quick stats. There's 2 charts where they can view completed lessons broken out by day, as well as signups broken out by day. And then they'll also have a table of the 5 most popular courses and how many users have watched each of those courses. So that's going to be the dashboard we're going to be creating. We're going to be creating this courses page where the admin can come in and create a new course by just making a course by filling out this form, selecting one or more categories that they want this course to belong to, uploading a cover image and a premium description. We want to have the admin able to edit the course, so they can click on edit and go ahead and edit an existing course. And then they can also click the lessons button to view all the lessons that are a part of this course. They can also drag and drop the lessons to reorder them just like this, and that'll automatically be saved in the database. If we refresh the page, we can see that the order is being updated automatically. So we want to do that, and we want to have a lessons page where they can create a new lesson and upload a video. Next, we want to do the users page, where it's just a table of existing users. The admin can delete a user if they want to. They can search for users, so they could search for test2, and that will just bring back any with test2 in the email. And then they can also click on a user and view some information about that user, so they can see what courses they've started, how much they've completed, and then they can grant access to the course if they would like to. They can also delete the user from here. So that's the basic overview of the admin side of the app, and we're going to start with this courses page. So let's go ahead in the next videos. Let's set up the basic scaffolding for the admin side of the app. So we'll set up the layout, the admin layout, and we'll make sure that these pages are only accessible by logged in admins, and then we'll go ahead and start working on this courses page. Okay, so let's go ahead and create an admin layout. So let's just search for layout and go into our layouts directory. Once we're inside our layouts directory, we can create a new file, and we'll just call it admin.html.erb, and this will be our admin layout. And what we can do is we can just go ahead and copy everything that's in the application layout and then put it in this admin layout, because we do want the basic tags like the metadata tags and style sheet tags. Those are going to be the same, and then we can just go ahead and delete the content that's in the body like this. Well, actually, we can leave some of it, but let's just delete this div around this render statement, and then let's go ahead and modify this class for our container. So we can just say container mx auto min h screen, and then we'll do padding in the x direction of 4, and at medium we'll do padding of 0, and then margin top 4 and make it flex. Okay, and then we'll just yield and display whatever endpoint or route we're currently on. And then up here, instead of rendering a shared navbar, we're going to render a admin navbar. But let's just leave it as the shared navbar for now, so we don't get any errors when we try to load this page. And then if we come up here, we can go ahead and just change the title to Learning Management Admin, just so we can differentiate those in our browser up here. Cool. So now if we come over here and we go to /admin, we should get that page loaded. But we have to log in first as an admin. So let's go ahead and do that. We can create an admin account. So we don't want to have an admin's sign up. And we removed that previously. So you can see that a route doesn't exist to sign up. So all admins must be configured through the portal. And that's just a security thing to make sure that no one can sign up as an admin in our system. So let's come over here and create an admin. So we'll do bin rails c, and then we will create an admin user in our system. So we can just say admin.create, and we'll say email is admin@example.com, and password, we'll set that to password, and then we can go ahead and create that admin. Okay, so it looks like we already have an admin created, but if you don't, then yeah, go ahead and run that line, and that will work instead of rolling back like it did for me. So now I can go ahead and log in, at admin at example, use my password, and then click login. Oh, let's restart our server, and then we can go ahead and sign in. Cool. So I just signed in, and it brought me to this admin index page. And notice up here, we're still using the user navbar, and we're not displaying, we're not using our new admin layout. So in order to use our new admin layout, okay, so let's go ahead and swap out our navbar for an admin navbar. So if we just search for our navbar, we can basically copy everything and then take it into our admin section of the app and just create a file right here called navbar or underscore navbar.html.erb, and we can paste that all in there. And then we can go ahead and modify some of these routes. So we'll want to have a route for our dashboard, and we'll also want to have a route for our courses. So we'll say courses, and then we'll also want to have a route to take us to that users section of the app. So we'll do users like that. Cool. Then we can come down here and we can basically do the same thing in the mobile navbar. So if we come down to the mobile navbar, right now there's just one link for courses right here, and we can just go ahead and add more links right below it. So we can paste that a couple times, and then we'll say courses, or we'll say, this one will say courses, this one will do dashboard, and then this one will do users. So now if we refresh the page, we should get that, well, we have to go back to our admin layout and use this. So we'll do layouts, admin, and now we just come down and change this render from shared navbar to admin navbar, just like that. And now we can see we get our admin navbar, and these links aren't set up properly yet. They're just taking us to this route path, but that's because these routes don't exist, but we'll swap those out. We also want to remove this user icon. We don't want that on the admin side, so let's go ahead and remove that from the navbar as well, from the admin navbar. So open up the admin navbar, and we can look for where we're displaying the user icon. So we're doing this user icon right here, and we can just go ahead and delete that link. And then if we come up to the top, we can also delete it from up here. So we'll go ahead and do that and refresh. Now we just have a sign out, users, courses, and dashboard. And if we go to the live site, that's exactly what we have as well. And let's just double check that it looks okay in mobile view. So we have dashboard, courses, user, and sign out. Great. So now we can go ahead and add some authentication. So if we sign out, we are going to be able to access this page. Let's just make sure we can't access this page unless we're signed in. So let's click sign out. And then if we go to /admin, we should be redirected to this login page. So we should be blocked from viewing that page unless we're signed in. We do admin@example.com, type in our password, now we should be able to access this admin page. Let's get started on the courses page for the admins. Let's open up our terminal, and we want to run a generation command that will create some files for us. Specifically, we just need the controller for the admin, and we need some views. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the controller first. So we can do bin rails g, and then we can do controller, and we'll do admin : courses, like that. So that will create a nested controller, and we want it to be nested because we already have a courses controller that is responsible for handling interactions on the user side of the app. This controller will be responsible for handling actions for courses on the admin side of the app. So we notice that it creates this controller inside the admin directory, and then it's called the courses controller. Okay, so next we want to create the views. So we can do bin rails g erb scaffold, and then we can do admin : course, and that will create a bunch of views nested in an admin folder, and then a courses folder, and then we have a bunch of views. So these will be the views where we can edit and create as well as display courses on the admin side of the app. Great. Now let's set this link up so it takes us to the index page. So it takes us to this view right here. And so let's go ahead and do that in the layout. So if we open up our admin layout, we can edit the link. So if we open up the nav bar for the admin, come in here and open up the nav bar and find that link with the courses, and then instead of going to the root path, we can go to the admin courses path, just like that, and refresh the page. And then we also need to change that down below in the mobile layout. So we can come up here and do admin courses path, just like that. Okay, cool. And it looks like that doesn't exist. So we need to go ahead and add that route to our routes file. So if we open up our routes, we can just go ahead and add that. Okay, so what we need to do to add these routes is we need to come into our routes file, and we need to add an admin namespace. So let's add that right below here. We can just say namespace admin do. And now inside this namespace, everything will be prefixed with the admin module. So then we can just add resources like normal. So we can add courses, and that will add all the courses endpoints, but they will be nested within admin. So notice that we already have a courses resource out here. So if I come to the root level and then do /courses, that is going to take us to this resource. If I do /admin /courses, that is going to take us to this inner resource right here because of the namespace. So that's what that does. Cool. So let's go ahead and save that. And then if we refresh, we should now have this route available to us. So if we come back to the admin side of the app, this link should exist. And if we click on it, it should take us to the correct page, which it does. But we just have a little error in the view. So we can go ahead and fix that. There are no admin courses, so this is raising an undefined method error. So let's go ahead and fix that. So if we open up our index, or our courses index, so course index, and we want the admin one, we can open that up, and we can see that there is an admin courses variable being used here. So if we look at our course controller, we can fix that. So within our course controller, we need to make a method called index. We'll do def index. And then inside of there, we can say admin courses equals course.all, just like that. And that should fix that error. Cool. So now we are showing all the courses and loading those all in this page here. So if we go back to that, this course index view, you can see that we're looping over every course, and we're rendering it. And we're displaying a link to show the course and a link to create a new course. So let's go ahead, and in the next video, let's get started on editing this page so it looks nicer, and the end result is we want it to look something. So let's get started on the admin courses page. First thing you might notice is the nav bar is now the user side nav bar, and that's because we haven't told this controller to inherit from the admin controller. So if we go ahead and go to the courses controller, okay, so if we go ahead and open up the admin courses controller, you can see that this is inheriting from the application controller. So there's two things about this that are not good. One is this page is not protected by the authentication check that is in the admin controller. So anyone can access this page right now without being signed in. The other thing is that this is not using the admin layout. And so we can go ahead and fix both of those things. Let's just make this inherit from the admin controller, and we'll save that. And so what that does is it makes it inherit the admin controller layout. So it inherits the admin layout, and you can see that the nav bar just switched to the admin layout. And then also it's going to be inheriting that authentication check. So if we look at the admin controller, there's this before action authenticate admin, and that's going to flow down into every action that is in this course controller as well. So now that we have that fixed, we can go ahead and start working on this page. So what we want it to look like, once again, is just a card like this with two buttons, one to edit the course and one to view the course, and then a button up here to create a new course. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start working on this index page. So we can open up the course index page and go to the admin one right here at the top, and then we can start working on that. All right, so first thing we want to do is let's wrap some of this content in a div just to have a containing element. So we can do div, and let's just give it a width of full, just like that. And then let's put all the remaining content inside of that div, and let's center everything. Okay, let's get rid of this H1. We don't really want that at the top of the page. What we do want at the top of the page is a button, and we want it to link to this new course path. So let's grab that and move it all the way up here to the top, and then let's wrap it in a div like that, and let's go ahead and give that div some styles. So we can say class equals flex, justify end, items center, like that. So that should put the button very far right of the screen, and then we can give this button some classes as well. So we'll do background amaranth 500, hover background amaranth 600, pxy py2, cursor pointer rounded, and then text white 50. All right, so that looks good. Let's just refresh, and we should have a button over there. Oh, looks like we have a little error. This is coming from our index right here. Encountered a syntax error when rendering the template. Okay. So there appears to be a syntax error somewhere. Let's go ahead and find that and fix it. Okay, so we have two quotes at the end there. So let's just remove one of those quotes and refresh the page. Cool. So now we have this new course button over here. So that looks good. And now let's just work on displaying these courses a little differently. So let's go ahead and delete this link to show the course. We don't want that. And let's save that. And then let's just leave this and add a little bit of styling to this container. So we'll make the min width full, flex wrap, justify center, gap 5, and margin top 6, and then padding bottom 6. Okay, then what we need to do is go into the course template and edit that. So let's just refresh this, make sure everything looks good. Cool. And then we can go ahead and edit this template. So let's go in here and let's do course.html.erb, and this will be the template for our course. Okay, so let's leave that ID where it is, and then we can start adding some classes. So we can say max width is extra small, rounded, overflow, hidden, and give it a large shadow. Oops, LG. Okay. And then inside that div, we'll say if course.image.present, we want to render that image, so we'll do image tag and course.image class width of full, and then we can close that. Otherwise, we want to render that placeholder image. So we can just go ahead and render that, and we'll do that with an image tag as well. And we'll just pass in the URL to that placeholder image. So we'll just type in the URL just like that. Okay, so we'll display the image at the top of the card. That's just this image right here. And then below it, we will do the content. So we'll say a div like that. And then we'll give it a class with px4 and py4. Inside of the div, we'll create another div, font bold, text extra large, and margin bottom 6. And then inside of this div, we'll just put the course title. Below that, we'll have a link to edit the course. So we'll do link to edit course, and then edit admin course path, and pass in the course. And then we'll go ahead and style that 500, hover, background amaranth 700, and text white 50, font bold, padding Y2, padding X4, and make it rounded. Okay, then we can just yank that, go below, and say view lessons. And this will take us to a lessons path, but that path doesn't exist yet. So for now, let's just leave it with this path, just because it's not going to give us an error. And we'll come back and fix that once we set up all the lesson routes and views. But for now, let's just change the color of this link so we can separate them. So we'll change that to Camelot, and we'll change that to Camelot as well. Okay, let's refresh the page and just make sure that things are looking decent. So, let's fix that. So this is, we set this to 100. Let's just try, 500. And okay, so that looks a little better. We want to make sure that this class or this image also has the same width. So let's do width full like that. Oh, oops. So let's put that inside here. Let's just do class and W full. Okay. Okay, so we made this way too small. So let's just do on line 6 up here, just to make sure things are even. We can just do 320 by 180, and that will just make sure those images are a better size. Cool. So now we're getting our placeholders or the actual image of our course, depending on if an image is available or not. Great. If we click on the new course button, this takes us to the new course page, which has an error. So let's go ahead and fix that and work on that page now. So we can open up the new course page for the admin. And if we come in here, we can see that it's rendering this form. And so the error is happening in the form. And if we open the form up, we can see that it is saying if admin course.errors, and there are no errors, or admin course is nil. So that means we have to go to the controller and define admin course. So let's go ahead and do that now. If we open up our admin course controller, and we need to make a new method. So we'll do def new, and that will just have a new admin course equals course.new. Okay, so that should fix our error over here. If we refresh, we now get the new page for the admin course. Okay, so if we go back to that page, we can start editing it. What we want it to look like, if we take a look at the live site, is we want it to have a title input box, a description input, and this is a rich text input, so we'll set that up as well. We want it to have an input for the Stripe ID that's going to connect it to Stripe and determine the price of this course. We want it to have a multi-select where they can select out of any of the categories. and then we want to be able to upload a cover image, mark the course as paid or not, and also upload a premium description, which is once again a rich text box like this. So let's go ahead and get that set up and start working on that now. Okay, first thing we need to do is come up here and we need to modify this. So our create route will be nested in the admin module. So we need to modify this so the form is aware of the route that it needs to hit when it submits. So that's going to fix some errors for us. Next thing we need to do is just come down below where we're printing out the error. And inside of this, we can add our form properties. So if we just come right below this if statement, we can start adding our properties here. So let's add our first property. So we'll do div class equals, and then we'll do it flex. So we'll do flex and flex call. Okay, and then we'll give it a label, and it's for our name. So we'll just give it a for tag, and then title, and end that label. And then we'll use our form.text field to create a text field. So we'll give it a name, and it's the title. And then we want to give it some classes as well. And the ID is title, and the placeholder is course title. And then we'll close that. Cool. So let's make sure that that's showing up great. It is. Nice. And then, okay, so that's showing up great. Let's just go back to the new page real quick and remove some stuff that we don't want. So we can do new course. We can look for the course new page right here. And we don't want this H1 at the top of the page, so we can get rid of that. And we also want to make sure that this back to courses is below. So we can do that by wrapping the content in a div, and that will fix some things for us. So if we just add a div here and then give it some classes like this, justify start, item center with full, and then wrap everything in that div, we can make the everything stack nicely on top of each other. Great. So let's just add that and then go back to our form page that we were editing. All right. So the next thing we want to add is we want to add a rich text field. And so this rich text area is part of it's part of Rails, and it's a rich text field. This rich text rich text area is part of action text, and action text, it comes with Rails, but it's not installed yet. So in order to install it, we just have to run this command right here, bin Rails action text install. So let's go ahead and run that. So go in our terminal and run bin Rails action _text :install. And that will add the yarn package and copy over all the migrations, and then we can run the migrations. So we can do bin Rails db migrate, and that will add the tables that are needed in order to store the rich text. All right, so now let's restart our server. So we can do bin dev. The next thing we have to do is we have to tell our models that they have rich text. So we'll go to our course, and up at the top, we can tell it that it has rich text. So we can say has rich text description, and we can also say has rich text premium description. So let's just double check our schema. If we go to our courses table, so if we look at our courses table, we have this premium description and description columns, and we want both of those to be rich text. So that's why we are setting it up like that. So we have rich text description and rich text premium description. At this point, we're ready, and we can start just using the rich text, and everything should work. So let's go back to our new page. So we'll go back to new courses, or course new for the admin. And what we can do now is just go to the form and add a rich text field. So let's do that. So if we add a div, we can say class flex flex call, margin top 4. And then inside that div, we'll once again do a label. We can yank the one from above and just replace the title with description. Then below this is where we can start using our rich text. So Rails comes with a helper called rich text area, and that's going to be responsible for rendering everything. And then we can do rounded, border, gray, 200, ID, description, placeholder, course description. All right, so we'll save that and refresh the page, and we should get our tricks editor. And as you can see, Rails makes it extremely easy to add full WYSIWYG text editing. So we can say this is the description, and we can highlight or bold anything we want. We can italicize things. We could do strike throughs. So it's really easy to add stuff, and you can also add attachments. So you can just go in here and we can do any attachment. So we could upload the logo if we wanted, and that will appear directly in this text box. We could add a caption here, etc. So this is all really nice, and it's super easy to set up with Rails with just that one installation command, and then adding those attributes to our models. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. Next thing we want to do is add the text field for the Stripe price ID. So let's make another div like this, and grab the label. Actually, we can grab both of these because it's going to be a text field, and then just replace this with Stripe price ID, and make sure this gets replaced as well with Stripe price ID, and that should be good. And also the placeholder. So we'll say Stripe price. Actually, we can leave this blank. This one doesn't need a placeholder. Okay, cool. So this is a Stripe price ID. Next thing that we want is going to be the categories. So we don't actually have the category model set up yet or anything. So let's go ahead and skip this for now, and we'll come back and add categories in a future video. But let's just move on with the rest of the properties for now and come back and finish that up later. So instead of adding categories, let's add the image next. So once again, we'll add our div. Then in here, we'll yank one of these labels, replace it with cover image. So this will be the cover image for the course. And then we'll go ahead and display the image. So we want to reuse this field or this form for the edit page as well. So the edit page will be using this form as well. So in order to accommodate that, we want to add a line where we check if the course already has an image. We want to display that image, just so if you're editing, you can see what the image currently is, and then decide if you want to change it. So we'll display the current image if there is one, and it'll only exist on the edit page. On the new page, the model won't have an image, so this will only show up on the edit page. So that's what that is for. Otherwise, if we're on the new page or the course doesn't have an image for some reason, we won't show it. Cool. And then we'll add a label, cover image, and that'll be cover image, and then label, and let's just delete the one above. Okay, and then we will go ahead and say form.file field image ID image. And just like that, Rails makes it extremely easy to add image uploads. But let's see, we have a small syntax error here. Okay. So it looks like undefined local variable or method course. So we're calling it admin course. So let's go fix that and fix it over here as well. Okay, just a small naming discrepancy there. Great, so now we have this image upload, and Rails makes it extremely easy. So we can just click this and we can find any image that we want, and we can go ahead and just upload that, and that'll be saved to our course. Cool. Now the final property, actually final two properties, are the checkbox for marking this course as having paid content or not, and then another rich text area just for the premium description. So let's go ahead and add those. We'll yank this, paste it below, get rid of this, keep the label, and we'll put the label as paid, and then we'll make this a checkbox field, and the ID will be paid, and the class will be rounded border gray 200. Okay, so that's our checkbox, and we'll have one more div below where we'll put our rich text. So this label will be a premium description, and we'll get rid of that and just put form. Well, actually we can grab the rich text form from above and just replace a couple of those labels and properties. So we'll come over here to the ID, and this will instead be called premium description, and the placeholder will be premium course description. Cool. And then we also have to change the title of it right here to premium underscore description, like that. Okay. Finally, we can edit this button to make it look a little nicer. So we'll come down to here and we'll say, let's just make sure it says submit. And then we can add a class background amaranth 500, hover background amaranth 600, text white 50, and rounded cursor pointer, and then give it some padding and margin. Okay. Oh, we forgot to close out our parentheses here. Just close those out, resave, and refresh the page. Okay, so we have an error here, it looks like. So we have an extra parenthesis right there, which we don't need, or an extra comma. So let's go ahead and move that. And then let's make sure to give some space to this. So if we just add some margin on this containing div, just to give our button a little bit of space. Cool. So this is the basic form that we're going to be using for both the new and the edit page. And let's test it out. Our controller isn't set up, so it won't work. But we could go ahead and just make sure that it's going to be submitting to the right URL. So we can just do test course, test, leave that blank. We have an image uploaded, and then test, and go ahead and submit that. And we can see what route it hit within our app. So if we open this up a little bit, we can see that it hit the admin controller. Okay, so we can see that it posted to this /admin courses route, which is the correct route. So that's great. The create action could not be found, so it didn't do anything. So let's go ahead and create that action now. Shrink that back down and open up our course controller for the admins. Inside here, we just need to make that create method, and we'll just set that up to create a new course. Okay, so all we have to do is we'll create a course. Let's just call this admin course, and that will be a new course, and we'll use the course params. These course params are going to be coming from a private method. So let's make this private, and we'll say course params. Inside this method, we'll just allow a certain specific set of params. So first, let's say let's require the body to have a course object. Inside that object, we are going to allow the title, description, premium description, paid, stripe, price ID, image, and category IDs. Although, let's leave that off for now. We'll come back and add that when we add the categories. So let's save that, come back up to this create method, and below that, let's say if course.save. So if it was successfully saved, we can just redirect to admin courses path. Otherwise, we just want to render, the new page again. So we can just say render new. So let's save that. And then if we come back to this page, oops, we forgot the equal sign. Let's add that. Okay, so let's come back to this page and try again. So we can say new course. Okay, so we can just say new course. This is the new course description. This is some bold text. This is some italic text. This is striked through, and we'll make those just so we can see that the rich text is working, just so we can have some examples of it working. We'll upload an image. Let's just upload this same image so we keep things consistent. We'll say this will have paid content eventually, and we'll say this is the premium description, bold, italic. Okay, let's make those bold, italic. Okay, cool. So now we can go ahead and click submit, and we should get that page to be created. And this was actually supposed to be admin course. So let's change that to admin_course and save that. Refresh the page. We kind of lost our description. Let's just make a quick one here. So we got that back and premium description. Okay, and then let's click submit again. Great, so that uploaded the image and everything, and we can see our new course at the bottom of the page here. If we click edit course, we should render that same form we were just working on, and it should have some of the information pre-filled out, but it looks like there's a small error here, so let's go ahead and fix that. All we need to do to fix that is go to the edit page, and in our controller, go to the edit action. So it looks like there's no edit action, so let's create that. We just do def edit like that, and then we load the course. We'll do admin course equals course.find and then params ID. So that will just load whatever course we're trying to edit. So let's refresh and see if we can get that to load. Cool, so now we got past the error, and now we're just getting a small error in our form. So if we just go back to that form and fix that, so it looks like, so we just have a misspelling here. We had an extra E on this image tag, so we'll get rid of that and refresh, and now we get our editing form. So we can go fix the page to remove some of this extra stuff and put a div so these look nicer, but the main meat of the form is looking good. It pre-filled with the data that we already have here, and it's displaying the image so we can see what the current image is, and then we could change it if we wanted to. Great, so that's looking good. Let's just go to the edit page and fix a little of the layout. So we'll go to course edit, go to the admin section. We can get rid of that, just add a div around this content, and then on the div we can give it flex. So we can give it flex, we can give it a width. Well, let's give it a width of full. We'll give it flex call, justify start, items center. So that should bring these down below. Cool. And then we can just leave those. We do need to fix these links. So once again, we nested our controller in an admin module, so that's why we have to add this syntax right here to tell the link that it should be going to as a nested admin link. Admin courses path looks good, and then we're just rendering the form for this. So that looks great. Refresh this, and everything looks good. So if we come back to our courses index page, we now have that set up correctly. We can click on create new course to create a new course. We can go back to courses. We can click edit course to edit an existing course. And so let's just check that the submit button and the edit action is working properly. So first we need to go create that. Let's go to the course controller once again, and right below our edit, oops, we're in the wrong one, course controller for the admin. Right below the edit, we'll just do update, and we'll implement this method to update the course. All right. So what we can do is just load the course. We can say admin course equals course.find params ID, just like that. And then we can say if admin course.update course params, then we can redirect them to the admin courses path. Otherwise, we just want to render that edit template again. So we can say render edit like that. Cool. So let's refresh that and then let's try to update. So this is course 1 updated, and let's hit submit, and we can see that it was updated right here. Let's just check that the description updates as well. Click that, go back, and we see that it was updated. Great. So in the next video, let's work on the show page for the course, and let's also work on the lessons. Let's get started on the show page. If you notice, we can come to the show this course link and click on it, and we get an error. So we just need to set up the proper action in the controller for that. So if we come to the top here, we need to set up the show action. So we can just say def show, and we can load in the admin course, and we can set that equal to just course.find params ID, just like that. If we wanted to, we could extract these out into a before do method that would just set the course, but it's not a big deal for us, I don't think. So we can save that. Now that course should be defined, and it's being rendered right here. So it is using the course template that we set up already. So we can go ahead and just modify the show page to make it look a little nicer. So if we do course show and go to the admin one, then we can edit this page. Let's add a div to the top here, give it a flex class, flex call with full items, center, justify start, just like that. And we can center everything there. Then what we want to do is come down here, and we don't want to have a link to edit the course from here, so we can delete that. We can just have these two links. Let's add some spacing to this div, give it some margin top, flex, gap 4, and then we can go ahead and fix this link once again by nesting it inside the admin path. Okay. We also want to add a turbo confirm to this delete button. Anytime we're deleting some sensitive data, we want to give the user just some protection to make sure they didn't accidentally click the button. So we can go ahead and just do that. And we'll say, are you sure? So we'll just ask them if they're sure before they go ahead and delete that. Okay. Next thing we want to do is edit this a little bit so it displays. Okay, so let's refresh the page, and now this is what our show page is going to look like. So our show page is going to still have the same buttons to edit and view the lessons for the course, but now it'll also have a button to destroy the course, so they can click that. It will open up this confirm box, and then they can click OK or cancel. And then they can also just go back to the courses if they'd like. So that's our show page. We're going to keep it super simple. This is the admin side of the app, so it doesn't need to be as nice. It just needs to be functional. We could spend some more time styling, but I think our time is better well spent working on some more complicated features for the admin side. So what we have so far is just you can create a course, edit a course. So we'll go click on edit. You can show the course, and then you can destroy it if you'd like. Okay, so that's looking pretty good for our courses. Let's create some lessons. So we'll need to create the lesson model, the routes, and the controller, and then link everything up and work on the lesson. So let's get started in that. So the first thing we need to do is create the scaffold for our lessons. So we can once again do bin rails g, and then we can say we want a controller, and this controller will be admin : lessons. So that'll be our admin lessons controller. Oops. So we want to do : just like that. And that will create our lessons controller nested under the admin folder. And then the next thing we want to do is create our views. So we can do bin rails g erb scaffold, and admin : lesson, like that. And that will create our lessons templates and views. Cool. Let's go ahead and hook up this button right here to take us to the index page for this course's lessons. So we can open up that we can open up that course template. So if we just search for _course and find the admin one, this link right here where it says view lessons, we want to just change this path. So what we can change this path to is we can just delete it, and we can say admin course lessons path, and we'll save that. So if we come to our routes, we do need to modify our routes a little bit. So when we ran that controller method and the ERB method, it did create the controller and it did create all the views, but it didn't create any routes. So what we need to do is we need to come into our routes. We need to find this admin namespace, and then we want to nest our lessons inside the courses. So just like we did outside here, where we have the course and the lessons nested inside it, we want to do that as well. So we can just say resources, lessons, lessons, and close that out. So now we'll have those endpoints that are nested in a path where the namespace starts with /admin, and then if we want to access lessons, we'll do /course or /courses /course ID and then /lessons, and that would be the index page, and that would show all the lessons for a specific course. Cool. So now that we saved that, this path will now exist. So we can do admin course lessons path, and then we can pass in the course that we want to show the lessons for. All right. Now we've updated that, let's just refresh the page and check that our index page is looking okay. So we can refresh that, and now this will take us to admin courses, course ID, lessons. So that is the correct path. Now we just need to fix the error in our template. So the reason that's erroring is if we come to our lessons controller and we go to the one for the admins, we can see that we don't have any actions set up. So let's go ahead and create the index, and let's just have that return all the lessons. So we can say admin lessons equals lesson.all or lesson.where course is equal to the course. So we'll say course ID equals params course ID, like that. So that should load all the lessons that belong to the course. Cool. Next thing we need to do is fix that path. So if we open up the index page, so we can search for the lesson index for the admins, we can come and we can fix these routes. So once again, all these routes need to have the admin namespace attached. So we can do admin, and then these are actually going to also need the course context attached. So we can pass that in as well. So we can just pass in course right here, like that, and that should take care of that one. And then the new admin lesson path, that should be good. So if we refresh this, this might not be defined, this admin course. Okay, so we can open up our lesson controller and add that variable as well. All right, so how we can do that is we can just do a before action. I was mentioning this before, and we can utilize these before actions to do some setup. So we can say set course, and then we can create that method below, make it a private method, and just say set course. And all this does is sets a course instance variable for us to use. So we can just say @course equals course.find params course ID, just like that. Save that. And then up here in the index, we can do it a slightly different way. We can just say lessons equals @course.lessons.order position, and that will just order those by their position. Okay, cool. And then this should actually be called admin lessons, just to match what's in our template. And this should be admin course. admin course, and admin course. Okay, so it looks like we got past that. The next thing that it's complaining about is the new link. So let's go ahead and fix that. We go to the lesson index page again, and we'll have to just modify this path. And in order to fix this, we just need to pass in the course. So we can just do admin course, and that just tells this route which course we want to create a new lesson for. And we'll do new admin course lesson path. So now this is showing all the lessons for this course. So if we come back to here, and once again, we need to tell this lessons controller to use the correct layout by just having it inherit from the admin controller. So if we go to the course, the lesson controller for the admins, come up here to the top and delete application controller and replace it with admin controller, refresh the page, we should see our correct nav bar and we'll get all that authentication. Great. So once again, if we come to courses, we can click this view lessons button and it will take us to the lessons page. If we look on the live website, what that should look like is a page with all the lessons. This is a drag and drop interface, so we'll work on that next. And then we should also be able to create a new lesson from that page. So let's work on this, styling this page and setting up the drag and drop functionality. Open up the index lesson page on the admin side of the app. So we'll search for lesson index and make sure we open up the admin one right here. Up at the top, let's just wrap everything in a div to start, and we'll make that div a flex call, and width full, just like that. Then we can go to the bottom and just wrap everything in that div. Once we have that set up, we can create another div to hold some text and a button. So we can just create that div right here and give it some margin bottom, just like that. We do want to delete this h1, we don't need that, and then we can grab this new lesson link and put it inside that newly created div like that. We can also grab our notice and put that in there as well and close that out. Okay, so now we have this div container that holds our notice and as well as a link to the course. What else we want to display is what course we are adding lessons to. So we can just have an h1 here and give it a class, margin bottom 4, font bold, text 2XL, and then we can just make that the course.title lessons like that. So that'll just give us a signal of which course we're currently creating lessons for. All right. Let's style this button as well, or this link, so we can add a class here, and we can make it Amaranth. So we'll do background Amaranth 500, hover background 600, text white 50, rounded, px4, py2. Okay, close that out. So let's refresh the page and just make sure that that section is looking okay. We have a small little error here. So this is actually, we need to make sure that this course variable is defined, and we'll actually call it admin course like that. Okay, so let's make sure that's defined. If we open up the lesson controller and the admin lessons controller, and then we go to the index page. So this admin course should be defined, that we set up this before action method to set that up. So that should be defined. Cool. So if we refresh, that should work. Great. So now we just have a little heading that says which course we are updating, or which course we're looking at the lessons for, and then we have a new lesson button. Great. Let's just make that L capital so it looks a little bit nicer. Okay, there we go. Next up, let's modify this section to change how we're rendering each lesson. So let's go down to this div right here that's containing our admin lessons. And right now we're looping over each lesson, and we are just rendering it by using that admin lesson template. And then we have a link here. So what we want to do is let's wrap this link around the render section. So let's move that up and then say do like that. and then we can end it below. So we just want to wrap this entire rendered section in a link. Instead of having a button, we just want to have that wrapped, that entire section wrapped. And then we can get rid of the text here, like that. Okay, great. So now this entire section is being wrapped in a link. Next thing we want to do is, let's just add a containing div around these two as well, just so we can give them some more explicit styling. So we'll do that, and we'll say class equals max with extra small, and ID equals admin lesson dot ID, just like that. Okay, so that's all the styling we're going to do for now. Let's go ahead and, well, first let's check that everything is working, and it is. So now let's go change the admin lesson template so that it's actually displaying something over here. So we can do that. We can just go to the folder that we're currently in and go to this _lesson template. And we can see that currently nothing is in that template. So let's go ahead and fill that out. So let's leave that DOM ID. We're going to need that for Hotwire. This is some Hotwire stuff. So by using this DOM ID tag, it allows Hotwire to target this element and replace it on the screen, dynamically without us needing to do anything. So we'll leave that there. We're not really going to touch that in this course, but that is what it's for, or one of the main reasons it's for. So let's add some other classes here. Let's make this max with small, min with 64, rounded bottom, overflow hidden, shadow large, hover background, amaranth 100, like that. Then inside the div, we will add a link to. So we'll do link to admin course lesson do, and then inside of that link we want to display the lesson preview, so basically just an image of the video if there is a video. So if lesson.video.present, so if there is a video, let's go ahead and display it. Otherwise, we can show a placeholder. So if there is a video, we just use an image tag, and we use lesson.video.preview thumb, like that, and then we can make the class. Okay, so we're basically using a nice feature that because we installed FFmpeg, we can actually use it to process video, and so we can grab the thumbnail. We can grab a thumbnail off the video, and let's just double check that we have this thumbnail variant set up. So if we open up the lesson model, let's just check that. So we can open up lesson here, and it looks like we don't, so we can set that up. So how that works is we can just come to this has one attached, and we can open up a do block. So we can say do, and then we can say attachable, and then inside this do block we can just have a variant. So we can say attachable.variant thumb, and then we can set what size we want that thumbnail to be. So let's do 500 by 500, and that'll set it up so that each video gets a thumbnail generated for it with this correct size. Cool. So now let's go back to the page, and now this should work. This line right here should be valid now that we have that variant set up. Next is inside of here, if there is no video, then we can just display a placeholder image for this lesson. Do image tag via placeholder.com, and then we'll do that for now and close it out. Okay, below this if else statement, we then want to create a div with a class of px6 and py4, and then inside this div we are going to make another div, class font bold, text XL, and margin bottom 2, like that. And then in that div we are going to see if this lesson is paid. So if it's paid, else, and then we can end this. Okay, And if the lesson is paid, then we just want to show an icon showing that the lesson is paid. So we can show a lock symbol. So the FA solid, lock, class, MR2, text gray, 600, just like that. And make sure we close out that parenthesis. Otherwise, we just want to show, well, we don't even need this else statement. We can actually just end it, and then we can always display the title. So we'll just display the title like that. Okay. So that is everything we need for this template. Let's refresh and make sure it looks okay. It's just generating the previews, so it just takes a second. And then let's make this a little bit bigger here so it looks nicer. So now we can see that we're getting our lessons. These lessons have videos, so they're using their video previews, and then these ones don't have videos, so they're just using the generic placeholder. Great. Next thing we want to do is make this a drag and drop interface. So if I'm on this page as an admin and I've created some lessons and I want to reorder some, I should be able to just drag a lesson to any position and have it automatically save. So let's go ahead and set that up in the next video. In order to do that, we're going to be using a package called acts as list, and that will let us really easily reorder things in our database on the back end. And then we are also going to be using a front end package called sortable. Stimulus sortable and sortable.js, and that'll just make it super easy to set up the front end side of things where we can drag and drop. So let's go ahead and get started on that. What we want to do is create a controller and attach it to our front end, a stimulus controller. If we come into the terminal, we can do bin rails g stimulus, and we're going to call this controller the lesson controller, so we can just say lesson. Then we can open that controller up and modify it and make sure we attach it to our DOM element. So let's just open it up real quick and make sure that it looks good. So lesson controller, and it's in this JavaScript controller. So this is the controller, and you can see right here it tells us exactly what we need to do in a DOM element to attach it. So let's do that now. If we come back to our index page where we're rendering all of our lessons, so we can do lesson index and make sure we go to the admin one. We can go to this div with the admin lesson ID, and we can attach that controller. So we can just do data controller equals lesson, and that will link that controller up with this DOM element. Next thing we want to do is we want to set up some properties on the controller. So we want to set up a few data properties. So we can do data lesson course value equals, and this will just be the course ID. So this will just be an ID that we can use to reference this lesson. This will just be the course ID, so we just need that ID in our controller, so we need to pass it in like this. And then the next thing we want to do is set up some classes. We just want to make sure these lessons have a little bit of spacing and are rendered in a nicer way. So let's set up a class real quick. Make it flex call, flex wrap, justify center, at large. We want to justify start, item center, large. We'll make it a flex row instead with full gap 5 and padding bottom 4. Okay. And we need to restart our dev server. Okay, and it looks like this is, it should be admin course. Admin_course. So that'll fix that error. Great, so now it looks a little bit nicer. They're kind of just spaced out a little bit better. And now we want to set up our drag and drop. So in order to do that, we're going to install a couple packages. So the first package we want to install, we're going to do that with import maps. So if we open up our import maps file, so you can just search for import map, and if you open up this one that's in the config, you can see that these are our JavaScript dependencies, and they're basically just pinned, and it's a way to keep track of which dependencies we need. And if we want to pin another package, we can just do it with this bin import map pin command. Okay, so yeah, if we want to install new dependencies, we can do it by default with Rails 7 via the import map. And it's really nice to use this. I would suggest using it. I've had a good experience with it, unless you have a specific reason not to, like you do want to add your own bundling step or go outside of the default Rails 7 ways of handling JavaScript dependencies. But we're just going to stick with this because I think it works really well for most projects. So in order to add our dependencies, first we're going to go to the GitHub and let's just check out this dependency. So we need stimulus sortable. So this is the package we are going to be using. It's this stimulus sortable component, and we need to add stimulus sortable and sortable.js, as well as this make sure we have this request.js installed as well. So we can do bin import map pin and then stimulus sortable, and that will go ahead and make sure we have that installed. Then we can do bin import map pin sortable.js, and then let's just double check that we have the request.js installed. So we can do bin import map pin Rails request.js, like that. Cool. So now that we have those installed, if we do come back to our import map file, import map, and go to the config one, we can see that we now have this pinned, and we can see the version we have pinned. We have Rails request pinned, and we have stimulus sortable pinned. So we have these three dependencies. So now we can just use these. They're auto loaded, so we can just go ahead and use them in our stimulus controller. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our stimulus controller for the lesson. So lesson controller, and get started. So we don't need this connect method really, so we can get rid of that. Next thing we want to do is add a static values object and have it have a course, which is just an integer, so it's just a number. And then we want to have an onUpdate method. Okay, so this onUpdate method, the reason we're doing that is because we are actually going to make this extend the sortable class instead of the controller class. And sortable extends the controller class, so we still have all the methods we would like to use from that class, but we also have extra methods that the sortable.js gives us. Next thing we want to do is come up here and import sortable. So we can do import sortable from stimulus sortable. So now we can have that, and we can extend it. And then that sortable class gives us this onUpdate method that we can override or we can extend. So we're going to extend that, and first we need to call super. So we want to call the original onUpdate method that comes from sortable. That just makes sure everything is wired up correctly. Then below that we can do our custom logic. So we can do new index equals event.newIndex. Then we can do const ID equals event.item.id, and const course ID equals this.course value. Okay, so we have those three variables, and then we just want to make a request to our backend, and we haven't set up this route yet, but we will in just a second here. But let's just assume that we have a route set up that is going to receive these requests and update the position variable of the lesson. And so we need to pass in a course ID, lessons, pass in the lesson ID, and then we're going to call this endpoint move. So this is a move endpoint that will move the position of the lesson whenever it's drag and dropped. All right. Inside of this fetch, we'll just make the method a patch, and then the headers, we have to add some headers so that Rails knows this is coming from our front end app. So we'll set the content type is application JSON, and then we'll make sure and set this CSRF token. And that's the token Rails uses to know that this request is coming from the front end and it's not coming from another site. It's not doing any cross-site scripting attacks or anything like that. CSRF token, and that's just stored in this DOM element that we can get access to like this. Okay, and then finally we'll set the body equal to JSON.stringify, and we'll stringify the position, and that's the new index. So that's the new position of this lesson, and then the ID of the lesson. And with that information, on the back end, we'll be able to modify the lesson's positions in order to reorder them into the correct order. Great. So let's pretend for now that that request exists, and let's move on to the back end and actually implement this request. So we'll implement this endpoint right here, and then we'll start using the acts_as_list package or gem in order to reorder all the lessons. So let's do that and then up our gem file and add that acts_as_list gem. If we come down to the bottom here, we can just add a new gem, and it's called acts_as_list. And then let's just set the version number to 1.0, like that. 1.0. And then we can run bundle install to go get that gem. Great. Next thing we want to do is set up the backend route. So we're going to go to the lesson controller. So lesson controller, and make sure we go to the admin one right here. And then in here, we're going to make a new method called move. So we'll just say def move. And what we're going to do in this is just reorder all of the lessons. So for example, if we're moving a lesson in the middle of the course, if we move that up, then we have to shift the lesson's index or the position of that lesson, and we have to increment it up, and then we have to decrement the ones that came before it by 1, because those got pushed down 1 in the order positioning. So in order to do that, acts_as_list makes it super easy. They give some helper methods that you can just say move to top, move to bottom, or insert at, and it will take care of handling all of the database manipulation for us, so we don't have to worry about getting anything mixed up. So that's why we're using acts_as_list. So what we can do is we can just say the position, we can store that in a variable, and remember we're passing that in the params. So we already have that in the params that we're sending from the front end. And then we can say if position equals 0, so if we're trying to move this lesson to the very front, or basically if we're trying to move it to be the first lesson, we can just move it to the top. So we can just say lesson.move to top, else if position equals course.lessons.count -1. So if it's being moved to the last position, and we have an extra e there, if it's being moved to the last position, then we can just go ahead and move it to the bottom like that. Otherwise, we want to insert it at the correct index. So we can do lesson.insert at position +1, just like that. And then we want to save the lesson. So we'll do lesson.save, and then we will just render a success message. So we know that it saved successfully, just like that. Great. So these methods don't exist yet on the lesson. We have to tell the lesson model that it has access to these by including that acts_as_list module. So if we just go ahead and open up that lesson RB file, and then we can tell it that it has access to those methods. So how we do that is we just add this acts_as_list like that, and that will just tell it that it has access to those methods. Great. Next thing we want to do is go into the lesson index page again, and then hook up a couple of other properties that we need for that sortable package. So we already added our lesson course value, but we need another data element for the sortable package. And that's just going to be called, we'll do it right before this ID, it's data sortable animation value, and we'll set that to 150. And then we will save that. So now if we come back to this page and refresh after we start the server, So we refresh, we should be able to drag these, and each time we release, it should send a network request to that move endpoint in our controller. So let's give it a test here. So we can drag, and then when I release, we should see a request being sent out to our controller. So let's see if we have a little error in here. Let's open up our console, and we can see that we do have an error. So JSON.stringify is not a function. So we just have a little typo here. Let's open up our controller, lesson controller, and JSON.stringify. Okay, so stringify, like that. Okay, so we got past that error, but now it looks like we're receiving another error from our patch endpoint. So let's open up our terminal a little bit more and check out what that error is. Oh, okay, so it's saying that this route doesn't exist, and that's indeed correct. We need to add this to our routes file next. If we open up our routes file, we can just add a patch request to that endpoint. So we can say patch and it's going to be /admin/courses/course ID /lessons/ID/move, and that is going to go to the admin/lessons move controller. Now that route should exist. So if we test it again, we should at least get past that error. So we can drag this lesson one over here and let it go. And then, so let's restart our server to make sure that route is being picked up. And let's try it one more time. Okay, so we forgot an S here on the lesson. Let's go ahead and add that. So that should be lessons. And try it one more time. Great. So it looks like that route's being hit, but now there's just a error within the route. So we're making progress here. If we open this up, we can check what is happening. So we did hit the route properly, and it now understands that that route exists. These are the parameters that we sent. We sent the course ID of 1 with an ID of 1, and then it says can't verify CSRF token. So we must have a small typo where we're not actually including that token in the request. If we open up the lesson controller again, the stimulus controller, we should have been adding this right here, but there might be a typo in this, so it's not actually sending the token. So let's just go ahead and log this line. It seems like this isn't being, the CSRF token isn't being set properly. So let's grab that, and we can go ahead and console log it up here. So let's just paste it and then wrap it in a console log. So .log CSRF token, and we'll just do that. And then if we refresh and update, we should see if that is being set correctly. So let's do a drag and drop. And we should be seeing that token. So we are getting that token out of the DOM correctly, and we are setting it in the header. Oh, okay, so I think I see our issue here. These should be headers. So we're not actually sending any headers. We need to make sure that that's spelled correctly. Now we shouldn't be including both of these headers in our request. So if we refresh the page and do a drag and drop, we should at least get past that CSRF token error. So we're making a request to move this endpoint with these parameters, and now it looks like we are getting past that error. So we're just having another error now, which is good. We're making progress. So it says undefined local variable or method param. Let's open our controller up, lesson controller, make sure it's the admin one, and this should be params. Okay, so we do params, do a drag and drop, and now we're getting undefined lesson. Okay, so what we can do is we can do a before action, and we can set the lessons. We can do set lesson, and then we can make another method just like this method where we set the course but for the lesson. So we can just say def set lesson, and because we're running that after we already have set the course, we can say at lesson equals course admin course dot lessons dot find params ID. So we'll just search the lessons that are associated with this course and then set it as a variable. So now we should have access to that @lesson variable in this move method. Okay, and then we want to say we only want to do this on the show method, or we only want to do this on the move method. We don't want to do it on the index, so that's why we're getting that error. So if we refresh this page, we should see this. Great. Now let's try our drag and drop again. We drag and drop. Now we're getting undefined method lessons for nil class, and that's on line 13. And so it looks like this needs to just be admin course, just like that. And that looks good. Now let's test it again. And this time it looks like everything worked properly. So let's close this just so we can test it a little better. Shrink that down a little bit. Okay, so what should be happening here is if I refresh the page, this lesson 2 should be down here if I move it. So if I move this, then I refresh, lesson 2 is down here. If I move this, refresh, lesson 2 is now here. If I move it to the end, it's the last lesson. I can drag it all the way to the start, refresh the page. So it looks like everything is being stored correctly. We can try multiple moves and refresh, and everything's being saved. So that's our drag and drop interface. As you can see, it's pretty easy to set up by utilizing just those couple of packages. So this is going to work great for us. And if we open it up a little bit bigger, we can also drag them, left and right like this when we're at larger screen sizes. Great. Let's reorder these just so they are in the correct order again and shrink this down a bit. Great. So that's our drag and drop interface done. Next thing we want to work on is this new lesson button. So if we click on this, we should get taken to the form to create a new lesson, and let's work on that page. Let's open up the admin form and fix a few errors. So if you notice, if we click on this new lesson button, we get an error. So if we open up our lesson form, we can fix that, and let's make sure we are on the admin lesson form. So we'll click that to open it up. And we can come in here and fix this error. So this right here is just lesson. That's what we named our variable. So we need to get rid of the admin. And actually, it might be easier to just rename it admin lesson. So if we go into our controller for the lesson, and we find the admin one, let's just go ahead and rename this admin lesson just to make things easier for us. So we'll do admin lesson. And then up here, we'll need to make sure we rename these variables admin lesson as well, so everything continues to work. And save that, and that should be good. So we just do that so our templates already have this variable set up properly. Next thing we need to do is we actually need to make that create or that new method. So if we come over here, we can just say def new. We can say admin lesson is going to be okay. So we want to come up here and we want to set this admin lesson equal to course admin course dot lessons dot new. So we just want to make a new lesson for us to use. Great. So now we have that set up. We can go back to the form and fix a few other errors. So let's make sure we're in this admin lesson form, and within the model we need to tell it that the path is going to include /admin, and then we need to tell it the course it's going to be. So it's going to be admin course, and then we'll do the lesson like that. So that should fix the path for the form. And then we need to come to our new page and just fix an error in there as well. So we'll do lesson new in the admin section and come down here and do admin course lessons path. So course lessons path like that. Cool. So now we can go to our course. We can go to our view lessons. We can click new lesson and we can create a new lesson, or we can click this button to go back to the index page for this course. Great. Let's work on styling this page next and creating the form so we can actually create a new lesson. Let's open up the form once again and let's begin modifying it. So let's go ahead and leave this section. This is just to display any error messages that arise while we're creating a course. So we'll leave that, and we will go below and make a new div. Make it flex call, And inside that div, we'll start adding some of our form fields. So let's make a label with a class of text small, and this will be for our name. So this will be for the name of the course, or this will be for the title, like that. Close it out, and then we'll make a form.text field. This will be for the title. We'll make it rounded, give it an ID of title, and the placeholder will be lesson title, just like that. Okay, we can basically copy this div and paste it right below to make our next field. This field is just going to be the description. So we'll update that everywhere it says title. Make sure we do get this as well. And then instead of being a text field, we want this to be a rich text area. And we'll change it to description, and then description, and change this placeholder as well. So this will just be the lesson description. Okay. We need to tell the lesson that it has a rich text area. So if we open up the lesson model, we can go ahead and do that. And we can do that just like we did for the course. We can just say it has rich text description. So it has rich text and description, like that. Let's go back to that page now. So now it will understand that it has a rich text field right here. So we can save that. Let's grab this and paste it below and create another field. This one is just going to be a checkbox, and this checkbox will be used to tell if the course is paid or not, or if the lesson is paid, excuse me. And if the lesson is paid, we'll block access to it until the user has purchased the course. So this will be form, and that'll be checkbox, and this will be paid. ID is paid, and we don't need a placeholder for that one, so we can just get rid of that. All right, and our final input will just be the actual lesson for the course, and that will be a video upload. So what we can do is let's add another div. Just for this one, we want to make it look a little different, so we'll do rounded margin top 4, like that. Wrap that div around the inner div, and then input, make that a little bit indented. Let's also add some margin top to these divs as well, just to space them out a little bit. Okay, so that looks good. And then we can add our lesson tag. So let's delete these. Then we can say lesson.video.present. So if there's already a video present, and this is because we're going to use this form for the edit page as well, then we want to display that video. Let's set its size. Otherwise, we'll just display nothing. Rounded, and then close that out. Otherwise, we'll display nil. So if there's already a video present, let's go ahead and display it. Otherwise, we'll display nothing. Then we can display our label. And this will just say video. And so we can set that to video, actually. And then below, we'll do our form.file field for the video, just like that. All right, let's refresh the page and see if we didn't make a syntax error or something. So it looks like we do have a syntax error, undefined local variable or method lesson. So this is actually going to be admin lesson, like that. So let's fix that. Okay, cool. So now we have our title, description, checkbox for paid, and our video upload. Great. Let's actually update this button now. Just give it a few more styles to make it look a little nicer. So we can just say submit is what we want the button to say. Background, Amaranth 500, hover, Amaranth 600, text white 50, rounded, cursor pointer, and give it some padding and margin here. Okay, cool. And then let's make sure we just give it some margin with the div. All right, let's go to the new page and just get rid of this and then move this to the bottom. So we can open up our lesson new view. So for the admin right here, and we'll get rid of that, and then we'll just wrap everything in a div and make it so it lines up well and everything is vertically stacked. Flex, and then we'll save that. And then we want to do flex column to put everything on top of each other. So now we have that back to lessons button at the bottom. Okay, and then let's just justify things. So we'll justify start, items, center, and width full on that. And that looks great. Cool. So this is the page that we can use to create a new lesson. So let's go to our controller and set up the endpoint that this form will actually hit in order to create a new lesson. So we'll do lesson controller, go to the admin one, and then we'll create our create method here. All right, once we have that, what we need to do inside of this is we can just lesson equals, so we'll say admin lesson equals course dot, or admin course dot lessons dot new, and pass in the lesson params. So we'll create that, and then we'll try to save it. If the save is successful, we will redirect to the admin course lessons path, admin course. Otherwise, we will render the new template again, just like that. Great. And then we can come down here and set up that lesson params method. So we'll do lesson params, and we'll say we want to permit, or we want to require there to be a lesson param. So we'll do params.require lesson, and then we'll permit a title, a description, a video, paid, and position, like that. And then we'll save that. Great, so let's test this out. We can say test new lesson, test description. We'll set this as a paid lesson, and then we can upload a video to test with. So let's just upload a quick video here and submit, and that should save. So it looks like this, oh, we named that lesson instead of admin lesson. So let's fix that. That should be admin lesson, like that. Refresh, and let's upload that video again. It looks like it's already saved. So let's test that. Cool, so now we have this new lesson. It might just take a second for the video to be processed. If we refresh in just a second, it should show up there. Cool, so now this is our new lesson with the video, and it's being displayed correctly. And it was automatically set as the last lesson. So that lesson should have been set with a position that's after this lesson 4 premium, but let's go ahead and check that. So we want to do bin rails c, load the course, and then course.lessons.last, and this is our lesson. And it looks like the position was set to 5, which is perfect. So that's, everything's working great for this. We can reorder this lesson if we want, and that'll be updated, and then the position will also be changed. Cool, so that's our new lessons page. So this will allow the admins to add new lessons to a course. And then let's go ahead and work on the show page for a course next. So when I click on one of these lessons, it should take me to the show page without any errors. So let's work on fixing. Let's fix the errors in this show page. So let's go ahead and open up the show page for the lesson. So that's this one right here for the admin. And where we're rendering the admin, it looks like this is raising an error. So this is nil. And so all we have to do to fix that is go to the lesson controller and add that route or add that action. So this will be the show action. And we just have to load the admin lesson, and we can do that by just setting this right here and say we want to run this on show as well. And that should set that variable properly. Next, we need to fix these paths. So let's go back to that page and come down to this edit button, or this edit link, and fix this. So this should be edit admin course lesson path, edit admin course path. So those should fix those two. And then we'll have to wrap this in the proper context as well, just like this. And that should create the correct route to destroy the lesson. Great. And then let's set up the page so it looks a little nicer. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a div around all these elements, and then we can style them a little bit nicer. So we'll add a div that's going to be a flex div, flex call, justify start, item center, and width of full. And then we can just wrap everything in that div. Okay. And if we refresh, we should see it looks a little nicer now. And then we can go ahead and style some of these links a little bit better. So if we come down to the div that contains the links, give that a little bit of margin, flex, justify center, item center, and then add a little gap between the links. So that will style those a little nicer. And then we can go ahead and style these links a little bit better as well and make them look a little nicer. So let's go ahead and delete this right here. And then we can add a class 500, 600, cursor pointer, px4, py2, rounded text white 50. Okay, so that'll just make this look like a button. And then we can do the same thing for these other buttons. So we can copy this whole class. Let's just copy the entire thing, and we can go ahead and paste it at the end of this back to lessons link, just like that. And then we'll update the colors. So this will be Camelot, and we'll need to update this to Camelot as well. Okay, so that'll be our back to lessons button. And then we also want to add it to our destroy button as well. So we can go ahead and copy it again. Oops. So let's grab that class again and copy that, come down here and paste it and get rid of that extra closing tag. And then we want to change this to red. So let's change this to red, and we'll also change this to red. Cool. We also want to add a confirm. So we'll do data, and we'll just make a turbo confirm and say, are you sure? Just so they don't accidentally delete a lesson without getting some confirmation. So it looks like we have a syntax error here. Let's go ahead and find that. So we have the button, and we have the method, the class, and the data. So it looks like we just forgot to close out this object. So we'll add the closing tag there. Cool. So now we have these three buttons: one to edit the lesson, one to go back to lessons, one to destroy the lesson that will have a confirmation, and a button to edit the lesson. So if we click on edit lesson, we should get the form loaded with the proper lesson. So let's make sure that we have that route set up in our controller. If we go to our lesson controller again, we can set up that action. So we can say def edit, and we can just load the lesson we want to edit. So we can say we want to set the lesson on edit as well. Great. Then we need to we need to fix that error. So we accidentally put lesson instead of admin lesson. So let's open up the lesson form for the admins and find this and change this to admin lesson.video instead of lesson.video. That should fix that error. And then it looks like we have an error in the edit page. So we'll go to edit, go to the lesson edit, and we'll fix that. So this should be, this should have the context of admin, and it should have admin course. So that will take us to the correct lesson. And then this should just be admin course lessons path, like that. And that looks good. So now if we go to a course, go to the lessons and click on a lesson. And then if we want to edit this lesson, we can click on that and come to this page. So let's make this page look a little nicer by moving these below and getting rid of this editing lesson right here. So we'll just delete that, create a div, make it flex call, justify center, item center, and then we'll wrap everything in that div, like that. And that should move these down below. And let's actually do justify start, like that. Okay, cool. And let's make the width full here, just so it spans the entire width and centers nicely there. Cool. So this would be our edit page. We can update this lesson. So you can do updated, and that will hit our controller. And so let's go ahead and add that route as well. So after we hit the edit, the submit button will hit the update method, and then we just need to update the lesson. How we can do that is we can just load the lesson by telling our before action to run, and then we'll have access to that admin lesson, and then we can just do if admin lesson.update lesson params, and we already have that method set up, redirect to admin course lessons path for this course. Otherwise, we will re-render this edit page, just like that. And then we can come up to this before action, and we can tell it to run on the update method as well. Great. So if we update this to updated and click submit, it should update the title of that lesson. And it looks like this is just, we have a small error here. Redirect to admin course lessons path, and we're passing in course, so this needs to be admin course. Great. And now if we click submit, it should redirect us, and we can see that that lesson was updated. If we want to update the description updated, maybe we want to mark it as paid, we can submit that, and now it's marked as paid, and the description was updated. Cool. Let's unmark it as paid, and that looks good. So I think that's everything we need to do. Let's just test that the delete works. So if we destroy this lesson, it should just delete, and all we have to do to make sure that works is by creating a destroy method. So we'll do def destroy, and then we can set that up by saying at admin lesson.destroy, and then we will just redirect to the admin course lessons path, and we'll do admin course there, and then we'll just tell it to load that lesson on the destroy method as well. All right, so now if we try to destroy it, it should work properly, and we see that lesson was deleted. Great, that's all of the CRUD operations for our lessons. In the next video, let's get working on this dashboard. So if we click on that dashboard link, it should take us to the dashboard, and we can see some stats. So on the live site, it'll look like this. So let's go ahead and set that up. So let's open up the admin controller. So let's search for admin controller and open up that file. We're going to add some instance variables in this index method that we can then use to display some quick stats on this admin dashboard page. So let's first add some quick stats. So we can just make this an object, and these are the stats that are going to be going at the top of the page. And so first we want signups, and this is just how many users have signed up in this current week. So we'll do created at is greater than 1.week.ago.count. So that's how many users have signed up in the last week. Then we'll do sales. This will be course user.where created at is greater than 1 week ago. And then we'll do completed lessons. This will be how many lessons users have completed over the last week. So we'll do created at is greater than 1 week ago. And then .where completed is true. And then get the count of that. And then finally, let's just get the total signups. So how many users have signed up for our system in total? And that'll just be user.count. Okay, so those are our quick stats that we'll be using to display on the admin dashboard page. The next thing we want to do is we want to calculate the lessons completed by day, and this will be data that we'll use for one of our charts. So we'll say at completed lessons by day, and this will be lesson user dot where completed, or sorry, created at is greater than 1 week ago. And then we'll say where completed true. Then we'll group by the day, and then create it at format like that, and then just take the count. So that will be that will just be how many lessons were completed each day of the last week, and we can display that on a chart. In order to use this group by day, we need to install a gem called group date. So let's go ahead and do that now. If we just open up our gem file, we can come down to the bottom and then add a new gem, and this gem is called group date, and then we can set a version number for it. So we'll do 6.4 like that and save the file. Then in our terminal, we just run bundle install, and that will go fetch that new gem. Okay, so once we have that gem installed, we can then just use this group by day method right here to group those on this active record object. Great. Next thing we want to do is we want to set up signups by day. So this is going to be a second chart where we'll track how many signups we've had over the last 7 days. And so we'll do signups by day, and this will be user.where created at is greater than 1 week ago. And then we'll once again use the group by day created at format like that, and that's just going to be the day of the week, and then we'll count. And finally, let's do our most popular courses. And this we can display on a chart so the admin can see what courses have been getting the most traction. And so we can join course users here, group by ID, and then order by count course users.id descending, and then we'll limit 5. So we'll just take 5 of the most popular courses. Okay, so now that we have those stats set up, we can then go ahead and display them on this front page. So let's open up the admin index view, and right now it's just this simple admin index h1. So let's start editing that now. Let's get rid of that and replace it with a div. We'll make this class with full flex call, justify start, and items center. Okay, so that'll be our outer containing div. Within that, we'll add back in h1 font bold, text for Excel, margin bottom 4. At medium, we'll do margin bottom 10, text start, and with full. And then we'll do admin dashboard. Below that, we'll add a div, and we'll give this a flex call, gap 10, justify center, medium flex row, and items center, and medium justify between, and then with full. Within this div, this is where we're going to be adding one of our quick stats. So we're going to add our first quick stat, which is the signups. But let's just add a couple other divs for styling. So we'll do class equals max with small, rounded, overflow hidden, with full, medium, with 48, shadow XL, background gradient 2R from Amaranth 400 to Amaranth 300. Okay, so that will be our gradient div that has the nice gradient color to it. And then let's just add another div for some separation, PX6 and PY4. And then inside that div, we can add our title. So we'll just add in H2 here, which is a title for one of our metrics. So we'll do font bold, text XL, margin bottom 2, text Amaranth 50. and this one will just be signups. Oops, H2. Okay. Then we'll add a p tag where we'll put the content or the actual stat, and we'll make this Amaranth 50 text base. And then inside of here, we'll just add one of our quick stats. So we'll do @quick stats, and we'll do signups and display that. So let's just make sure we don't have a syntax error over here. Okay, so it looks like our styling is a bit messed up. So it should look like this with this pink style. And so it looks like we might have just a spelling mistake up here where we're coloring our gradient, and we do right here. So let's fix that. Amaranth, save that. Okay, and we also have this spelling mistake here. So BG gradient, this should be 2R. So we'll save that. And there we go. So now it looks a little better. So this is our first quick stat. Now all we have to do is just copy and paste this a couple times. So starting with this div that has max width small on it, we can just copy that entire thing and paste it 3 times. So let's just paste it 3 times here, and one more. So save that and refresh. We should get that. So we have 4 of those, and now let's just update the stat that we're showing. So in the second one, let's change the title to sales, and then we change the object data point to sales. On the third one, let's change that object data point to completed lessons. And then up here, we'll change the H2 to lessons done. And then finally, the last one, we will set it to total signups. So let's do total signups, and then this will be total signups. Cool. All right, so let's refresh and check that we have those. So we have our signups, our sales, our lessons done, and our total signups, and that looks good. So then below this div right here, which was the containing div for all these quick stats, now we're going to add another div, and that will be where our chart will live. So let's go ahead and open that up right here and add a new div, class with full flex call, justify between, and items center, medium flex row, margin top 8. And then we haven't created this controller yet, but let's pretend we have. We're going to do it right after this. So let's attach it to a controller called dashboard. And this will just be a stimulus controller, just like we've done previously. And then let's pass in some data into this stimulus controller so we can use it in our chart. So we'll just set it equal to signups by day .toJSON. And then we also want to pass in the completed value. So we'll do data dashboard completed value, and that's equal to completed lessons by day to JSON, and then we'll close that out. Okay, so we're going to create that controller next, but let's just finish setting up some of the HTML here for the 2 charts that we're going to use. So we're going to have one div here. We'll do class equals with full, medium with 1/2, like that. And then in here, this is where we're going to put our canvas. So let's just put a quick H2 to mark what this chart is displaying. And this will be the completed lessons chart. And then right underneath it, we'll add our canvas element. And this will be the element we're targeting with our chart. So we'll just call it chart, like that. And then we can go ahead and copy this div all the way down, and we can paste it, and that'll be our second chart. So this one we can just call chart 2. Or this one we can call sign ups chart, like that. And then we can change this title to sign ups. Okay. So if we refresh, we might get an error because we're having these controllers or these dashboard stimulus controllers that don't exist, but it looks like the page is rendering. So now we just need to hook those controllers up and render the two charts right in these spaces right here. So let's go ahead and do that. We'll run bin rails g stimulus and we'll call it dashboard. Hit enter on that. That'll create the controller for us. And then we need to go ahead and install some dependencies. Okay, so we need to install Chart.js. So once again, we can install that with our import maps. So we can do bin/import map pin, and then we can do Chart.js like that. And that'll go ahead and pin Chart.js and one of its dependencies, Curl, as well. So now that we have those installed, we can use those in our controller. So let's restart our server, open up that dashboard controller, and now we can start using Chart.js here. Cool, so now that we have that JavaScript dependency installed, we can just import it here. So we can do chart and registerables. Both of those are coming from Chart.js. We can register the chart, so we can do chart.register and then spread the registerables like that. And let's make sure we spell that right. Okay, so we've got that. We don't need this connect method, but we can instead replace it with an initialize method. We'll also set up our values. So we need two static values here. So we'll do static values equals completed, which is an object, and sign ups, which is an object. And then inside this initialize method, this is where we'll configure and render our charts. So let's get started on that. So our data is going to be coming from that completed value. So we can just say const data equals object.values, this.completed value. And then we'll say labels equals object.keys, this.completed value. And then we can get our element from the DOM. So we'll do document.get element by ID, and this will just be chart. This is our first chart. So just like that. And then we can create a new chart. So we'll do chart, pass in the context, and then we'll pass in a bunch of configuration options here. So first thing we'll do is we'll say the chart is a line chart. Then we'll pass in the data. So our labels will just be this labels variable, and our data sets will be just the one. We just have the one data set, so we'll just add it right here, and this will be lessons completed. Data is the data that we got off of that object, and then we'll set some styling options here. Fill true, and background color is FAD1D5, like that. Okay, then right below this data we'll add options. So we'll add options, which is an object, and let's make this a little smaller here so we have more room. So within this options object, we'll add plugins. Within that plugins object, we will target the legend. So we'll do legend, and then we'll turn it off. So we'll do display false, just like that. Right below plugins, we want to change the border color. So the border color is E23E57. And then below the border color, we'll target the scales. First, we'll do the X scale, and then the grid, and then we'll do display false on that as well. Then we'll target the Y scale, and within here we'll also target the grid, and we'll make this grid's color E23E57 again, just like that. Okay. Below that, we'll target the border. So we'll say border, and we'll have it have a dashed border. So dash, and then 5, 5, just like that. And then finally, we'll say begin at 0, true. Okay, so that's all the configuration for our first chart. For our second chart, we're basically just going to copy all that configuration but just replace the data and the labels. So let's go ahead and just copy all of this all the way down to here and paste it right below. So we want to copy all this to here and then paste it, and then we can change this. So this will be data 2, labels 2, and instead of coming from completed values, this will come from sign ups value, and this will also come from sign ups value, just like that. And then this will be, instead of chart, it will be sign ups chart. Okay, then we just need to replace this context with context 2, and labels 2, and data 2, and that should be good. Okay, cool. So if we refresh the page, we might have a couple errors, but we should see our charts as soon as we fix those. So let's open up this console and just check what errors we're getting here. So we are getting a failed to register controller dashboard, error loading dynamically imported module. Okay, so let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so I fixed the error with the controller we were having. If you weren't having that error, that's totally fine. You can pick up where we're going to start after this quick explanation. But if you were seeing that error, something about a dynamic import into the controller, I'll walk you through how I fixed it. So go to your gem file and make sure you set the version of import map rails to 1.2.3, and then set stimulus rails to 1.3.0. So make sure both of these have the correct version numbers set, and then go ahead and run bundle install. That will switch everything over to these new versions. After you've done that, make sure in your terminal to unpin Chart.js if you already pinned it. So just run bin import map unpin Chart.js like that to make sure that you unpin it, and then repin it. So do bin import map pin Chart.js, and that will reinstall everything. Once you've done that, everything should work properly. I think the version that I was using before just had a little bug or issue, but this is just a quick, simple fix. Is just by reverting to these older version numbers that I know work. So go ahead and do that if you need to. Otherwise, you can pick up with me right now, where we'll continue developing. So after fixing that error, you should now see these two charts, one for the completed lessons, and this is broken out by day, so Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then sign up. So we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday here. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is add this little most popular courses table. So let's go back to our admin index page and start working on that. All right, so right below this div that we added to contain our charts, we'll add another div, make that width of full, overflow, x auto, and give it some margin here. Inside of this div, we want to have an h2 just to say what this table is going to be displaying. So we'll do font bold, text 2XL, margin Y 8, and this is just our most popular courses. And then we can start working on our table. So we'll do a table class equals min with full, background amaranth 50, style border collapse separate border spacing 0, just like that. Close that out. Inside of here, we'll make our header. So we'll do t head, and then we'll create a few. We'll create a row with a few table headings. So we'll do a row. And close that out, and then we'll make our headings. So the first one, we'll just have it be the title, but let's make sure we add these stylings here. UI3, border, bottom, to border amaranth 200, text start, background amaranth 100, and this will just be title. And then we can close that out, and we'll yank that, paste it right below, and change this to users. Okay, so we should have two headings right there. Then we'll work on the body of our table. So we'll do tBody, class equals text gray 800. Close that out. And then inside of there, we want to loop over our most popular courses. So we'll do most popular courses.each do. And then we'll name that variable course. And for each course, we just want to render a row for that course. So we can end this do block out here, and then we'll make a row for each course. So we'll do tr close, and the data that we want to put in here is going to be the course title and the user count for the course. For border bottom, border gray 200. And then right here, we'll just put the course title and yank that row, put it down below. And then down here, we just want to put the course.course users.count, just like that. Okay, so let's refresh and make sure that's looking okay. So right now we just have one course that has had a user take it. So we're just getting one row, but this would be up to 5 rows. Depending on if we had enough data to fill out this table. Cool, and we can see how many unique users have purchased this course. So we can see that that's our most popular course right now with 3 users having purchased it. Great, so as you can see, if we go to the live site, that's basically everything we want on this dashboard. It's just meant to be a quick overview for the admin to see how their website is doing, and if we shrink it down to mobile, everything collapses and they can view it in the mobile view as well. So it looks nice like that, and they have the menu and everything still. So cool. That should be it for the admin dashboard section. So in the next video, in the next couple videos, let's work on this users page right here where the admin can view users and administrate users from this tab. So let's get started on that. Right, so now that we have this dashboard page, let's go set up this link, because right now it's taking us to the root path. So let's make sure it takes us to the correct path here. So let's open up our nav bar for the admin. Okay, so let's find this root path right here for the dashboard, and we can just change that to admin path, and that'll take us to this admin index page. So if we click dashboard, it should now take us to that admin index page. So we actually just changed it for the mobile nav bar. So if we go to the top of the file, we'll also want to change it here to be admin path. Okay, so let's save that and go back to the admin page. And now clicking on this dashboard should take us to the dashboard, which it does. And it should also do that in the mobile view. So if we shrink this down and go to the courses page and then go back to dashboard, it also takes us back to the correct page. Great. And let's also change the logo to take us to the correct page. So right now it's taking us to the root path. So we can also just change that to admin path. That way, if we click on the logo, it'll take us to the admin path as well. And then we can come down here and change it for the mobile menu as well. Okay. Now that we have that taken care of, let's get started on the users page. So we'll create the scaffold once again. We'll come into our console. Okay, so we'll just do bin rails g controller admin : users. That'll create our users controller. And then we'll do bin rails g erb scaffold, and then we'll call this admin user, like that, and that'll create our views. So now we have our views created and our controller. So let's go ahead and create some of those methods. So if we click this button, we want it to go to the users index page. So let's set that up as well. So we can come up to the top here and replace this root path with admin users path. So that'll take us to the users index page. And then we also want to replace that in the mobile menu as well. Admin users path. Cool. Let's open up the controller. So we'll do users controller, and we'll go to the admin oops, that's the test file. So we'll do users controller. We'll open up that. Then let's restart our server. So we'll do bin dev. And we'll create our index method. So we'll do def index. And all that'll do is create a, or load all the users. So we can just say at admin users equals user.all. And that should be enough. We might have a few errors, but let's just check that we can go to that page. We have to add our routes, so we have those routes. So let's come up to here, and we need to do that in the admin namespace. So we can just do resources users, just like that. And now we should have access to that route. So if I click here, it should take me to that route, which it does. And now let's go ahead and start fixing some errors in these templates. So if I open up the user index, there is an issue with this show new user. That's taking, so we need to just append admin here to make sure that that path is correct. So we'll save that. That should get us past that error. So now we are loading this. And now, once again, we need to change the controller so it inherits from the admin controller by default. So we'll open up the user controller again, change application controller to admin controller, save that. Now we have our correct nav bar. So we can go to the dashboard, we can go back to the users page, courses page. All these links are looking good. Cool, so now let's work on styling this and displaying the users. What we want it to look like is a table of users, and each user, we can take an action on them by destroying them. We can also click on the row to get taken to more details for that page. So let's work on this table next. All right, so we'll open up our user index page so we can edit this. What we want to do first is just wrap this in a div. So we'll say div class is flex call, justify start, and items center, and make it full width. We'll grab all this content and put it inside. And then let's align everything. We'll get rid of this, so delete that for now. And then we'll add our table. So let's go ahead and add our table here. Let's delete this just so we have a fresh slate here. So we'll delete all that. Below this notice tag, we'll create a div to hold our table, and we'll give it full width, overflow x auto. Then inside that div, we'll create our table. And let's go ahead, and it's going to be pretty similar to the table we used for on the dashboard page. So just to save ourselves some time, let's go to the admin index page and come find our table right here. And let's just go ahead and copy that and go back to this page and then paste it right in here. And then we can start modifying some of these header values and the table data itself. So that'll just save us a little bit of typing time. All right, so we'll come to this first row. We want this to just be an empty row where we can put the ID. The next row will be email. We'll yank that and paste it 3 more times. The row after that, or excuse me, the column after that will be created at, and then updated at. So we'll do updated at, and then we'll have one that has an action of destroy user. So destroy user. Then down here, instead of mapping over these most popular courses, which doesn't exist, we'll map over the user. So we'll do admin users.each do user, and then we can close that do block out. Inside of here, we'll create a row for each user. So we'll create that row, and then we'll create a TD for each item that we want to display. So we'll do padding X6, padding Y4, border bottom, border gray, 200, and then we'll render some data. So we want this to be a link to the user. So we'll do the user ID, the user admin, or the admin user path, and we'll pass in the user. Make this underline so it looks like a link, and close out that table data. We'll yank that just so we can save the styling, and then we'll replace this inner content here. Okay, so this next one will just be the user's email. We'll replace that. The next one will be the created at date. So it'll be user.created at .to formatted string long, like that. The next one will just be the updated at with that same formatted, so we'll do updated at. And then finally the last one will be a little button that they can click to delete the user. So we'll add that as well. So we'll do this, paste it, and then inside of here we'll render a button. So inside here we can, let's just make this one on 2 lines so it's easier to see. We'll do a button to icon, and we'll do FA solid trash can. Oops, and we got to close this string out. Okay, so we'll render that trash can icon, and then we'll have it go to this user path right here. We'll make the method a delete method, and we'll give it some data. We'll do turbo confirm, and we'll say, are you sure all their data will be deleted, just to give the user a chance to take back their action. Close that out and close out the object, and then we'll make the class text red 600 and save that. All right, so let's see if we have any syntax errors here. Looks like we don't, so everything is being displayed properly here. And now let's work on making these the show page. So if we click on this, it should take us to this user show page. So if we click on here, it's taking us to admin users 1, and there's just a couple of errors on that page. So let's fix that next. All right, so we'll open up the show page. So we'll do user show, search for user show, open that page up, and we're rendering the admin user. So that doesn't exist. We'll open up the user controller now, and we'll add this. So we'll do def show, and it's called admin user equals user.find, and we'll use the params. So we'll do params ID, and that will find the correct user for us. Great. Now we need to go back to the show template and fix the link here. Once again, we just need to wrap it in the admin context just like that, so it's using the correct route. And now we can see this user. So let's go ahead and render edit the template here so we can display some of the user's stats. So what we want to show is, if we come to the live site, we want to show a little table with all the courses that they've started, and then we want to be able to destroy the user and just view the user's email just like this. So let's go ahead and set that up. The user show page and start editing it. So we'll just open user show. And on the live site, once again, we want to create this page right here. So let's go back to the dev site and start editing it. We can just go ahead and wrap everything in a div. We'll give it a class of flex and flex call, justify start, items center, and make it full width. And then we can just wrap everything in that div. We can come down here and wrap our render admin user in a div. So we'll do class equals margin y4, wrap that in the div and indent that. Then below here is where we'll put the buttons to go back to the list of users or to destroy this user. So we'll make a div to contain those 2 buttons. Inside of that div, we'll put our first button, which will be a link to the user index page. So we'll just say back to users, and that will go to our admin users path. We'll style it a little bit with some background color and make it rounded, give it some padding, and then make the text white and close that tag. Then we'll make another link. This will be a button, and it will destroy the user. So we'll say destroy this user, and we'll say admin user, and then set the method to delete. We'll then add a confirm just to make sure that the admin is sure they want to delete this user. Are you sure? And close out that object, and then we'll just give this some button styling as well. So we'll make its background to red, rounded px2 py1, text white 50. Okay, Let's refresh this page and just check how things are coming along. So we have our 2 buttons here now. Let's go ahead and render this template so that something shows up in during this line right here. So if we just come out to the user template, right now it's not showing anything. So let's change that. Let's just display the user's email. So we can do a div with font semi-bold, text large, and just say user, and then print out their email. All right, so that should display the user's email right here. And let's go back to our user show page, and then we can work on adding the table that shows all the courses this user has started and their completion percentage. Let's just delete these links, so we can delete that entire div. And what we'll put instead is another div, and inside of there we'll have an h2, and this h2 will just be our heading for defining what this table, what data this table holds. So we'll just say user started courses, close that out, and then below that we can create our table. So we'll do a table. Actually, it'll be faster if we just go to the user index page and grab this table, and then we can, so we'll copy that and then just go paste it right below this h2, and then we can edit some of the columns. That'll just be a little faster. So the first column we want to do is the course title. So that'll be course title. The second column will be completed percentage. And the third column will be paid. The fourth column will be actions. And then we don't need a fifth column, so we can delete that header, table header, and save that. Then we'll go down here, and we will, instead of looping over admin users, we'll loop over courses. So we'll say admin courses, like that. And then this will be course. And for each course, we want to create a row, and the first column is the course title. So we'll delete everything up until here and replace it with just the course title. So we'll do course. So we'll delete everything and just replace it with course.title, like that. The next thing we want to show is the user completed percentage. So we can just say user completed percentage, and then we can calculate that above. So we can just have that calculated right here. So we're going to do user completed percentage, and that equals user course progresses, and we can create that variable in our controller in just a second, but for now let's just assume it exists. So we'll map over that array of course progresses and check if the course ID matches, and then if it does, we'll get the percentage for the course. So completed percentage, just like that, and then we'll just save that in a variable called user completed percentage, and we can use that below. Next thing we want to show is the paid status. So we will once again use a variable, so we'll say user paid if that is true, and that's a variable we're going to create above in just a second. We want to show an icon of FA solid and money bill. And class, we can give it text green 500. Otherwise, we will show, if the user hasn't paid, we will show an icon of FA regular and circle X mark, like that. And then give it a class, and we'll make that red. So red 500, and close that out. All right. Now we need to go create that variable. So once again, we'll just create it right here. We'll say user paid equals user.courseusers.any course user, and then we'll check if any of the course users for this user has a course ID that matches this course, just like that. Okay. Next thing we want to do is we'll get rid of this, and we'll just put the action to revoke access or grant access to the course. So this would be used by the admin if they want to go ahead and manually grant or revoke access to a course to a user. Those are the, let's delete this actions column for now. We can come back and add that later. Let's just have these 4 columns. So our 4 columns are the course title, the completed percentage, or 3 columns. We'll have the course title, the completed percentage, and a paid status. So let's refresh and check if that is working. And then we need to go to our controller and make sure that variable exists. So we'll go to our user controller. All right, so in this show method, we need to extend what variables we have access to. So first we're going to use user started courses, and that's equal to user.lesson users. And then we'll join the lesson table, and we'll just pluck off the course ID, and then we'll grab the unique courses. So that's our first variable we need. The second one is admin courses, and that'll be course.where ID user started courses. So that'll be all the courses that the user has started. And then we'll say if the user has started any courses, so if there are any courses present. Okay, so if the user has started any courses, we can calculate their course progresses. And that's just user started courses.map. And then we'll get the course ID like that. And then we'll get the course lessons. So we'll say course.find course ID .lessons.count, and then we'll calculate the completed lessons equals user lesson users dot joins lesson where completed is true and where the lessons course is equal to this course ID. Okay, and then we'll just get the count of those. And finally, we'll return an object with just the course ID and a completed percentage, which is the completed lessons dot 2f divided by course lessons dot 2f times 100, and then we'll convert that to an integer, so 2i. All right, so that should give us access to all the variables we need. It looks like we just have a little mistake here. So lesson users is not defined for nil class, so that means user is nil, and that's because we haven't set up the user variable. We've actually called it admin user, so this needs to be called admin user. So we'll change that in just a few places here. Okay, and that should get past that error. Great, so now we are loading all the courses this user has started. So this user hasn't started any courses, but if we go to the dashboard and we find a user that has started a course, it should display that information. Okay, and it looks like we have another little error here. So this should not be lessons users, it should be lesson users. So we'll save that, refresh, and now it looks like we have a small error on our show template. So we'll do user show, and we'll fix that. That looks like at line 26, and it's not liking the course users. All right, and that's because this is admin user. So that should be admin user. Let's check if we have any other occurrences of that. So this should also be admin user like that. And it looks like that's good. Okay, let's refresh, and now we can see that this user, so test10@example.com, has started one course, and they made it 50% of the way through, and they have not paid for the course. We can just destroy this user if we want, or we can click this link to go back to the list of users, and we can drill into a different user if we'd like. Great. So let's set up this destroy action on our controller. So if we open up our user controller, we need to create a destroy method, and that'll just destroy the user that we would that we clicked on. So let's set that up now. All we have to do is load the user. So we'll say user equals user.find params, and we'll pass in the ID, or we'll get the ID from the params, and we just say user.destroy, and then we redirect to the admin user's path, like that. Now we can test out this button right here. So if we click it, we should get the confirmation modal. Actually, let's destroy a different user. Let's destroy this first user right here. So we can click them, and we can click OK, and that should destroy the user, and we can see they are no longer in this table, and if we refresh, we don't see them at all, so they've been destroyed. Great, so next thing we want to do is let's go back to the live site. We want to add this search bar. This lets us search by the email, so we can search for testprod 100, and that will just return this one user. So let's go ahead and add that in the next video, and yeah, so let's add that. So first thing we want to do to enable this functionality of searching on the dev site is we want to edit the controller. So let's go to our index method here, and let's account for a search param being present. So what we can just do is we can say if params query, that's what we'll call our parameter that we're sending over, is present. Then we want to use that param to filter the results. Otherwise, we'll just default to what we did before, which is just loading all the users. Cool. So if the query param is present, what we'll do is we'll just say admin users equals user.where email like, and then we'll wrap this like this. We'll say params query and fix this, make that a colon, and make sure we make this a square bracket, and then we can close this out and order these users by their created at, descending, and then we should add that to this as well. So we can just do .order created at descending, like that. Okay, so now that we have that set up, we can modify the front end to actually pass that query parameter to our back end, and so we can use it. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll open up the user index page, and we'll create that search bar where the user can type in what term they want to search for. Cool. So at the top of the page, right below this notice, we'll create another div, just like that. Let's give it a few styles. We'll make it with full flex, flex, call, medium flex, row, justify end, and margin bottom 8. Okay, inside of here, we'll create a form. So we'll do form with URL, and the URL we want to hit is that admin users path. So admin users path. The method will be get, and then we'll give it a class of flex. All right, so we'll open up our do block with our form, and inside the form we want to render a form text field. So we'll do form.textField, and this will be query. So that's the query parameter that we're sending over, that we're going to extract in our controller. The placeholder, we can just have it say search, and then we'll give it a class just to make it look a little nicer. So we'll do rounded, border, gray, 500, text, amaranth, 800, like that. Okay, and then below that we'll also have a submit button. So we'll just do form.submit, and we'll say search, and then give it a class, pointer, background, amaranth, 500, margin left 2, hover background, amaranth 600, text, amaranth 50, and padding Y2, padding X4, rounded. All right, so that is our search input box and button. Oh, looks like we just have a subtle error in our controller here. Let's fix that. Go to the user controller, and it looks like okay, unexpected syntax error. So it looks like we just forgot to close out one of our properties here. Okay, so it looks like we just had an extra parenthesis at the end here, so we can delete that and save the file, and that should fix the error we were seeing there. So now we can see we have this search box. We can type into it. So we could type in test 15 and hit submit. And you can see up here in our URL, it appended this query equals test 15 to our URL. And then our backend was able to look at that query parameter and filter our result set to just users with an email that contain that string. So now we want to add a button that will allow us to clear out the search result. So we just need to add another button that will allow us to clear out that search. So we could just do that right below this form. We can create another form inside the same div, and this will just be our clear button. So we'll do URL, admin, users, path, method, get, class is flex, and actually it would probably be faster if we just copied that form, pasted it, and then deleted the text field and changed this button to clear, and then change some of the colors. So we can change these colors to Camelot. So Camelot, and change this one to Camelot as well. Okay. And because we are resubmitting without the search term, it's just going to clear out the search term. So if we go ahead and click that button, it should just clear out the search term, and then we can search for something else. So test 13, that brings back this, and then we click clear, and that removes that. Okay, so let's fix the styling for that button. Let's just give it a little bit of extra margin on the top, and then let's also fix this indentation on the left here as well. Okay, so we'll do margin left is 0. And at medium sizes, we will do margin left of 2, and then we'll do margin top of 2, just like that, and save that. And then at medium sizes, actually, we want to do margin top of 0. Okay, save that. That looks a little nicer. So at big screen sizes, it's going to look like this, where the buttons are right next to each other. And at smaller screen sizes, the clear button is just going to drop right below here, so they can just click it right there. And the table will scroll at smaller screen sizes, and navbar still works great. So it looks like we have a slight issue with our delete from the index page. So if you notice, if we click delete and then click OK on this, it doesn't delete the user. That's a really simple fix. If you just open up the user index file and come down to where the button for deleting the user is defined, we accidentally added an @ sign here, so we can just delete that and have it be user. And that user is just coming from this user variable that's defined in the do. Okay, so now that we've modified that to be no longer have an @ symbol in front of it, we should be able to come to one of these users and just delete them and remove them from the table in our database. Okay, so we need to fix a little issue with our lessons right here. So if we click on a lesson in a course, and then if we click on this edit lesson button, you notice that we're under the first course. So we're under course 1 and we're viewing lesson 2 right now. When I click edit this lesson, you can see the URL updates to course 2 lessons 2. So that's not good. So then if we update this, so let's say I say update it, I get redirected to course 2 instead of course 1. So that's not good. But the update did work. So if we go to edit course, it did work. But what we need to do to fix this is just come to our lesson show template. So if you search for show lesson, or if you search for lesson show and go to our admin lesson show template, then find the edit link, and we just have to pass in @admin course here, and that gives us the correct context, and then that will redirect us to the correct link. So if we go back to this course and view the lessons, so let's view the lessons for that course, view this lesson, and then if we click edit lesson, notice the URL will stay under course 1. So if we do edit lesson, now we get the proper URL. And that way when we update this, so let's remove that and hit submit, now we get redirected to the correct course page, and you can immediately see that the lesson was up. To deploy our app now, and we're going to be deploying it on Render. So you can go ahead and just go to render.com and sign up for a free account. And then once you've done that, you can come to docs.render.com/deploy-rails. And this is just a quick start guide from them that shows you how to deploy a Rails app on their system. And it's really easy, and we'll walk through this document together. So once you're on this page, We can skip this step. That's just creating a template Rails project, but we already have a full Rails app built, so we don't need to do that. So we can skip that first step. We can skip the second step as well. That's just creating your first page. And then we can come down, we can skip the third step. And then we can come down and we can find the third step where it says update your app for render. So we're going to have to slightly modify our app and add a couple configuration files in order to get our app to deploy to render properly. So first thing we need to do is switch our database to Postgres instead of SQLite. So SQLite is really nice for development. It's just set up by default and it works really well locally. But in render, they use Postgres. So we need to switch our database to Postgres. So in order to do that, let's go into our console here. And it's pretty simple to switch. There's even some built-in commands that we can run to do everything for us. So just go into your terminal and run bin rails db system change --2 equals PostgreSQL, like that, and then hit enter. And this will go ahead and modify our database.yaml file, and it will set everything up for us so we can use Postgres instead of SQLite. So when it asks you for confirmation to overwrite, you can just put yes, and that will overwrite everything. So you can see what it did was it overwrote our database.yml file. It added some lines to our gem file and to our Docker file. So if we open up our gem file, we can just take a look at that real quick. We can see that we now have this PG gem, and we don't have our SQLite gem installed anymore. So that's going to be the gem we're using to interact with Postgres. And then if we open up our database YAML file, we can see that now our adapter is set to Postgres for our default database configuration. Okay, so that's what the command we just ran did. So let's go ahead and continue on with the setup. So next thing we have to do is we have to create this build script. So they want a file called render-build.sh in our repos bin directory, and it needs to look like this. So that's simple. We can just go ahead and create that. If we come to the root of our directory and then go into the bin folder, then we can just create this file. So we can touch render-build.sh, and then we can edit that file and just copy this entire code block right here and paste it right there. And then we can save that file and quit, and then we can just run this command to make sure that that file is executable. Oops, let's go back into our main directory and run it from there. Awesome. So now that script is what is going to be run when render builds our app. So it's going to run this script which will compile our assets and clean our assets and install all our dependencies. So that will build our app and get it ready to go and ready to serve web requests. Okay, so we already did this step, swap SQLite for Postgres, so we don't need to do that. This is the exact command that we just ran. And so everything looks good, and we verified that we swapped out the Postgres gem for the SQLite gem. Cool. Then let's run bundle install just like it says to make sure that we have our gem.lock up to date and everything looks good. Cool. So we ran bundle install. So that should be good. As it mentions here, render uses the database URL environment variable, so we don't need to configure anything else in the database.yaml file. Okay, so next thing we want to do is deploy, set up our deploy script for render. So we can do it in a few ways. You can do it manually, or you can create a file that contains all the description of what your app should look like. And this is kind of similar to like a Docker Compose file where you can define multiple services and databases, and those will all get deployed, and this file kind of orchestrates all that. So that'll be easy for us. All we have to do is create on the root level. So we'll just create it right here. We'll create a render.yaml file, and we'll just copy this entire block right here, and we'll go into that file and paste it. And then we'll do, we'll just edit a couple things. So we want to call our database, let's just call it learning for now, or let's just call it learning management for now. And the database name will be learning management. And then our user can be learning management, and our plan, we want to keep that to free. Then we can come down into our services section and we can name our service. We can just call it learning management as well. And we want it to use a Ruby runtime. We'll use the free plan. This is our build command, so this is running that script we set up earlier. And then this is our start command, and it will just use the Rails server to start our Rails server. And then we can leave these the same. We need to update this to learning management to match what we named our database above. And then everything else should be good. So we can just save and quit that file now. Okay. So now that we have all of that set up, we are good to go with render, but we still have a couple things with AWS to set up and make sure that our active storage configuration is going to work properly in production. So what we have to do to make sure active storage is set up properly is first we need to open up our storage.yaml file and double check that our Amazon block is uncommented. So mine is not, so we'll come down and uncomment it down to here. And then we need to fill in these credentials in our credential file so that our application will have access to AWS, to our S3 bucket that we want. So I'm just going to call mine learning management 4490. Okay, so hopefully that will be unique in AWS, and then we also have the environment appended on here. So you're going to need to go to your AWS account and make sure that you have a bucket that matches whatever you named it here. So in my case, I go to AWS and I create a bucket called learning underscore management underscore 4490 dash production. And that would be the bucket that all my images and assets get stored in the production environment. That should be good to go. Next thing we need to do is add our credentials. So once again, we can edit that with the credentials edit command. So you can just do bin rails credentials edit, and then you can come to the start and define what visual editor you want to use. So I'm not going to show this part because I'm going to keep my credentials secure, but when we jump back into the video, I would have run this command and added my two credentials, the secret access key and the access key for AWS, and then we'll start the video back up after. So as you can see, I just edited my credentials file. I added those two credentials, the access key and the secret access key, and then the file, I saved it and it was encrypted and saved, as you can see right here. So everything, so those credentials are in my credentials file, and my app will have access to those when it needs to go access AWS. So if you haven't used AWS before, you'll need to go set up a permissioned access token and secret access token that has the correct permission. So what you need is the put object and get object permissions for S3 buckets. And you can go do that yourself and then come back when you have those and continue on with the video with this step. But that should be good for now for S3. So now we just have to double check one more thing. If we go into our production config file and search for active storage, we just need to make sure that it's using the correct. So we need to make sure that this active storage service is set to Amazon. So for production, so we can go ahead and change this from local to Amazon. And the reason we need to do that is because in our storage YAML file, we right now have three configurations set up. We have test, local, and Amazon. Test and local both just use the local disk to store our images and files, and Amazon is the new one we set up that actually goes and stores the data in Amazon S3. So we just need to make sure that our production is set to use this new Amazon service. Great. Then we need to add the Amazon AWS SDK S3 adapter, and that's just a gem. So we can just go into our gem file like this, come down to the bottom, and then we can add that here. Okay, so we can just add AWS-SDK-S3. Okay, so we can just add that gem right there, and then bundle install to go fetch it. And now that we have that gem installed, we should have everything that we need to interact with S3. So let's go ahead and attempt to deploy our app. So in order to do that, we first want to just push up all of our changes so we have all those in our storage system. So let me do that right now. Do git add all. Okay, so now that those changes have been pushed up and everything's up to date, now we can go into the render UI and we can configure render to watch this repository, this learning management repository. It will watch that and it will build our app and deploy it every time it sees a new push to the main branch. Okay. So after you've made all the changes to the Rails app that we need to make it work with render, now we can go ahead into the render UI and set up our app to deploy automatically whenever a push is made to the main branch. So we can come up to this new button, click new, then we can come down to Blueprint, and as you can see, Blueprint uses the render YAML file we set up in order to create our services. So we can just go ahead and click Blueprint. Then if you haven't already, you'll need to connect your GitHub so you have access to the learning management repo that we've been creating. So I already gave myself access, so I can just come click connect here. And then I can give it a name. I'll just call this learning management. And as we can see, it already picked up our render YAML file and it understands that it needs to create a learning management database and a learning management web service. So I'm just going to call this learning management 2 because that name was already in use. Okay, next thing you have to do is you have to get your Rails master key and paste it right here, and that is going to be used to decrypt your credentials file, which has all the credentials your app needs to run. So in order to get your Rails master key, you can just come over to your terminal and you can go into your config directory and you can see the master key is this file right here. So I'm not gonna print this out because I want to keep this secure, but all you need to do is just look at this file and copy the value inside of it and just paste it right here. And so I'm going to do that now, and then we'll pick up later. I went ahead and got my Rails master key and I pasted it right here, and then I clicked create, and now it's creating the database, and after that's finished it will create the web service. So let's let that run and then we'll pick up later when that's all finished. As you can see, our database was created successfully as well as our web service. So now if we click on our dashboard, we should see both of those. So we have our web service right here and our Postgres database set up. If we click on our web service, we can find the URL for the web service, and we can just go ahead and click on that to open it up, and that should load our page. However, it looks like we're having a little error. So if you ever see an error when you're deploying your render app, it's easy to see what's going on. You can just come back to the web service page and then go to the logs, and we can expand it right here, and then we can see exactly what the error was in our web service. So it looks like our tables don't exist, and that makes perfect sense because we have not told Rails to run our migrations or to set up our databases yet. So none of our tables exist in that Postgres database. So we can go ahead and run the migration command in order to set that up next. So let's do that in the next. So what we missed is in our render-build.sh file that we created, we need to add another line to tell Rails to run all of our migrations. So this we can just do bin Rails db :migrate like that. And now when render builds our app, it will also run our migrations, and this will be pointing to our production database, our Postgres database in render. So let's just save that, and then we can push that up. So we'll do, we'll add that and then push it up and push it. And then if we come back to render, we can see that render should automatically have kicked off a new build and redeployed our app. So let's look back at render here, and we can see that render already picked that up and is deploying a new version of our web service. So if we click on this, we can see that is currently deploying, and once that's finished, then let's try once again to load our app from this URL. Okay, so that has been deployed. As you can see, our new build is live. So if we use this URL again, it should open up our new deployment, and now everything loads because that database exists. So right now you can see we don't have any courses or anything, so our page is just blank. So what we can do is we can set up an admin user, and then we can log into the admin side of the app and set up a course, and then we can view the course. And once we have that set up, there's a final thing we need to do, which is configure Stripe to have the webhooks point to our production app here. So we can do that in the next video. So let's go ahead and in the next video set up the admin user, create a test course, and then set up Stripe and test everything end to end and make sure it all works. Okay, so in order to add our admin user, we're going to use the Rails seeds. So what we need to do is come into our render build.sh file, and right below that db migrate line that we just added, we can add this. So bin rails db seed, save that. Then we can search for a file called seeds, and this should already exist in your database directory. Open that up, and then we can add a line here that will create an admin user. So we can go ahead and create this default admin user. So we'll just say create a default admin user, and then right below we want to just go and create that user. So we'll just say admin.create, and this will be email is admin at example. This will just be Connor chaincrafters.org, and password is password. So this isn't ideal because this is going to be stored in our repo and people can see this, but for now we're just going to do this just so we can access our app. If you were doing this in an actual production app, you'd want to SSH into your server and set this up privately so it's not being stored somewhere. But for now we're just going to do this because it's easy. So that will create our admin user, and then after we've created that, okay, so we set that command up, and it mentions that these should be idempotent, which means they can run multiple times and they should still work. So let's just add a check to see if a user already exists. So if no user exists with this email, or if no admin exists, then let's create it. Otherwise, we'll skip it. So first we just check if an admin exists with this email. If it doesn't, we'll go ahead and create one. Cool. So let's save that and push up. And then wait for render to rebuild, and there should be an admin user that we can log in with this email and password after we've done this. So we pushed up again to add that admin user to our seed file, and you can see that it's now live. So if we go to our site once again, we should be able to log in with those credentials that we set up. So if we go to /admin, we can use our email and then our password, and we should be able to log in there. Cool. So now we've logged into the admin side of the app, and as you can see, everything is empty. We don't have any courses or any sales. So first thing we can do is just come to our courses table, and we can go ahead and click new course and create our first course. So we'll just call this a test course, and we'll give it a description. This is a test course. Here is some bold content. Let's just make sure our tricks editor is working correctly. Here is some italic content, and we'll switch this to be italics. Okay, and then we'll have a price ID. We'll go ahead and update that later, but for now let's leave it blank. Let's do the cover image, and this will just be, we'll use this from my previous course. We'll mark it as paid. It will have some paid content, and then this will be the premium description. So if you pay for the course, you will get the following premium content, more lessons, extended demos, and more authentication support. Okay, and let's just make this bold just to make sure that's working. Okay, cool. So let's click submit and create that course. All right, and it looks like we have a little error. So if we go back to our logs and look at those, we can see what happened. So it looks like we had an error here, and so we uploaded our file to S3, and it looks like I forgot to create that bucket. So it says no such bucket. So you might run into this issue as well. So what you have to do is make sure that you go to your AWS account and you create a bucket that matches the name that we set up in our storage YAML file. So in this file, there's a bucket property on Amazon. So what I need to do is I need to go to my S3 account and create a bucket called learning_management_4490-production, because this Rails env is going to be set to production. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. You make sure that you create a bucket that is exactly matching what you have here, because yours is going to be named something different. And then once we do that, we'll go back and try to create the course again, and it should work. And I forgot that AWS doesn't like underscores, so if you added underscores to your name, just go ahead and replace those with dashes, just like that, and then save that bucket name and try to create the bucket again. I went ahead and created that bucket in S3, so now it exists. So let's close our logs here and go back to our website and go back to our courses page, and let's just edit this course and add the image again, and this time it should be able to be saved in S3. So if we add that and click submit, that should upload the image successfully this time, and then we should be able to view it. So it looks like we got another error here. So let's go ahead and refresh and check out what happened this time. Okay, so I forgot to push up. So if your bucket name did have underscores in it like mine did, you'll have to change those and then push up, and then render will rebuild with that new bucket name. So now change bucket name. I'm just going to push up, and that should start the rebuild process. So once that is rebuilt, everything should work, because I do have a bucket in S3 which matches this name, and now our Rails app, when it rebuilds, it will be looking for a bucket with this name right here, and everything should work properly. Okay, so the newest deploy just updated where I changed the bucket name, and now if we load the app once again and try to add an image to this course, we should see the image. So let's go to the admin side of the app again, go to our courses, and now we can click edit course and upload a cover image, and this time it should save successfully in S3. So we click submit here, and now the image was stored in S3. So everything looks like it's working great. We can come into this lesson later and add the Stripe price ID, but for now, let's just go ahead and add a couple of lessons. So we'll go to the lessons tab, click new lesson, and we'll just add a few lessons. So we'll do lesson one. Lesson one, this one is a free lesson, and we'll just say use our test upload video and click submit, and this should also be saved to S3 successfully. So let's wait for that to load. Great, so that lesson was created. Let's just create another couple lessons. So lesson two, upload a video again, click submit. Okay, and then let's create a third lesson just so we have a paid lesson that we can test with. So this will be lesson 3 paid, and then we'll mark this paid select box and upload this test video once again. And then once we have those lessons set up, we can go ahead to the user-facing side of the app and test that the course preview page works. Then we'll set some stuff up in Stripe in the next video and continue testing and make sure the user can purchase this course and that everything works good on that end. So we have our 3 lessons here. I think this is just taking a minute for the previews of the videos to be rendered. Remember, we set it up so we're using FFmpeg to set up these previews. So remember, we set it up to use video previews, so it'll probably just take a second for those to be available. If we go back to our dashboard and come back to our courses page, so we can see our course here, and we can see our course here, and then we can click on this View Lessons button to be taken to our lessons page, and these should show up momentarily here. If we click on a lesson, we should be able to load the lesson. We can edit it if we want, and it looks like everything is working properly here. So that's great. So let's go ahead and go to the user-facing side and just check that everything looks good from that end. So now we can see we have one course here, and we can click on it, and then we can load the first video. So this is just loading the first lesson. We can see the description. We can see that some of the content is bold, some of it is italics, and then we can see the Get More Content section and the Start Learning section. Both of them are just telling us to sign up right now because we're not signed in. So we can click on the video and it will start playing. So we can see that, and then we can go ahead and click sign in, and then we could use sign up and create an account. So we need to set up our email server to work in production. So we're going to do that next, but we can just test it and just verify that it's not going to work. So if I do Connor plus test, okay, so if I hit that, and then we look in our Rails console, or excuse me, if we look in our render, we can see that there was an error, and that's because we have not set up a SMTP server for our emails to use in production. So it says that we were missing the host that we're linking to, so we need to go set up our email in production. So let's do that next, just so we can create a user and log in. Okay, so in order to make our emails work in production, we have to do a couple things. So let's open up our production RB file and come down here below this statement about active support, and come down here to where we have an action mailer configuration. Right below that, we can add another one for action mailer. So we can do config.action.mailer.default URL options, and then we can set this to our render URL. So we can just go ahead and get that. So if we go back to our render app and copy that URL right here, so we can just click the copy button, and then we can paste it right here. Okay, so that's one thing we have to set up. The next thing we have to set up is we need to use an SMTP server in order to send our emails. So we can set that up like this. We can do config.action.mailer.smtp settings. Okay, and then inside of this settings object, we need to configure a couple of settings. So what we can do is we can set up the address. So we are going to be using resend. So it's just smtp.resend.com. The next is port, and we're using port 587. Then we'll have our username, and this will come from our credentials. So we'll do application.credentials.dig smtp underscore username, and then we'll do password, and this will just be rails.application.credentials.dig smtp password, just like that. Next, we'll say the authentication method is just going to be plain, and then enable, we'll set enable start TTLS auto to true, just like that. So that's all we have to do, and then we have to go into render, or excuse me, we have to go into resend, and we have to get our username and password, and then add those to our credentials file. So let's save this and push it up. So while we're doing that, render can be rebuilding our app. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, one more thing before we save is let's open up our devise initializer, and let's change our, if we go to the top of the file, scroll down a little bit, let's change our sender email. So you can change this to whatever you want. I'm going to change it to my email. So we'll do connor@chaincrafters.org, just like that, and save it. Now we can go ahead and push up to render. So we'll do, and we'll say configure email in production. Okay. Then what we need to do is go to resend. Let me just push that up. Okay. Then we go to resend.com and sign up for an account. then we can go ahead and get our password and our credentials. So I'll log in. Okay, so once you've logged in to resend, then you can go ahead and get your API key. So you'll just come here and you'll copy your API key. You'll create a new API key and you'll copy it and just put that in your credentials file. So let's go ahead and do that. And then I'll meet you back and we'll test it again with our new credentials set up. Okay, so I went ahead and I copied my token from resend and I pasted it into my credentials file, and I set it as the SMTP password, and then the SMTP username I just set as resend. So if you look in my terminal right here, I literally just set SMTP username to resend, just like that, and then I set SMTP password to paste my password here, and then I just saved the file, and you can see that it edited the credential file, and then it encrypted and saved it. So now I'm just going to push up one more time so Render has access to those new environment variables. So I added that, and then let's say add resend SMTP credentials and save it, and then push it up, and that will trigger another build. And after that build is complete, Render should have everything it needs in order to send out our emails from our live application. So let's wait for this to rebuild, and then we can go ahead and test the live app again. So the app's been rebuilt with those SMTP credentials available. Let's once again try to sign up for an account. So if we do sign in, sign up, and use one of our emails, then type in a password and click sign up. Now it looks like, okay, so our email has already been used, so let's just use a slightly different email and try that one more time. Great, so it looks like our emails were successfully sent this time. So I'm going to go check my email and click on the link in the email, and that will confirm my account. So I'll do that real quick, and then let's get back into the video and start testing out the user-facing side of the app as a logged-in user. Okay, so I went ahead and clicked on the link in the email that was sent to my email, and it redirected me to the sign-in page. And now I can just use that same email to log in and type in the password. Okay, so after I sent the confirmation instructions to my email, and then I confirmed it and logged back in, I was able to sign in. So now we can see that I'm signed in. This is the email I'm signed in as, and I could change my password if I wanted to. And then if I click on a course, now I can see that I can start the course. I can unlock the full course. So let's go ahead and start the course. So I can click start course, and the first lesson automatically loads. I could watch the lesson and then click mark as complete, and that transitions me to the second lesson, which I can then, if I go back to the course page, I can see I have 33% of it complete. And if I click continue course, it will automatically take me to the next available lesson. I can go back to the first lesson if I want, go to the second lesson, mark it as complete, and now I get a notification telling me that I cannot progress in the next lesson unless I first purchase the next course. If I try to mark this as complete, it says I must purchase the full course to access the next lesson. Okay, cool, and I can't click on the lesson from here. Also, if I try to access it via the URL, it will not let me do that either. It will just redirect me back to the second lesson. Cool. So if we go back to the course homepage, we can see I'm now 66% complete. And now let's set up Stripe so I can click this unlock full course button and I can access that third lesson. So let's do that. So let's log into our Stripe account and set up our Stripe price ID that will attach to this course. And we'll also configure our webhook. Okay, so once you're logged into your Stripe account, make sure you're in test mode. Then click on this, then come find the product catalog section over here. You can search for it in the search bar if it's not over on this recent menu. So you can just search for product catalog and click on that. Come in here and create a price. So we can do add product, and we can just call this test course, and then you can upload an image if you'd like. Then come down here and just do one-off. It'll just be a one-time payment. And then we can set the price. So we'll do $19.99 and then click add product. This will create the product and the course, or the price. So if we click on that test course, and we can find the price right here. So it automatically created this price for us. All we have to do is copy this price ID, come back to our admin side of the app on our live site, go to our courses, edit course, find this Stripe price ID and just paste it right there. So this price ID is now connecting this course with this price in Stripe. So we can just click submit to save that. So now if we go back in, that is saved right there. So that's one step. The next thing we have to do is set up our webhook. So go to the developers tab up here, and then you can come to webhooks and you can say add endpoint. And then we just need to copy our URL from render. So go back to render, copy this URL for your live site, and then go back to Stripe and paste that right here. And what we named our endpoint is webhook. So just put webhook right there, and that endpoint will go to our Stripe action that will handle our webhooks. And then we can leave this description blank, and we can say select events, and we can select all events just like we did last time, and then say add endpoint. So this will add a webhook endpoint, which will be called whenever an event in our Stripe system is created. Cool, so now it's enabled, it's listening for all these events, and it's gonna send these webhooks to this endpoint. So the last thing we have to do is we need to get our signing secret. So you'll need to click reveal to reveal your signing secret, and then copy that, and then we'll go put that in our credentials file. So I'm gonna go do that, and then we'll meet back up and test our app end to end after we have that set up. Okay, so as you can see, I just edited my credentials file again and saved it. All I did was we already had the environment variable set up for our Stripe webhook, and it was just using the one that the Stripe CLI had created for us. So all I did was just replace that with the value I copied from the Stripe website. So now you can see that that file has been modified. So we'll just push that up, and then render will automatically rebuild, and then everything should be good to go with Stripe. So we'll say add webhook credential. Okay, and then we'll push that up. So once render rebuilds our app for another time, then we should be able to go ahead and test it out, and Stripe should be all set up. So let's do that in the next section. Okay, the latest render deploy is live. Let's go back to our site and go to the user-facing side. We're already logged in as our test user, and then let's go ahead and try to purchase the course. So if we click unlock course, this should redirect us to the Stripe checkout, which it looks like it does, and it had that correct price, so it's $19.99. Let's add in our fake Stripe card information. Provide an address and click pay. So this will process and then redirect us to our confirm page. So it redirected us back to the course we were on, and it should have sent our webhooks that are now being processed by our backend. Once those are processed, we should have premium access to this course. So let's just make sure that that worked properly. So if we go to continue course, we can now access this third lesson because we have paid for the course. So we could watch this and then mark it as complete, and that will direct us back to the course preview page, and it shows that we have purchased or we've completed this course. Great, so everything is looking good. We have this unlocked tag on the course right here. We've completed it. We can see it does look like we have a small bug where this is still showing unlock full course, even though we've already purchased it. So we can go ahead and fix that, push it up, and then that should be good for the course. So we found a little error when we deployed our site to the live to render, where after the user had purchased the course, one of the info boxes did not change to notify them that they had already purchased the course. So we want to go ahead and fix that error. So this is a good exercise because we switched our database to Postgres in order to deploy to render. So now we kind of have two options. We can either run a Postgres database locally while we're developing, or we can configure this development block in our database YAML file to continue to use SQLite. I prefer to use the same database in development as what's being run in production, just so there's consistency between the two, or if there's any subtle differences between the two, I can catch things in development before it gets to production. So I chose to run a Postgres database, and you can do that by just downloading Postgres and running it, or if you are familiar with Docker, you can run a Docker container for Postgres. But I have a Postgres Docker container running. It's running on 5432, which is bound to my local host at 5432, and so I can access it on that port on my local host. So then all you have to do is add these 4 lines to the development section of your database YAML file. So you just have to name the database learning management development, the username for the default Postgres Docker container is Postgres. I set the password to just password, and then you have to set the host. So if you're going to follow along, then make sure you do this and you run a Postgres database locally, or you switch back to using SQLite in your development environment. But just know I already did that, so my local dev environment is already up and running and it's working. So after you do that, you do have to recreate your database and rerun all your migrations. So you can see that I did run binrails db migrate, and I ran binrails db create in order to create this learning management development database. And then all my migrations ran successfully and created all my tables and everything. So that catches you up to where we're at right now. Now what we're going to do is just fix that issue with the course. So if I go to the admin side of the app, well, let's go into our Rails console and create an admin. So we'll do binrails c, and we'll create an admin user that we can use to log in. So we'll say admin.create and email admin@example.com, password. Okay, so now we can go to the admin side of the app and we can log in with that admin. So we can do bin dev, start up our server, and then go to the admin side of the app and log in. Okay, then we can go to our courses section, create a new course, test course, and we'll get our Stripe price ID and paste it here just so we can test our Stripe integration here. So let me grab that real quick. Okay, so I got my Stripe price ID, and then we'll just use that generic image we've been using. Okay, so we'll just use this as the cover image. We'll mark it as paid, and then you get additional content here. All right, and let's just go ahead and upload that. Cool, so now we have our course. Let's go ahead and create a couple lessons. Lesson one. This is a free lesson. We'll use our test video, and then we'll create a second lesson, and this will be a paid one. Okay, and now we can go ahead and look at the user side of the app. So if we sign into the user side of the app, okay, so we sign into the user side of the app, we come to the course, we can see we can unlock the full course. So let's go ahead and start the course, mark that lesson as complete. Notice we can't get to the next lesson, and then we can go ahead and purchase the course. Okay, so let's just go ahead and manually give ourselves access to this course. So if we go into the Rails console, we can just grab our user, and then we can say our course is course.find1, and then we can say u.courseusers.create, and we can pass in the course here, and that will just create a course user for this user. So after we've done that, they will have access to the course. So we can verify that over here. And if we click continue course, they now have access to this course. So what should happen is when they have access to the course, this should no longer tell them that they can unlock the course. It should actually just not display a button at all because they've already unlocked the course. So let's edit that. So if we go to the course show page, we can fix the sidebar. So we'll have to go to the sidebar actually for the course and search for unlock full course. Okay, so right now if the user is signed in, we are displaying this. Otherwise we're displaying sign up. So we need to add another if statement within here to check if they've purchased the course. So we need to add another if statement in here. So within this if statement, we can add another one that just says if user unlocked course, and then we can open that up and do an else. And inside the else, we can wrap this entire block right here. So we can just say end. So if the user hasn't unlocked the course, we will display exactly what we've been displaying before, which is just unlock more content by purchasing the full course, and then this button to unlock the course. If they have unlocked the course, then we don't want to display that. We want to display something else. So we can grab this p tag, and instead of saying unlock for more content, we can just say you have unlocked this course. Enjoy. Cool. So that looks good. And then another thing we can fix is we can actually show the premium contents or the premium descriptions. We can say if course.premium description.present and that. Then inside of there, we can just display the course premium description like that. And we can take this and put it down here as well, just right under this p tag as well, just so it shows in both places. Cool. So now we have to check this variable. So if user unlock course, we're assuming that variable exists, so we have to go set that up. We can use that variable up here too, so we'll display a different p tag if they've already unlocked the course, or a different h2. So if they've unlocked the course already, we will display a different h2. Otherwise, we'll continue displaying this one that tells them they can get more content by unlocking the course. So if they have unlocked the course, instead of saying that, we can just say you have premium access, like that. So that will modify this content right here that we're displaying at the top of the card right there. Okay, so now let's set up this user unlocked course variable. So if we go to our course controller, we can set that up on the show page. And so we can just, so we actually already did that. So this is already being set. So everything should actually just work right off the bat. So let's refresh this page. Okay, so this user unlocked course is actually a different variable than the one in the controller. The controller has a plural courses at the end here. So what we have to do is pass this into the sidebar template. So if we go back to the course show page and we come down to where we're rendering the sidebar, we can then pass that variable in. Okay, so then we just have to make sure this user unlocked course variable is set. So if we come to the course controller and then we go down to the show method right here, we can just say @user unlocked course equals current user and course users, and where course is equal to the course we're looking at, and then we'll check if it exists. And if it does, then they have unlocked the course. Great. So if we set that variable, everything should be set up, and we can refresh this page. And now instead of seeing that button to unlock the course, because we already have it unlocked, we just see you have premium access, you have unlocked this course, enjoy, and then we're showing the premium content here as well. Cool, so that fixes that error. And just to demonstrate how nice render is, while you're developing and you're continuing development on your site, all we have to do is push up to render. So we can just do add all these, and we can just say fix premium description when user purchases course, and then we can just push that up and render will automatically redeploy, and we can check the live site and ensure that it's working properly now. So let's go ahead and check the live site. Okay, so if we come into our render dashboard, we can see it's currently deploying, and we can click on that, and once that's done, we can click on the URL to just test that everything is working properly. And at this point, the course is finished. And congrats, if you completed the entire thing, you would have built this full stack app and hopefully learned something along the way. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe. I'm going to be working on more videos like this, as well as shorter videos that are more focused on specific Rails features. So yeah, make sure to subscribe if you enjoyed the video. And let's just wait for this to deploy and then do a final test of the site just to make sure everything is working properly. Okay, so the site's been deployed. Let's load it up. And it looks like we are already signed in. So we can click on this course and we can see that now it is fixed. So we are seeing that we have access to the course, and we can see our premium content that we are getting right here, and everything looks good. So hopefully you enjoyed this course and learned a lot, and thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.